morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to see you again this morning for the second day of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum. I'm delighted to welcome you on behalf of the organizers, the Aspen Institute Romania and the German Marshall Fund of the US. My name is Mirela Apostol. I lead the public programs and events at Aspen Romania. And I'll be the voice guiding you throughout the second day of the event. I have the distinguished pleasure to introduce today wonderful moderators that will discuss so many relevant topics. And to start with, I'm pleased to invite on stage Ms. Corina Murafa, who is a senior energy expert and an Aspen Fellow as well, to moderate the conversation on the green transition.
Thank you, Mirela, and good morning, everyone. It's always a pleasure for me to be back in the Aspen family, where I have been doing leadership programs, seminars, conferences, Aspen Fora, of course, throughout the years. And because we are on a tight schedule, I will not waste any more time with the introductions, but I will start by inviting my panelists onto the stage. Industry, finance, and consumers. Let me begin by inviting Mr. George Agafiței. Not this one, the next one. Okay, perfect. And then Ms. Claudia Grich, who's the Director General of E.ON. So we've got the energy sector with us. But we also have as well the transportation sector, a sector very interestingly affected by the green transition. So I would like to welcome on stage Mrs. Ana Maria Borlovan, Head of Driver Operations Central and Eastern Europe with Uber. And I also have with us an independent expert, Andrei Covătariu, Research Fellow with the Center on Regulation in Europe, as well as Mr. Sorin Elisei, the representative of the Ministry of Energy of Romania. He's General Director for Energy Policy, because in this panel we will explore not only the role of government policies, but also the role of innovation, the impact of sustainable finance on all of these sectors. So please, I'm ready to start the conversation. I wish we have a conversation that's genuine, lively, and interesting, and I'm sure it will be, given your backgrounds, your knowledge of the sector, as well as the challenges that your institutions are facing, or the opportunities when it comes to the green energy transition. And when I received the invitation to become a moderator for this panel, I really liked the way the organizers phrased this panel by saying, this panel will explore how the push for a green economy is transforming traditional sectors, reshaping financial markets, and altering consumer behavior across Europe. And now the word push sounds a little bit like an effort that we do not like, that's difficult, that's heavy to pull, right? So I will ask all the panelists to, for just a brief 3 minutes at the beginning, to share with us some thoughts, whether from the position where they sit, the institution that they represent, the department that they run, the company that they run, whether they see the green transition as a push or as an opportunity. And let me begin, as we have the order of the panelists, with Mr. Sorin Elisei to share with us the first remarks.
It's working?
It's working.
Yes, always happens like this. I would say definitely an obligation from the perspective of the administration, because we need to implement and we need to transpose and we need to make it happen. What I would hope is that with the experts that I currently know that we are preparing for the public administration, a couple of hundreds, these things will happen as a sort of a mentality also at the level of the administration. But definitely right now, not an opportunity, but always an obligation. Thank you.
Thank you for being brief, Sorin. I really had in mind when asking you this question and knowing a little bit how difficult it is to lead public administration in these transition efforts, and you definitely stressed the same fact that it's for the time being quite difficult at that level. How about an energy company, George? For a company like PPC, is it a push or do you see it more as an opportunity?
Well, it depends who you ask. If you ask the green energy, the green production division of our company, then that will be a huge opportunity. From the perspective of an utility company, it is a necessary push. As an utility, we have been used that energy flows one way from a big producer towards the end consumer. And now within this transition that we are experiencing, all of us, we see that energy has shifted from one ways to two ways, and now the production is not so centralized. We have decentralized hubs of productions like prosumers, like micro hydropower, and all these things. And we are seeing as a utility, we need to rethink our business model. We are not somebody that provides energy to the consumer. We are somebody that needs to provide a service to the consumer, and somehow to facilitate this green transition towards an easier path. I mean, it's a new lesson that we are learning as an utility company together with our customers. Nobody went through this before. We don't know what is the perfect recipe to do this, so we are trying to learn together. It's definitely a push, but I wouldn't say that this is bad. It's a very good thing.
But how about the challenge that Sorin highlighted, the human resource challenge of people having the mentality that this is something that they want, that's desirable? Do you feel in a private company also this challenge of recruiting, retaining, and having people with the right mindset to be champions of the transition?
Definitely. I don't think there's a private company in Romania that can say that they have an easy life when it comes to recruiting. We are all facing personal challenges, but I do believe that we have people that understand what we are going next 5 to 10 years.
Thank you. It's an interesting existential dimension of the transition as well for traditional companies, which makes me transition with the same question to Claudia. Within E.ON, that's probably traditionally more geared towards fossil fuels, at least in Romania, than PPC. How do you see the transition, as a push or as an opportunity?
Well, the short answer would be both. However, I would like to elaborate a little bit on that, because at corporate level, we have assumed for quite some time now the ambition of being a playmaker in the energy transition, and one of our strategic directions is sustainability. Therefore, we have quite some obligations that we have undertaken in order to really be the playmaker here. As for if I am to localize a little bit the discussion on the Romanian market, I would say that we need to look at the entire value chain, and I would say that it is a push because it comes with massive investments needed all along the value chain, from production, grid operators, in order to have that green energy that reaches the customer. Opportunity at the same time, I see it as from the perspective of a new business model, meaning that it is again for quite some time that we in Romania are identified with solutions providers for our customers, meaning that we see first and foremost energy efficiency as being part of the energy transition. Therefore, there we have reshaped our business model. I think it was already 6 years ago, and that's where we're playing. As for the fossil fuels, yes, we still see gas as an energy transition accepted within the Green Deal. However, we do see trends also in Romania towards electrification, and for sure we are supporting this. So, for example, if we are to talk about photovoltaic systems, I do believe that this will trigger also usage of heat pumps. So slowly but surely we will have this trend here as well. So yes, even though you associate us with fossil fuels, it is quite intense acceleration that we are doing towards electrification as well.
We'll get back to that, but speaking of electrification, it's an interesting topic to discuss in connection with the transportation sector, which is why I would ask Ana Maria from Uber to share with us a little bit for a rideshare company that came as an innovative model to begin with in the market. How do you see the green transition? An opportunity or more of a struggle?
Thank you for the question, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about Uber and what we can do. We started in 2010 with a very simple problem, in theory. Push a button, get a ride. Now, 52 billion trips later, we are the biggest mobility platform in the world. We are present in 70 countries and 12,000 cities globally, which actually means that we are at the very front of helping with the green transition, and we take this extremely seriously. In 2020, we made a commitment that by 2040, we want to be a zero-emission platform. That's a very ambitious goal that we're working towards. For sure, we need support from policymakers. For sure, we need support from vehicle manufacturers, from charging stations companies, in order to be able to deliver on this. But we're doing a lot of good work here. We have cities like London, where already 30% of the trips are zero emission. And the way we see this is that we are trying to tackle it in three ways. On the driver side, we're trying to help drivers get green, get electric, get access to a vehicle through different partnerships, through mentoring, through improvements in the app. On the consumer side, we give access to consumers to different ways to get involved, which means they have access to the Uber Green vehicle, Uber Green product in more than 200 cities today, and growing. This means this is a product that currently offers both hybrid and electric vehicles, but we want to transition the majority of the cities to fully electric. We look also at micromobility, but we also look at how can we get involved in public transit, which is something very interesting for us. London, for example, again, it's an example because of the fact that we have a partnership on transit. You can buy train tickets, you can buy metro tickets through the app, and you get 10% back on cash for Uber trips. So we're doing a lot here. We see it as an opportunity. It is a challenge because of the fact that in spite of the commitment that we're making and the fact that we're going towards it, at the moment, 8.2% of the trips in Europe are fully electric. But we know that an Uber driver globally converts to electric vehicles 5 times faster than the average motorist in US, Europe, or Canada. So we think we're very well, to answer your question, we're very well positioned to make a difference here. We are trying very hard to do so, and we definitely need support because this is an ecosystem. So.
But just to quickly ask you for a follow-up commentary, you mentioned the consumer in the whole dimension, and this is a key topic of the panel as well. What's the role of the consumer in the green transition? Do you see this consumer desire for the green solutions that Uber is proposing? Do you see also the push from that side?
Yes, 100%. So first of all, we are a platform, right? Like, so if there is no consumers, there is no drivers acting on it, and the other way around, basically. We actually saw that from a few hundred vehicles on the platform, this year, globally, we have 182,000 vehicles that are fully electric. And on the consumer side, if we want to give the example of Romania, where we have Uber Green in 8 cities, for example, so this year, we've made 4 times more trips than last year on the Uber Green product. So to simply answer your question, yes, there is definitely interest from consumers. We also see this on the delivery platform. So Uber Eats in the countries and cities where it's present, the fact that they're very interested in renewable packaging. So yes, 100%.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria. I'll move to our last opening remark from Andrei Covătariu, who's representing the Center on Regulation in Europe as a research fellow. And I think it's interesting to look into the green transition, whether it's a push or an opportunity for regulation to innovate, to grow. What do you feel about that?
Thank you, Corina, and thank you very much for the invitation. I had something else in mind before the other opening remarks, but since we are hosted by Aspen, we might get a bit Socratic about it. You were talking about existential, dimensions of things. I think each of us, and implicitly the organizations that we represent, tend to discount the future, right? To tend to prioritize today and the cost of today versus what's coming in the future. And in that sense, I think to your question, is it a push or an opportunity? I think it's a bit of both. But I would tend to agree that on the short run, it tends to be perceived as a push for most people, for most stakeholders, that tend to discount once again the future and tend to only look at what are the costs today and what are the challenges today in terms of security of supply, of affordability, and so on and so forth. But on the long term, it's definitely an opportunity for fast movers and first movers, if you want, that transition faster, that pay the cost of being the first movers, but then implicitly they will recover those costs and they will be ahead of the game. When it comes to regulation in theory or in an ideal situation, regulation would need to support and foster this transition and this opportunity that is the energy transition, not hinder it. However, it's not necessarily happening, everywhere at the same pace. It depends a lot on the starting point of each geography and each community. And at the same time, we must understand that energy is, at the end of the day, a public service, a public good. So, testing solutions also takes time. So, I never thought that I would defend regulators, but here I am. It takes some time to actually test some solutions and to actually implement it at scale, in the benefit of end users, but at the same time, something that would once again support the operators and would make them discount less the future than they do today. So I think it's a bit of both, and it should be both a carrot and a stick at the end of the day, because some movers will need to, first movers will see an opportunity in that. Some others will need to move because they're pushed to do that.
Interesting approach, the carrot and the stick. Speaking of that, I'm going to ask Sorin a question now related to the role of the Ministry of Energy in the whole dimension of green transition in Romania, because what we have all seen is that the ministry has been an excellent funder of the green transition with multiple programs that you put on board to fund the transition. But how are you doing on the side of the regulation, on the side of the lawmaking, the policy making? Are you offering the pushes? Are you offering the sticks, the carrots?
I think first we are coming with the carrots, and then sticks happen. And I would give you an example. So funding, as you said, we have poured like billions of euros into the market on the renewable power, especially. And that was, I think, a discussion a couple of years ago or a couple of months ago recently about grants, CFDs, and so on and so forth. But then lately, in the last couple of weeks, we have had visits from the end users in the sense of industrial consumers complaining, or not complaining, but actually telling us that the price of the green PPAs that the developers or the utilities are offering are at somehow staggering values that nobody expects. It's maybe about the crisis that we have just exited, or maybe not exited, but in a sense, you have to have a balance. And I would just say that one initiative that I'm personally keen on delivering as fast as possible are the guarantees of origin. This should be a framework that would enable the market to basically function on a mechanism that does not need any more public support or incentives. So we are working towards this renewable power, renewable gas, and renewable heat. And I think if we are able to deliver this, a lot of the private capital that stays currently is floating around the clouds could actually enter the market, and we can convert it into projects.
Thank you for your remarks. I'd love to delve deeper. We don't have enough time, but indeed kind of shifting from grant giving to policy shaping is something that is probably strategic at this moment for the sector. I'd like to move to Georgia, because you've mentioned earlier the business model, the fact that you are embracing a new business model. And I'm just wondering, how do you strategically allocate resources when you're making this transition? Because you have your legacy business and you have the new business, the energy efficiency, the demand side management, and so on. And how fast do you move in the new direction, and how much do you still cling to the old direction when it comes to the business model?
If I may, I would like to build a little bit on what Sorin said. Please. First. He was talking about the industrial consumers coming to the ministry and complaining a bit about the big price of energy, which is a question that has arisen even in the Draghi report. How do we transfer the low cost of green energy to the end consumer? This is a question that we should address. I mean, Romania has a very specific situation. Right now in the market, nobody knows what's the real price of energy because of the capped prices. If you want to do a PPA in Romania, you don't know what the price will be next year. And I think 6 months or less. So we need to first, as a country, we need to look at what will we do after the capping will end in April 2025, and then how do we proceed forward to transfer those low production costs of green energy to the end consumer. Coming back to your question, of course, we are trying to focus as much as we can on the green energy. Just last night I came from Vaslui, where we are opening the first big wind project in Moldova.
Congratulations, we saw it in the media.
Yeah,
impressive.
You. I was more impressed by the technological advances. The guys were telling me that the first turbines that we installed in Dobrogea were like 2 megawatts, and now we are having like 6 megawatts turbines. So the progress in the sector is very high. We are allocating a lot of resources towards this green transition. We aim to reach 2 gigawatts of green energy by 2026. So as a group, our whole focus right now is to embrace this and to become a leader in the green transition. So.
All right. But this comes with challenges, Claudia, and you've mentioned the big F word, which is not the word you're thinking about, but it's about financing. How do we finance the green transition? What do you see as stumbling blocks when it comes to putting this massive shift of capital that needs to be put in there?
Well, I think what's really relevant, first of all, is that any investor needs predictability and needs to know what return it will have on the investments. And I'm talking here about grid operators, first of all. As I said, it's massive investments that they need to make in order to integrate new technologies, whether we are talking about green energy, where we are talking about gas in combination with hydrogen, and so on and so forth. We're talking about massive efforts for digitalization, both of the grid and of the customer relations. That's why I insisted that we need to look along the value chain, because otherwise it's just a piece of the puzzle that we are looking at. So yes, there are quite a lot of funds available also from EU funds. There are green loans that the banks are providing. Yes, you can access those, although it is a complex and sometimes tedious process, so probably less bureaucracy would help there in order to accelerate investments. On the other hand, yeah, we need to look at the suppliers as well and what they can afford. As George mentioned, we are in a special situation, and you may know that all suppliers in Romania subsidized basically the support scheme for the past 3 years. Therefore, our exposure to the banks in terms of loans was at maximum heights. Therefore, we cannot really talk about financing the supplier. However, it's also, you always find workarounds and you need to look for opportunities. Therefore, what we do have is we have partnerships with the banks for our customers. So we basically facilitate the access of our customers to energy efficiency solutions, whether we're talking about waste to energy, photovoltaic, you name it. But that is something that's happening between the bank and the customer, however, with us being in between. Again, at group level, I think it's helpful to be part of a large group at times. There we did have also issuing of green bonds, so it is really, as I said, sometimes a complex and tedious process, but it's not an impossible one to find the financing for this.
Oh, good. Reason for optimism, one of the first ones, or maybe not the first one. Going back to a little bit of pessimism, the energy sector is decarbonizing and it's decarbonizing fast. But the transportation sector, Ana Maria, it is not. In Romania and elsewhere, it is increasing its emissions all the time. So in this sense, from an expert perspective, I would say the solution is not more cars, more individual mobility, but more public transport. Yet Uber comes somehow still with the single car on the road, let's put it like that. How do you square this paradigm of being green yet still promoting individual cars?
Yes, so it is very much true that at the moment 15% of all the emissions are coming from road transportation, and that includes freight. We are doing a lot of effort. As I mentioned, we've invested millions of dollars here. It is difficult for people to give up the comfort of their private vehicles. That it's true. What we're trying to do is giving them options that suits their needs. And the way we're doing it is through zero-emission vehicles, with hybrid vehicles that still produce 33% less than a normal car, with buses, actually, and which we have in the US and other places around the world. Where
and boats in London. I've actually used an Uber boat to cross the
which
Thames.
is also, yes, yeah. Which is also powered by electric motor. So, and the third one is micromobility. So we are doing efforts in all these areas in order to promote, because this has actually been in our core DNA, is how do we get more people into fewer cars. It is true that today a lot of people still use Uber as just to get to work, maybe by themselves, but we have multiple products to try to address this. So we have Uber X Share, which is the previous Uber pool. Maybe people know this name better. And that actually promotes specifically to go with two other passengers on the same road. You have buses, again, as mentioned. You have the public transit partnership. We started partnering with more and more institutions, like for example in the region in Poland. We partner with the airport, we partner with the train station, and we see that in these places, people are more prone to share a ride, right? So for a longer, more expensive maybe ride, it becomes more affordable, and we see this throughout the world. So we're doing a lot of effort to your point, bring more people into fewer cars. And what is very interesting is that an Uber electric vehicle is actually saving 4 times more than a normal vehicle used by a single individual. So because of the number of trips that these vehicles are doing on a regular basis. So we are trying. We need support.
Absolutely. I'm going to move on. Before I move on to Andrei, of course, just as a reflection of on what you've said, shifting consumer behavior will happen, in my opinion, at least once we get the financial incentives in place. And we saw that with the guarantee and return system for the bottles. Once we put the 50 baht incentive there, people started to return their plastic bottles. Once the share option on ride will become significantly more affordable than the other option, then I don't see why not consumer behavior will change, even in a country like Romania, where we don't necessarily like to do many things in common. But
yes, we are basically a catalyst. So that's what, the role of Uber is. We are in the middle of all of this. We're trying to bring people at the table, partner with companies to reduce the cost for drivers. By reducing the cost to drivers to go electric, we're bringing more electric vehicles. And then we're able to offer an UberX price, or hopefully one day below UberX price to consumers. So.
Thank you so much. I'll move to Andrei now with a question, but before that, I just want to let you know that we will have time for 1 or 2 questions, tops, I would say. And please do ask questions. We have very interesting speakers here, but also just institutions as well represented. There's a microphone over there where I will ask you to ask the question, because otherwise we will not be able to hear it. And Andrei, you're the last from the series of interventions to share with us a little bit on whether Romania is doing better or worse than other countries when it comes to the energy transition. Are we the laggards of the school, as we usually are, or not? And that's because Andrei, for those of you that do not know his career, he's a world traveler when it comes to energy policy, covers multiple geographies, so he can easily compare how we're scoring back here with how our peers around the world are doing.
I used to call myself also a climate expert, but since I'm traveling that much, I cannot preach on climate, so I'm only an energy, let's say, specialist. Before that, if I may, just wanted to highlight a thread that is here about financing, about whether or not costs are too high, whether or not we need incentives. I think we need to also be very honest with ourselves. We were talking about equitable transition, orderly transition, just transition. I think we also need a honest transition. I mean, the transition will cost us, It will require investments in grids, in capacities, in incentives for off-takers and so on and so forth. However, I think we need to understand the context, and we need to understand that in relative terms, it will cost us more if we remain passive. So it's not a matter of, lower cost, is actually how high the costs are in comparison with not doing anything, with the counterfactual scenario. Coming back to your point, I think whenever we look at one country or a member state, I think we first need to understand the starting point and the potential. And potential means also the neighboring countries, the geography or the geopolitical, let's say, dynamics of that particular country, and that applies to everything, to every country. And then it's a matter of executing strategies and a bit of PR, to be honest, on how to, promote those strategies that are being implemented. When it comes to Romania, I think if we look at the last 2 years since the war started in Ukraine, on the energy security side, I think we've been among the best in the class. Again, the starting point was favorable. We had resources and we were diversified in terms of the generation mix. We were actually good enough to actually provide technical and commercial flow support to Ukraine and Moldova. So I think that's something that we should not overlook. When it comes to affordability, although we tend to always complain that we are paying the most, I think we were at par with what was happening in Europe. Of course, we did have some spikes in 2022. We had spikes this year, and that's a consequence of the technical limitation as well as what is happening in Ukraine with the higher demand and lower supply because of the attacks of the critical infrastructure, because of the way energy markets and energy prices are being shaped by some market mechanisms in Central and Eastern Europe, of course. But I think everyone kind of paid a higher bill over the last 2 years in Europe, and we need to understand that that was the price to take for what was happening. And then on the environmental side, I just took the whole trilemma. On the environmental side, I think what happened in 2022 kind of gave us the tools to actually accelerate some things. So both onshore and offshore renewables, offshore gas that is for sure ensuring or enhancing the security of supply, both for Romania and the region in the medium term. We were looking at nuclear that, in theory, whenever that will come, will ensure reliability and a firm capacity, a firm base load. So once again, improvement in that side. I think on this side, the generation side, the crisis actually accelerated some of the efforts that we were looking at over the years. But now we had the tools to actually take those decisions, those bold decisions, and we had some popular support to do that, because otherwise the public support would have probably been lower than without the crisis.
I'm glad you're bringing this higher level perspective, because I think when we are simply based here too much in our own reality, as Romanians, we tend to be hypercritical of ourselves. But then if we look at how everyone else is dealing with these challenges, I think we have some reasons to be proud of how we manage different things.
And if I may actually add 2 examples, I think we are performing better than Netherlands, that is facing huge grid adequacy issues, for instance, and has faced that over the last 2-3 years. They've reached capacity for new consumers, electricity consumers, and a new generation to be connected to the grid. So we are performing much better at that level. That doesn't mean that we should not invest into the grid. I think that's the #1 priority, because also it takes a long time to actually see the results of that. But we are performing better than the Netherlands. We are not performing as good as the UK is performing on that sense. So I don't think we are, the best in class, but I don't think we should be super critical about, how we are performing.
Thank you, Andrei. Do we have any questions or comments from the members of the audience? I cannot believe that we are an audience that fully embraces the green transition and the speed and the direction where we're all heading as Europe towards climate neutrality. It would be a first for me to see such an optimistic audience. So please, are there any questions regarding how we will change this business model? Nobody? Oh, wow. Yes, thank you. Marianne, fellow Aspen fellow, please. Introduce yourself and give us, please, a provoking question.
Yes, I'm a fellow Aspen, Young Leadership Program 2011, and that's it for me. As an entrepreneur, and the best joke in entrepreneur about Green Deal, it's everybody agrees with it because doesn't really understand it. So I think it's more than a joke, but I think that on the Green Deal, if we have 4 words on the Green Deal, we can say that Green Deal will not exist without increasing economic competitiveness. So that's one of it. It's not a free lunch. It's not something that everybody will enthusiastically buy more, invest more, and what we are selling against. So Romania has a big deficit, a big debt. Europe is facing increasing amount of debts at the level and the European Union and country, high consumption and low competitivity, low export. How we use Green Deal to increase our competitiveness? How, for me, the target of the Green Deal is to take our internal market back. So the Romanian producer to be competitive at their home, to be competitive in Europe, European producer to be competitive at home, because it's harder to be competitive in China and in US, and to sell, to be competitive in selling vegetables 10,000 kilometers away. So what do we say? How do we increase our economic competitiveness on this? What is the focus from authorities, from companies, from everything? Because otherwise it's a beautiful joke, a lot of nice people talking about it.
Thank you very much, Marianne. I think the word competitiveness, I am present quite a lot in Brussels these days. I'm a member of the European Economic and Social Committee, and I think every 2 sentences there's the competitiveness word in the debate. So how does the Green Deal actually boost our competitiveness and not hinders it? Because Marian put his finger on some deep truths. Maybe 2 or 3 of you could take that up. I'm not sure if we have time for all of you to conclude on that note, but if we do and you keep your interventions to 30, 40 seconds, I would take you all.
I will try to be very brief. I mean, the investment, the energy transition is not a cost, it's an investment. If we don't get there, then we won't exist on the economic stage in the world. And just to let you know, don't forget that China has installed more solar panels last year than the whole world combined. So even China will be there. So if we don't look at that as Romania and as a part of Europe, we won't exist as an economy forward. I mean, it's an investment that we have to make it, either we like it or not.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Claudia.
I think it's non-negotiable, honestly. I think the energy transition is here, and yes, we need, or every company needs to answer a simple question. Do you want short-term revenues, or do you want to be existing in the market in the long term? That's the only question that we need to answer. And since the gentleman addressing the question is a startup, I would encourage him by saying that if a large utility, a traditional large utility, can change its business model so that the revenues from new solutions, new technologies, new innovation is overseeding the revenues from commodity, then a startup can definitely do it.
Thank you, Claudia, for the optimism. Does any of you wish to comment on that, the connection between being green and being competitive? Sorin, what's your thought of that?
Well, if you look at it as an opportunity, I believe competitiveness will come back. But if we stay in the current paradigm, we will just have to look at it also from a different perspective. We are shrinking in terms of population. And a couple of years from now, maybe 20 to 30 years, we are talking about 15 million inhabitants in Romania. So consider this in terms of competitiveness on what type of industries do really or will really make a difference in the future.
Thank you.
Very quickly. So 3 things. 1, be fast at what we do. The pace is very important, I think. Then look at critical raw materials that we don't actually have and try to get energy prices down. That's the main drivers that would drive competitiveness. However, I want to be a bit contrarian here. I mean, the share of the European industrial activity in the global GDP has decreased from 21% to 15% in 10 years, like the US. Then the share of the EU industrial sector to the total EU GDP has stayed more or less the same. So yes, we are in a dangerous situation, but the picture is not as grim as some are actually trying to define it. I think it should not become a self-fulfilling prophecy. We should move, but at the same time, we are not, in the darkest age of our European Union. That's my.
Thank you, Andrei. Ana Maria.
Yes, I'll try to give a little bit of a different remark. So it is everything I was said is true. We won't exist if we don't go this way. I think what's also important is that the way we made a pledge, and to be honest, like we are hoping that more and more people follow and more companies and governments follow. It's also very important to hold ourselves accountable. So, for example, we're doing an yearly conference. It's called Go Get Zero, in which we say where we wanted and said we will be and where we are and what we've been doing in the meantime. I think it's more and more important for companies to actually start doing that, because what happens is you raise awareness, you make people follow, and you give the spotlight versus just, doing all this work in the background. So I think everything was said is very important, but I would add to big companies specifically holding themselves accountable and following up on those commitments.
Thank you very much for that inspirational end of the panel, Ana Maria. We are finishing right on time. We will have another panel on energy right after a keynote intervention that we have now. So I will not draw the conclusions now, just to incentivize you all to stay for the second energy panel as well. But I would like to honestly thank my speakers, my panelists, for their candid remarks and for taking us across the whole spectrum of the challenges and opportunities related to the green transition. Thank you very much, and thank you to the organizers for bringing the topic on stage again. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. Thank you, Corina, for the distinguished conversation. I'm happy to announce that we are now preparing for the special keynote speech of today's opening for the second day of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum. And I would like to thank once again our partners at the Embassy of Greece in Romania and at the Hellenic Chamber of Commerce in Romania for their support with this event. And on this note, I would like to invite on stage Deputy Minister for Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs in charge with economic diplomacy of Greece, Mr. Constantinos Fragoianis, to address the keynote address. Thank you.
Excellencies, esteemed members of the academic community, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure and an honor to participate in the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum. Warm congratulations to the Aspen Institute of Romania and the German Marshall Fund of the United States for their initiative to bring together government officials, distinguished scholars, and influential minds from all over the world. I'm confident that our engaging discussions and thought-provoking panel sessions will provide valuable insights into the challenges posed by shifting global alliances, the evolving landscape of the energy industry, and the opportunities for collaboration on ventures that will benefit Central and Southeastern Europe, the Eastern Mediterranean, and the Black Sea. Before discussing economic prospects in our region and Greece's role in advancing regional interconnectivity, I could not resist from taking advantage of my presence in Bucharest. And so you would allow me to make a very brief historical comment regarding the contribution of the entrepreneurs in the region in promoting economic partnerships and cultural interaction in the region over the last 4 centuries. In the 18th and the 19th centuries, Greek merchants were heavily involved in import and export trade. They traded luxury goods such as carpets, textiles, spices, wine, and yarn from the east to the markets of Hungary, Vienna, and Venice, and the European manufactured goods, footwear, metals, and weapons to the Ottoman markets. To support their trade, they established settlements in key commercial centers in the Romanian hegemonies in Brasov and Sibiu, in Bucharest, and in the ports of Raila, Constanța, and Galati. They traveled along land roads with caravans from Thessaloniki to Sofia, Pesti, and Vienna, or through the Strymons Valley, passing cities like Sofia, Nice, and ending in Belgrade. Their presence was so strong that the Romanian people equated the word Grec with the word merchant, noticed the Romanian writer Ion Slavici. Organized in guilds known as companies, they enjoyed special privileges and autonomy. Apart from Greeks, of course, members of the companies were Orthodox Bulgarians, Romanians, Serbs, Jews, Albanians, and Armenians. This intense commercial activity contributed to economic prosperity and facilitated the exchange of ideas and beliefs, connecting cultures and continents long before our modern, globalized world took shape. So back to reality now. Distinguished guests, I'm convinced that the Aspen Forum reflects the historically strong interaction in our region at economic and socio-cultural level. The best way to further strengthen these ties and improve our exchanges is to invest in innovative partnerships and synergistic projects enhancing interconnectivity. Over the past 5 years, Greece has established itself as a dependable business partner. The government ensured political stability and drive the country's transition towards an export-driven, investment-friendly, competitive, and globally oriented economy. Remember the days of 2010, 11, 12, 13, and the economic crisis? Well, this is well over. Through carefully planned and strategic initiatives, we are actively shaping Greece's future as a reliable hub for IT, energy, logistics, and trade, leveraging its pivotal geopolitical position in the southeastern Mediterranean at the crossroads of 3 continents. The impact of the development policy is evident and supported by survey data. In 2023, according to the latest report from the Economist Intelligence Unit, Greece experienced the most notable enhancement in the business environment out of 82 countries. Additionally, in 2023, after 13 years, the rating agencies DBRS Morningstar, Standard & Poor's, and Fitch, which the ECB recognizes, assigned Greece an investment grade, which is so much needed for funds from the capital markets of the world to invest in the country. Moreover, according to the latest Ernst & Young Attractiveness Survey released about the country, Greece remains attractive to investors despite the retreat in foreign direct investment across Europe. It is also worth noting that half of the respondents to the survey indicated that their company plans to establish or expand their business in Greece in the coming year. Our national strategy focuses on sustainable development through the green and digital transformation of the economy. Notable progress has been made in research, technology, digital applications, cloud services, and in the protection of intellectual property rights. Furthermore, the Greek startup ecosystem has grown by leaps and bounds. Greece's emergence as a regional hub for innovation and technology has garnered increasing attention from both European and American venture capitals. In the ever-changing energy industry, Greece is progressively establishing itself as an entry point for gas imports in Europe, not only for Greece, but for Europe. Major energy corridors are being designed and built both on land and at sea. These initiatives align with the objectives of the European Union, which aims to address current geopolitical challenges and promote the diversification of sources, routes, and supplies. In this context, we highly endorse our close cooperation with the United States of America for the development of a south-north natural gas pipeline corridor, the so-called vertical natural gas corridor. This network of existing and future infrastructure for natural gas will transport Azeri natural gas from the TAP, the Transatlantic pipeline, all the way from Azerbaijan to Turkey, Greece, Albania, and then Italy, such as, and give the option for trading of natural gas, such as from companies such as the United States and Egypt, Algeria, Nigeria, Egypt, through Greece as an entry point to Bulgaria, Romania, Hungary, Slovakia, Moldova, and Ukraine. Thus, energy security in Southeastern and Central Europe will be enhanced, and Europe's energy infrastructure will increase. In October 2022, a big moment for the vertical natural gas corridor was the inauguration of the Greece-Bulgaria Natural Gas Interconnector, the IGB. Both Greece and Bulgaria take great pride in the successful implementation of this milestone project, which is reshaping the energy landscape at a broader region. The project is recognized as a project of common European interest, and it is true that about a year and a half ago, when the Russian supplier did not supply our neighbor Bulgaria with natural gas no more, we simply provided through the TAP connection as well as through the floating storage and regasification unit to Bulgaria the needed natural gas. Additionally, the operation of the Greek floating storage and regasification unit called Alexandroupolis on October 1st, 2024 will further strengthen energy security in the region. According to its planification, the natural gas stored in the FSRU will be transmitted not only to Greece, but also to Bulgaria, Romania, North Macedonia, Serbia, Moldova, and Ukraine in the east, Hungary and Slovakia in the west. In practical terms, we give the option to the neighborhood to trade the purchase of natural gas through the floating storage and regasification unit and the existing network in Greece and our region to themselves. Both projects launch a completely new and secure route for diversified and secure deliveries of natural gas to different countries and customers, from north to south and from south to north. Furthermore, Greece is striving to become a hub for transmitting green electricity generated from renewable energy sources in Egypt and in the Middle East to the Western Balkans and Europe. To achieve this objective, we are collaborating with neighboring countries and partners in Southeast Europe and the Eastern Mediterranean to develop long-term infrastructure projects. These projects include electrical interconnections and high-voltage electrical cables with the aim of forging new clean energy connections. I want to mention these three strategic examples: the Great Sea Interconnector, a cooperative venture with Cyprus and Israel, the Greece-Egypt-Greeki Interconnector, a major project that has been included in the Global Gateway list of 2023, and the Saudi-Greek Interconnector. So in practical terms, we bring cheap electrical power from RES sources from North Africa and the Middle East to Greece and Europe. It is worth noting that currently Greece ranks 8th worldwide in terms of the participation of RES, renewable energy sources, in the electricity production mix. Greece's energy mix is restructured by phasing out lignite by 2028 completely and achieving 80% RES by 2030. Let me note that at this moment in time, in our energy mix, green energy is 60%. The country's leadership in the energy transition, marked by substantial regrowth in renewable energy sources like wind, solar, and clean hydrogen, was highlighted by the United States Assistant Secretary of State for Energy Resources, Geoffrey Pyatt, at the REPowerEU Summit in Athens. The swift advancement in the integration of renewables and the gradual incorporation of energy storage into the electrical system presents numerous investment opportunities in our country. In this respect, we fully support projects on energy transition as well as new alternative forms of clean energy such as green hydrogen. Our strategic vision focuses on developing a strong hydrogen market. We are working with strategic partners from Bulgaria to plan hydrogen-dedicated infrastructure. The first 2 hydrogen projects are already included in the latest list of PCI and projects of mutual interest, PMI, at the European Commission. This recognition emphasizes the strategic importance of our initiatives in fostering a pan-European hydrogen infrastructure. Both projects will support the EU's climate goals and enhance energy security by being part of the Southeastern European hydrogen corridor. We understand that the successful development of a hydrogen market requires the active involvement of all stakeholders, including prospective hydrogen producers, consumers, traders, and suppliers. Therefore, we invite all relevant parties to engage with us in this ambitious initiative. In addition to being a producer and exporter of green electricity generated from RES, Greece aims to become a major logistics hub in Southeastern Europe. To achieve this goal, we are building a road and a railway network that will link strategic ports in the Mediterranean and the Black Sea. Along with strengthening the multimodality of freight transport, this endeavor will elevate these ports into crucial hubs offering comprehensive transportation, logistics, and supply chain services. Aligned with the EU and the United States, we are fully supportive of investments and partnerships in the transport and logistics industry along the commercial axis from south to north and from east to west, not to mention the obvious logistic and financial sense into providing an entry point to Europe from Greece for the world factories of India and China that trade their products through a container ship that, when crosses the Suez Canal, Greece is the first port it meets before it goes on to Italy, Spain, and around Gibraltar to Rotterdam and Hamburg. To this end, Greece is participating in major projects such as, number one, the construction of the pan-European motorway Corridor X that starts from Salzburg and ends in Thessaloniki and Piraeus via Skopje, Belgrade, Zagreb, and Budapest. Second, the modernization of the railway line connecting Thessaloniki, Skopje, and Belgrade with Central Europe. Third, the development of the Western Balkans Eastern Mediterranean corridor connecting the Western Balkans with Bulgaria, Slovenia, and Austria. And fourth, the development of the Baltic Sea, Black Sea, Aegean Sea corridor connecting large parts of Central and Eastern Europe to major seaports through axes 4 and 9. In this context, Greece is considering the economic corridor connecting Europe and the Middle East and India through shipping ports and rail routes as a way forward to get involved in new energy, transport, and commercial networks, since this corridor is the most direct connection to date between India, the Arabian Gulf, and Europe. This ambitious project, described by President Biden as a game-changing investment, offers significant partnership prospects. I would like to reaffirm our commitment to fully support the project, which is currently on hold due to the situation in the Middle East. Our country has the potential to act as a gateway to Europe, with Greek ports serving as the IMEC hub. Greece's geostrategic location provides a wide array of business opportunities, positioning our country as an ideal transportation hub for sectors such as food and beverage, logistics, tourism, energy and IT, to the expanding markets of Southeastern Europe, the Eastern Mediterranean, and the Black Sea. So, we are delighted that our country has been accepted as the 13th full member state of the Three Seas Initiative. We believe that Greece's participation in this initiative adds a natural and vital southern dimension by providing access to the Aegean and Mediterranean Sea. So perhaps it should be called the Four Seas Initiative. So Greek transport and energy infrastructure contributes to this increasingly significant venture. Ladies and gentlemen, the successful development of sustainable connectivity project relies on synergies and investments. As the world confronts profound and unprecedented changes, such as the climate crisis, the ongoing invasion of Ukraine by Russia, significant unrest in the Middle East, and potential migration flows, it is crucial for our region to maintain a secure and stable environment, demonstrate goodwill, and exhibit resilience. The Aspen Forum ensures that our countries are heading in the right direction, with opportunities waiting to be explored. I'm more than confident that the lively discussions and innovative presentations will provide an ideal platform for fresh perspectives that can enhance cooperation between government authorities, academia, and business communities. By leveraging our region's strategic geopolitical position at the crossroads of Europe and Asia, expanding the route network, diversifying our energy sources and supplies, making sure that not all of our eggs are in one basket, and tapping into domestic clean energy resources, we can establish partnerships and ventures that at the end of the day will benefit our people. Thank you very much.
Thanking once again so much Minister Fragoianis for his delightful presentation. I'm now pleased to announce that we will continue our discussions on energy and especially on energy security in the current turbulent context with Corina Murafa as moderator once again. Thank you, Corina, for being with us, and please invite your panelists on stage.
Hello again, everyone. It will be a rather unusual panel because it's quite unusual to have a panel on energy and on geopolitics with three ladies on stage. I think that's a rare happening in conferences in Romania. But who knows, maybe it's going to be an interesting conversation, for sure, a little bit out of the box, I would say. It brings me great pleasure to invite on stage our two panelists. We have with us today Cristina Vercher, the CEO of OMV Petrom, and we have with us as well Mrs. Mihaela Mihailescu, Associate Director and Deputy Head for Romania of the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. It's a segue from the previous conversations, which I know both Cristina and Mihaela were listening in at, so we're going to touch on those topics as well. But we're also going to bring the geopolitical dimension into the conversation, which I know is always an interesting and important topic for the Aspen Forum, for GMF, for the Aspen Institute. And I think we all felt it more real than ever in the past 2-3 years. And the question is, how are we to look into energy security? There was a big conversation around energy independence a while ago in Romania, and I still think there is quite a bit of that conversation. Then there was the energy security paradigm, but I think we all understand different things through that. And I was looking into more of the common European vocabulary on energy, which brings another concept into the debate: resilience, energy resilience. So we have security, independence, resilience, this cocktail of definitions. And I would ask you to reflect on your own views, your own definitions of these concepts. What should we understand by energy security? What is this new concept of energy resilience, in your opinion? I would kick us off with Cristina's opening remarks, then Mihaela, and then we continue the conversation.
Good morning, everyone, and it's a huge privilege to be back here at the Bucharest Forum. It's an annual event that I think is very, very important in the conversations here in Bucharest. Before jumping into energy, I'll start on your topic about women. Because actually, I would say in my 6 years of now being in Romania, Romania is the 8th country I've lived in the world. It's the 5th country I've worked in the world. And actually, I think Romanian women and the Romanian culture for women in business is actually very, very, very strong. So I would just add that one comment as an outsider to Romania as a perspective of being a woman in the energy sector. But coming back to your question, if that's all right, Corina, security and resilience. So in the end, what I think actually is really, really important is people are really understanding that you need security, and this word resilience actually is really underpinning that actually having access to stable and reliable supply of energy is fundamental and at times taken for granted. And if you look at the words, I actually looked it up and researched a bit. Security is about reliable and uninterruptible, which comes from access to diverse supply and diverse sources. Resilience is that it can handle disruptions. Yeah? So that really talks about how robust as well as your infrastructure. Do you have redundancy, any spare capacity? And are you making sure you're not over-concentrated? Yeah? And it just reminds us that the energy system is a complicated system that has been put in place over decades and decades and centuries to be able to do this. And in amongst all of this security and resilience, we want to transform it. And we want to actually decarbonize it. And for me, I think this is also really important because I've always believed and strongly believe that the EU's journey for energy security is the energy transition. Why? Because in the end, the EU is a net importer of fossil energy, full stop. It doesn't have enough fossil energy for its own needs. And therefore, it is logical in your energy security to transform to a lower carbon footprint and improve your energy security by having more energy at home. And that you can do with renewables, with biofuels, etc. So I really, really believe that the two go hand in hand for the European Union overall. And if I was going to sort of then bring us a little bit closer to home in Romania, and we talked about this, I think, a little bit in the prior panel. Actually, Romania, when it comes to power, actually has a very, very strong non-fossil footprint. Almost 70% is actually coming from non-fossil fuel, which is a very strong position to be in. Now, obviously, our goal is to grow power supply and to really address the remaining 30%. But we need to grow because power is going to grow in the energy transition. There will be electrification, so we need to grow it and decarbonize it. But what I also appreciate about the last panel as well is at last we're starting to talk about not just power supply, but total energy, because it's different when you look at the transportation sector, and what we need to do in the transportation sector is even more challenging, I think, in that regard. And when you look at Romania's energy needs overall, not just the power side, then you go from 30% being non-fossil fuel and 70% being fossil. So it just really highlights the really important aspect with regards to the fossil side. But maybe I will just say a few words about what we are doing as a company, because actually what we look at, and maybe for those maybe who are not from Romania, OMV Petrom is an integrated oil and gas company. We are also in the power sector, and based on the legacy of the company, we are one of the largest energy providers in the country and have a position outside of the country in Southeast Europe as well. So what are we doing? We look at our goal as we need to transform the energy supply of tomorrow, while at the same time providing the energy demands for today. So we are sitting in both camps and working out how to transition our products based on what our customers need, that creates sustainability not only from a, I would say, climate perspective, but ultimately sustainability from a company perspective as well. Our main areas that we are focusing on is really about investment to change the capacity and to change the supply. And that is, I think, one of the biggest strengths we have, which is partly the scale of the company. So we set out a plan of 11 billion euros to invest by the end of the decade. Our biggest project that everybody knows about, obviously, is the Neptune Deep project. In total, that's 4 billion, 2 billion is ours of that. And that's a natural gas project because gas we see is very much part of the transition. But then when you come to the renewable side, we are also looking at putting in 2.5 gigawatts of capacity of renewable power by the end of the decade. We are looking to put in 5,000 charging points into our network by the end of the decade, 1,000 by the end of this year. And we are investing in biofuels for the transportation side. In total, all of these investments add up gross, not just our contribution gross, to 8 billion euros to start changing the capacity supplies to a lower carbon footprint overall. I will close opening comments with just one thing, which is, well, what do we need to be able to do that? And I will touch maybe on some things my colleague said in the past. Everything is about a conducive environment to invest, because what we're talking about is big investments coming through. And you need a good environment to be able to do that. Predictability, predictability, predictability. You need to understand what you're investing into. And okay, nobody expects certainty, but they want to understand the bandwidths that we're working within to do that. Obviously, we need access to incentives, and I think Romania has been very strong here in really making sure the calls for funding are out there for projects and being able to do that. Good consultation and predictability. This, I think, is a big challenge in Romania to be able to do that overall. And if we can do that, then we can bring the investments forward to change the outcome.
Before I move to Mihaela, I would like to pause a little bit on one of the things that you've said, which surprised me to a certain extent, because you are the CEO of an integrated oil and gas company, and yet you've said that for the European Union, energy security means decarbonization. And yet, you're also advocating for a continuation of transition energy, of gas. So just for those of us in the audience that are more green, let's put it like that, including myself, would you try how would you try to convince us that still these two go hand in hand, gas, decarbonization, security?
If you look at almost all the scenarios of energy transition for the European Union, there is still a need for gas. It is going down, but there's still a need for gas, and the EU remains a net importer. Therefore, why not have your own? One, it is more secure. Two, you get the economic value of it, and it is still a lower carbon footprint than other fossil fuels. So, you know, if you turned around to Romania and said, don't develop this resource, that would be economic left behind, that would be energy security left behind, and it is able to displace coal. So to me, this is not a switch of it's yes or no, it's a journey of transition, and gas plays an important role, and Romania has that opportunity. I hope that answers your question. I get the question many times.
We could continue the debate over and over, but at the end of the day, what matters in the whole transition is also how banks understand security, because you guys make calculations over returns on multiple years and so on. So what is in your mind, Mihaela, this definition of energy security, energy resilience? What are we actually talking about when we are bringing all these topics into the conversation? Is it decarbonization? Is it something else?
It's a bit of everything. Hi, thank you very much for inviting me here today to start with. I think Christina mentioned a lot of the topics that are important to us as well. And I think what's important to note is that there are two major forces that are shaping the European economy today. It's the war in Ukraine and the energy crisis, which are generating a lot of disruptions in the supply chains of renewable energy components and raw materials, and a lot of fluctuations in the prices. And because of that, energy security becomes a very, very important topic. And it is an important topic for us. It's part of our energy strategy that was approved earlier this year and is in place up to 2028. And it basically focuses our efforts into three main areas. One is energy security, the second is climate emergency, and the third one is innovation. And the first two, climate emergency and energy security, basically can be addressed, in our view, by advancing this clean energy transition quicker. And as Christina mentioned, in all the EU models, emissions will peak by the end of this decade and have to become net zero by the end of 2050. And this can be done through a lot of innovation, basically, that is aimed to procure decarbonization solutions for the European economy. Now, when we speak about the definitions, as you rightly pointed out, we have two angles. One is the resilience angle, as you rightly said. And from that perspective, what we try to achieve in our countries of operations, but I will mention now Romania and our region mainly, is to invest a lot in diversifying clean energy sources. And that basically means investing a lot in renewable capacities in Romania, on one side, and on the other side, investing in grids and networks to increase reliability and flexibility. Because alongside renewable investments comes a lot of flexibility needed in the network. We also, for us, energy security means integration as well, and that's about regional connectivity and cooperations, which is not very strong in our region, I must say. Because of that, we invest a lot in cross-border transactions, investments, both with Moldova, but not only. Another last topic that I want to mention that is very important for this energy security component is the fact that, related to the Draghi report, we started realizing that alongside these supply chain disruptions that are happening, we see increasing prices in the components for renewable energy after a long period of decreasing prices. And because of that, we are trying to focus actually investments into increasing manufacturing capacity for such components in Romania and in our region, in Europe, because we realize how important it is to have these supply chain forces close to our region to mitigate these risks. all this effort we are doing through our usual tools, policy dialogue, technical assistance, but specific for investments and direct investments. And I think what's worth mentioning is that only this year, in 2024, so far we closed 6 transactions for circa 1 gigawatts capacity of renewable energy. We've invested close to 200 million euros of our own funds and mobilized another 1 billion euros private investments. What else? We've invested 100 million euros in grids and mobilized another 100 million euros from commercial banks. And last but not least, we are supporting the Ministry of Energy with the setup and implementation of the contracts for difference scheme and auctions. We do that through the instruments that I mentioned, but we work together with the Romanian environment, with the private companies, with the commercial banks, to achieve these targets, which are not, honestly, are not easy to achieve, but it's necessary. We will have to do our bit and share in this process to be able to achieve this net zero target by 2050.
So what you're saying is that security, energy security is about the grids, it's about the new green generation capacity, it's about cross-border projects, and it's also about value chain supply manufacturing that's more resilient and more green. And of course, as you heard in the previous panel from some of your clients maybe, or clients of other banks in the landscape here in Romania, accessing green finance is increasing, and yet beneficiaries still view the processes being tedious and not so easy to do. And how would you say that the field has evolved, the interest of players in green finance, and what is green finance and not? I think it's important when we have a bank in the panel to also touch on the financing perspective.
So we are a bank, but we are a development bank at the same time. So our mandate is a bit wider than that of the commercial banks. And I'm saying that because, of course, we are looking after bankable transactions, but in a way, we also have the tools to design transactions that are very important for the Romanian economy as bankable transactions, right? So what we tend to do, as I said, we work with a lot of commercial banks in Romania, and not only to advance these investments. And you're right, we see, of course, it's an increasing demand on that front, and it comes on the back of Romania assuming these very, very important targets, which require close to 19 gigawatts of investments of renewable capacities by the end of the decade. It's a very important target to achieve, and because that requires a lot of investments, right? We are here to finance these investments, and as I pointed out before, you've seen that we've already started actually doing a lot on this front. We see the following 2 years as being as strong as this year. And for that purpose, honestly, we have all the tools available to a development bank to support these transactions. There are incentives in place. We tend to use InvestEU guarantees recently for our deals that decrease a bit the risk, are able to provide better pricing sometimes when these projects are very much needed in the Romanian economy. There are a lot of structural, technical options that we have, we can use, and we do use that. And on top of that, we leverage our AAA rating to be able to, provide longer tenors, higher amounts of financing, and so on and so forth, to be able to make sure that those deals are implemented. Of course, it takes a long time to. It's not a pure corporate transaction that you see. They tend to be project finance deals. So there is a lot of due diligence that needs to be looked after. But at the same time, it's important to do our homeworks right to make sure that the investments that we support are actually implemented. And we have a very good track record in this respect.
And do you see capacity on behalf of the public and private beneficiaries to come up with these projects? Because the previous panel highlighted also at the human resource challenge, especially in the public sector, but also a little bit in the private sector of coming up with these projects, making them bankable, designing them. And I'm thinking here, especially at the manufacturing that you talked about. I mean, everyone would like to have solar panels, batteries, etc. in Romania, and yet we don't see them. We've been talking about this completely completion of the value chain here in Europe for several years by now, and it's not happening. And I'm just wondering, is it that the market is not capable of delivering? Is it that talent is not there? What's not available?
Look, I think we are too ambitious for ourselves, okay? I think Romania has done a lot in this year and last year on the path of achieving its targets. Indeed, there are disruptions in the supply chains. Indeed, panels are not arriving on time. But at the same time, we, BRD, are in a way a crisis bank, right? We function very well when there is a crisis. We are tailored to these needs. So we are very much used with delays in project implementation. We know how to address those. We are patient in a way. So, and I think we provide this resilience to the commercial banks that we work with in our syndicated structure. So, yes, it's not easy. I mean, nobody's saying it's easy, but it's not something that cannot be achieved.
And I think the technical assistance dimension is really important here because really project owners, especially public sector, is not able to deliver what the transition is expecting from it unless there is this technical assistance.
I think the three angles are very important and they go together very well. The policy dialogue angle, through which we actually support the Romanian authorities of implementing EU policies in a way that make the private sector able to meet the targets that Romania assumes. On one side, technical assistance, as you rightly pointed out, is also important to help on the due diligence side with some of the transactions, but also the investments, direct investments that we do as well, because through all these tools, basically we make sure that at all levels, Romania and the private sector actually are delivered on the targets that we have to achieve as an economy.
Thank you for that. Let us move back to the geopolitical dimension and the famous Draghi report, which was mentioned a couple of times here. So I'm sure that you are very familiar in the audience with this report, which has also penetrated the Romanian audience, not just the Brussels bubble. That's essentially saying that Europe must do a bunch of things to regain its global competitiveness. And one of these things that the report is pointing out is bringing down energy prices. The report is saying that basically we are uncompetitive with China, uncompetitive with the other continents because with the US, because energy prices in Europe are 2 to 3 times higher than in other geographies. So how do you see this perspective of competitiveness in connection with low energy prices, and especially I'm heading now to Christina because you are an energy company, so I'm not sure how appealing to you this idea of low energy prices is, since you're making business out of selling energy. And yet this is what consumers in Europe are demanding, lower prices, lower prices. So how can you do that while ensuring the competitiveness also of the energy sector itself?
Yeah. Firstly, I think it is so important that there is a conversation about European competitiveness. So I think it's really important in any transformation, any transition, that we don't forget the robustness of our economies and our ability actually to stay competitive in the global world. And sometimes we like the idea that we're setting the stage and driving a direction on something, but if it leaves us competitively behind, then I think that is a concern. So I'm really glad to see it's coming in as a much more stronger voice than we've seen, I think, in the last Commission. So with regards to energy prices, so I have had the privilege to work in the energy sector for over 30 years now, and everybody thinks that you like high prices. Having gone through 2022, which I think nobody's ever seen energy prices, let's put gas and power prices ever go like that anywhere in the world, I don't think they're good. In the end, the energy sector is a long-term sector. We are highly linked to the health of an economy because of what price does. So volatility is a huge problem, and you get massive intervention that happens as well. So the idea that you like high price is, no, you like predictability, because predictability allows investment. You know what your costs need to be able to make a return. You need to make a return because actually that's our role in the private sector, to do that, to pay pensions, etc., that we do. So to me, it's much more about predictability. So I will come back a little bit to the prior panel where there's a concern that we don't understand how to do a PPA, and yet at the same time we don't actually know what the market price is because we're under a regulated market right now. So the sooner I think we go actually back to being a liberalized market and we can see the price, then we can get good predictability for that. So, and yes, in the end we want customers, and customers need a price they can afford. So I think we're part of an economic system that doesn't always say we want high prices. What we need is prices that actually can allow the investments to occur and the ability to be able to understand and predict those prices to some degree. So I will always fight this idea that, of course, everybody would like their product to be the most expensive, but if nobody wants to buy your product, and by the way, because we're selling something everybody needs, you know, it needs to be part of an economic system that keeps the economy going. So I do have some views with regards to everybody says we want high prices.
But still, the question remains, how do we bring down energy prices in Europe to increase our competitiveness?
In basic economics of the supply and demand, it's about supply. So everything we've talked about is how to increase capacity, how to make the capacity more resilient, how to make that capacity lower carbon footprint. All of that is requiring a lot of investment. So the incentives are there to be able to do that. There may be some actual functionings of how does a short-term market work, and have you got too many traders trying to make a short-term buck on it, and really does that help the system or not? I think these are some other aspects that came out of the report. But in the end, supply and demand, we're talking about supply. The more supply you have, the better the prices will be. And then you need connectivity. That also comes into this whole equation of, you know, not all energy needs to be created in the same spot. Actually, you do need it diversified. And then you need very good connectivity, which I think Mihaela was talking to about the opportunities. They're working on the cross-border, which also, because we are actually in a single market here in the European Union, this becomes an always really important part. And you look at Romania, and Romania, I think 5-10 years ago, though not an island, it was an energy island because it actually wasn't connected. Now it is connected. That actually helps underpin its own energy security by having access to energy from other markets. So this is also a very important point, I think, that does that.
Yeah. Thank you for your reflection over the competitiveness question in relationship with prices. How do you see this topic as well, of the energy prices that are too high for a competitive economy to emerge here in Europe?
It's very similar with what Christina said, but I will just maybe present it from a bank's perspective. But ultimately, it's about a price. It's the result of demand meeting supply, right? Of course, there are certain interventions over a short period of time, but ultimately, the price will get into equilibrium. So it's a bit utopic to talk about low prices for consumers, because if you have low prices for consumers, there will be no investment, right? And on the other side, if you have very high prices, there will be no consumption. So the price has to stay somewhere where, you know, demand meets supply. And for us, whatever that equilibrium price, wherever it is, as I said, we have the tools in place to be able to finance those transactions that are important for the region, right? And on top of that, what's also very important is to have integrated markets, because that's part of the availability of supply. Invest a lot in increasing competitiveness through investments in these components, access to raw materials for renewables, and increasing a lot the pool of capacities, renewable capacities that are available in the market. And that requires a lot of investment on many, many fronts. Ultimately, we will get there, but as I said, low price is not, I don't really understand the concept, because it has to be a price that where both supply and demand can exist. And at that level, I'm sure that banks can find ways to finance those relevant investments.
Thank you, Mihaela, for the reflection. I just want to also remind you of the fact that we have time for questions, and please think of some questions that you want to address to our distinguished panelists, and I will invite you to the podium for questions. Before that, I just want to ask to transition a little bit to this geopolitical dimension of our region. It's a complicated one, right? I mean, we have a war on our borders. We have Moldova, who are trying to support a lot from an energy perspective as well, and we have interconnections, as you've said, which, however, are not working as properly as they should. So in this complicated regional context, how are we to view from an energy perspective the relationship between Romania and Moldova, Romania and Ukraine? And I'm asking that as well because of this whole conversation of solidarity. Yes, we should be solidary with Moldova, we should be solidary with Ukraine, but are there may be negative side effects of that solidarity? We've seen it in the media. I'm not saying it's true or it's untrue, but we've seen it in the media saying we've helped Ukraine too much, we've helped Moldova too much, this is why we have high prices at home, this is why we have become a net power importer, because of this excessive solidarity. So how do you see the relationship of Romania in the energy landscape of the region? Let's maybe have Christina reflect on that.
I'll maybe add a few thoughts. So first of all, at the time of the invasion of Ukraine, we very quickly moved to changing the crude that we were buying on the market. And just to maybe explain, obviously we have the Petrobrazi refinery, and all of the oil that we produce here in Romania goes into that refinery. However, we still buy crude for all the full capacity of the Petrobrazi refinery. So we are a net importer of crude, and prior to the Ukraine situation, we were buying that from Russia, and within, I think, about 30 days, we had changed fully that supply and buying it from other sources, which was in itself was if we want to talk about resilience and disruptions, that was a disruption, and we were able to adapt very quickly, which I think has a level of resilience, coming back to your first question. So, and that, I think, was a moment of, even before the sanctions were brought in, that was a position that we took as a company very, very quickly. So, but then I come back to sort of other aspects. So to me, in the end, from a business perspective, we provide all our customers from a commercial perspective. We don't sit there and go, okay, let's give this customer a discount, because actually there's a solidarity moment with regards to it. It's just a question of supply and demand, and we look at that. Now, having said that, we are in the Moldova market. We are in there actually from a retail fuels perspective, and we are also a supplier of gas to Moldova, but on a commercial basis, not on a sort of discount basis in any form or fashion to find that we, we prefer a Moldovan customer over a Romanian customer. We don't work that way. So I just want to highlight that point, because there can be social dynamics and then there can be commercial dynamics. We are also a provider of fuel to the Ukraine, because before they had other providers and therefore they were not a market for us. Now they are a market for us because they no longer have that supply that was going into their market. So that's some of the changes in the dynamic of how they are customers, but they are done from a commercial basis as opposed to a different philosophical basis.
But going back to the origin, to the first question that I had for you, which is how do you define energy security? For many Romanians, energy security is still a matter of energy independence, or even being able to be a net energy exporter, which now, as it looks, we are not anymore, because we're relying on imports from the Western Europe, because we have been supplying this energy to our neighbors. Would you agree with this statement, or do you see it differently, that we're losing security because we are engaged as a country in these relationships?
So first of all, on the fuel side and the crude side, Romania has been a net importer for a long time. I don't think it gets as much profile as the power and the gas side does, but for a long, long time it has been. And then there's a mix between diesel. Is it long diesel? Is it long gasoline? These kinds of, there's also the different product mixes of where you can be from that. So, and in the end, so I don't believe we are in any way questioning Romania's energy security on fuel, because it's a net importer anyway. With regards to gas, I can have a good conversation on gas. I mean, I think Romania versus its neighbors is actually pretty resilient. Because actually it has homegrown gas, has done, and it's served the country incredibly, incredibly well. Yes, it is a net importer. With the Neptune Deep project, that is going to change. It will become independent, and I think also the opportunity to be a supplier to its neighbors, which changes its geopolitical position within the region, creates advantages on its trade balance. these dimensions, I think, also come into play. And that's coming. The project is due to come on stream in 2027. We are on track to do that. Construction is underway. Permitting has been secured. The rig is coming in, and we'll start drilling in 2025. So we can see line of sight after a long time. We can see line of sight to that gas coming, and that will help underpin the energy security.
So increasing supply, that's what I take from you as a perspective. We will be more secure if we increase our energy supply.
And you diversify your sources, you diversify your routes, and you diversify your supply sources. I mean, that's also what helps with the resilience side that we talked about as well, which I think is becoming really important. And if I had just 2 comments on the resilience side, we've had major, just in my 6 years in Romania, we've had 2 major disruptions. COVID was a major disruption. Maybe not to the general market, but to those providing, it was a huge disruption because it was a massive demand disruption that happened. Followed then by the Ukraine situation. And if we want to talk about disruption, suddenly deciding that you no longer want to take product from your main supplier of energy is a huge disruption. And it came at a cost, but the ability to redirect and actually do that in the time frame that Europe did is actually pretty amazing. Sometimes we want to focus on the negative, but I think there is times when we should focus on actually we took as a society, we took a position. We took a very strong position very quickly, and we had to adjust. They came with some consequences which remind us how important supply is. So this is what we saw. We were able to adjust with almost 2 years to get us back to prices from before. But it reminded us that supply is key.
Well, you cannot question market fundamentals at the end of the day, too much at least. So, Mihaela, what's your position on this perspective of regional energy cooperation? How do we increase our security, our resilience by working together with Moldova, with Ukraine, with other countries in the region as well?
So I think it comes back to this definition of energy security that I mentioned before on the integration side. And it's true that energy can be used and is used as a geopolitical leverage in Europe and elsewhere probably. And I think Romania is better placed than the countries in the region to face this challenge. But at the same time, it's impossible for us to be an island of energy security, right? If we don't help our neighbors, we will not be helped ultimately when we will need support. So I think it's very important to work very well with our neighboring countries, with Moldova, with Ukraine, with Bulgaria, with everybody, to ensure that the entire region is actually energy secure. What we do in this front, of course, we are helping a lot Ukraine. As a bank, since 2022, I think we've invested close to 4.6 billion euros in the country, and from that 1 billion euros only went into the energy sector. We work with both SOEs and the financial sectors. We basically use our entire tools to be able to make our funds available to all the players in the market. In Moldova as well, we focus a lot on interconnections or cross-border transactions. This year we signed a 30 million euro loan to finance Suceava interconnection, high voltage power transmission line. A couple of years back, we financed the natural gas interconnection with Moldova. I think also in Moldova, we provided a huge amount of credit line of close to 450 million euros in 2022 and 2023 to help the country stock up on its gas needs. And last but not least, Premier Energy, which for us, it was viewed as a common transaction, Romania and Moldova, because through the IPO, we've invested 15 million euros for close to 3%. The company committed to scale up a lot to its renewable footprint in both Romania and Moldova. And not only that, but they committed to reach net zero by 2045, which is something that we really appreciated a lot, and we are working with the company to help it achieve these targets in a sustainable way. So it's a lot about connectivity, it's a lot about supply, as Christina mentioned it. and a lot about resilience ultimately.
And I think it's so critical for development banks to step in and to finance these projects, which are critical for security and for also geopolitical security at the end of the day. And why not also inspire other banks to step in and to finance these projects like interconnectors and so on, which are not usually financed by commercial banks. We have a couple of minutes until the end of our panel, and I do want to give our audience the opportunity to ask a question, but I would like to invite you to go to that microphone and introduce yourself and ask your question, sir. We have two. Please come after the gentleman so we can take both questions one after the other, but please make them brief so that we can give the panelists a chance to answer them.
My name is Victor Chonga. The question is for EBRD. Do you consider that reviving the idea you had 10 years ago about creating an energy efficiency fund will be an idea to be revived today? That's the first question. The second one, EBRD is financing only the decommissioning of nuclear plants. Nuclear energy is a way to respond to the challenges you mentioned, but does consider EBRD to finance this kind of projects in Europe? For the moment in Europe, only France and Slovakia are building nuclear plants, and I think that maybe it will be an idea to relax a little bit some of the old rules just for accelerating the solving of the energy problem you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much. To the point questions. Every moderator loves those. Thank you. There was another gentleman who wanted to ask a question, and then we take all of them.
Hi, my name is Matei Udroiu, and I have one question for you. As you probably know, recently it has been announced in Romania that the net zero target is being moved to 2045, 5 years earlier. And I wanted to ask what's your take of it, both of you, and how will this affect our competitiveness, considering globally, in the grand scheme of things, we are still at 0.2% of total emissions, and the European Union is still at 8 to 9% when compared to the USA or China, still a relative small amount. Thank you.
Thank you. So maybe rephrasing it a little bit, the pace of the transition, I would say. Maybe, Mihaela, you take the questions for you, because they were very precise, right? And then I leave Christina to conclude with a more broader question.
Definitely. I'll start with the nuclear energy first. As part of our energy strategy, of course, we cannot invest in nuclear energy per se, but to invest in nuclear safety. And also, we look very carefully into the SMR. For now, we don't see that technology being at the level where it can be commercialized. But we are looking very seriously into this possibility, and we think that in the following 2-3 years, the technology will get there such that these investments will become bankable as well. And I know there are very heavy discussions in the bank about this option, and I understand there are different positions depending on the countries supporting certain technologies in favor of the others. But for now, as part of our strategy, this is the position that we have on nuclear energy. On energy efficiency, of course, it's very important as part of these efforts of reaching net zero. We know about the fund. I think it's a very good idea, to be very honest with you. I'm happy to discuss. Energy efficiency is part of all the investments that we do, direct investments, as well as financial instruments that we are designing for the commercial banks to deploy in the market. So I think any tool that we can use to advance energy efficiency investments, we would be very happy to consider.
Well, I would say that the primary tool is to leave some type of price signal for consumers to actually be incentivized to invest in energy efficiency, which at the moment, unfortunately, it's not happening. Christina, the last question that the gentleman asked, I would rephrase it as, are we going too fast with this whole decarbonization, given also our relatively small footprint at global level when it comes to emissions?
I think targets are always good. It's always good to be ambitious. In the end, you need to turn it into projects underneath that allow it to be delivered. We have, to some degree, particularly on the power side, a slightly different starting position from others, given the strong, I think, non-fossil component of Romania's power mix already. but we talked about the other parts of the energy sector, which is transportation, which is, I think, much more challenging. 2 points I would just make. First of all, when we look at Romania, actually, we see growth in fossil demand until the end of the decade. And it's not until 2030, 2040 that we actually see that change. Yeah? And that is in part because of improved economic prosperity, because of the improved infrastructure in place, which is a good thing for Romania. And then it's the following decade where we start to see maybe the economic shift, but also the demand, and maybe the economic shift in terms of attachment to cars, all these kinds of things that maybe we see in Western Europe happening a bit before. So we just need to watch for that, and actually that we do see this demand trend changing, which I actually think efficiency is a huge component, often not talked about enough at all, because it's a huge component about our moment to talk about it is, I think it's very important that at last the European Commission acknowledge the importance of the need to store CO2. We have industries that cannot function without the creation of CO2. And we don't know how to replace the need for concrete and cement. We haven't worked that out yet. I'm not sure we're going to work that out. But there is a chemical reaction in creating it that's nothing to do with energy. They're energy intensive, but not to do with energy. So we need to be able to store CO2. Now, I think now the European Commission's gone very ambitious about what it wants done by 2030, which maybe will be driving it, because it will be fundamental. Romania has an opportunity. I think the target is very ambitious for the end of this decade. We obviously have huge amounts of resources in terms of geology and understanding of geology to see if we can create the potential for storage. Please note, it's not just oil and gas reservoirs, it's also saline aquifers, which is not an area that we know about, but an area we're beginning to build knowledge on. The big challenge I think that we see here is you have the emitters, you have the potential for storage, you have an infrastructure issue going on in between. There isn't necessarily an incentive on the infrastructure, and you need to combine and join them. And the business case is very, very challenged here. So we need incentives there, because in a net zero world, whether it's 2040, 2050.
About the rises up a little bit my level of anxiety as a moderator. So I will conclude by thanking our panelists for their interventions and perhaps just by putting things into a bit of perspective on how we started this morning by looking into the challenges of energy companies to transition from an old business model to a new. They were not questioning the targets and the speed either. They were asking for more instruments, for better instruments, for deregulation of the market, for the price cap system to be removed. But I think the pace was or the target were not questioned. The second panel was a little bit more diverse, and yet it still highlighted this need of cooperation, I would say, between security. We are not an island, and we cannot be an island inside Romania, and we need all the support that we can get from others, and we need to give all the support that we can to others, because that's how we're increasing mutual assurance, I would say. Yes, thank you very much again. I think there will be some more conversations around energy, decarbonization, and so on throughout the day. You are not leaving the field for good. And I will leave it back to the organizers to guide you through the next series of panels. Thank you.
Thank you once again to all of you staying with us for these very important and highly actual conversations at the second day of the Bucharest Forum this year. I'm pleased to announce you that the next session will be an engaging session discussing sustainability shaping citizen communities, and will be moderated by our proud Aspen Fellow, Miss Nicoleta Deliu, whom I'm delighted to invite on stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to our panel today on shaping the future of cities and building green practices in Romania. We are excited to explore how Romania's market potential can drive sustainable initiatives, particularly as urban development accelerates and green practices become essential. As we strive for sustainability, we also face the challenge of balancing these goals with economic pressure. Today, we'll discuss what's next for sustainability in the light of these changes and explore economic models that offer both environmental and financial value. Lastly, we will turn our attention to building a stronger workforce for sustainability experts in Romania, an essential step in making these initiatives a reality. So, I have the pleasure to invite on the stage the panelists for today, Mrs. Alexandra Maria Bocșe, State Advisor, Department of Climate of Change and Sustainability, Presidential Administration of Romania, Mrs. Gemma Webb, CEO and President of Directorate, Returo SGR, Mrs. Alice Nikita, Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Director, Coca-Cola HBC Romania, and Mrs. Ana Maria Atonoae, Partnership and Corporate Relations Director, Conservation Carpathia. Welcome, ladies. So I'm starting to see a pattern here, talking about the subject for the future. Many women on stage, and I'm really happy about this. I would like to start our discussion with a kind request to all of you to describe in a 60-second pitch your organization and the core mission, actually, of your organization and what you do on a daily basis. So maybe Mrs. Bocșe, yes.
Yes, I'm happy to do it. So indeed, I'm the advisor on climate and sustainability to President Iohannis and the head of the Department of Climate and Sustainability at the Presidential Administration. It's actually the first department focused on environmental and sustainability affairs that the Presidential Administration ever had. And we are working from issues related to national strategies to legislation, and also promoting sustainability at the national level and also at the community level.
Thank you so much. You see, that was really, that was good timing, you know. Mrs. Webb, please.
Thank you. Good morning, and I'm delighted to be here this morning to share with you Returo's vision of a sustainable, cleaner, greener Romania. As CEO of Returo, I have the real privilege to lead one of the largest circular economy initiatives in Romania today. Returo is the administrator of the deposit return system, which collects the beverage containers, empty beverage containers from retailers nationwide. We sort them for glass, plastic, and aluminium and colors, and we sell this material to packaging. The system has been live for 10 months, and in the period of these 10 months, we have collected 2.3 billion containers nationwide, and we have sold 144,000 tons of materials to recyclers, which is processing it back into new packaging. Returo's mission is to reduce waste, to achieve the recycling targets for the EU, and also to support the cultural change of recycling, making it a daily habit in Romania, and for Romania to be the benchmark for sustainable practices. The achievements so far in a short space of time have been fantastic, but the real transformation is the Romanian consumer, where recycling is part of their daily lives, and they want it, and they recognize the importance of recycling and the value in these resources. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you also for inviting us. Also here, I think it will be a great discussion, looking forward for it. My name is Alice Nikita. I'm Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Director with Coca-Cola HBC, the local beverage producer and also beverage leader and top exporter in Romania. And I know for sure that you all know the Coca-Cola brand. But Coca-Cola HBC, and what I can tell and very proudly say, is a local producer with 3 plants here in Romania with more than 1,500 employees that has embedded sustainability into business strategy a long time ago. And our Mission 2025 that comprises all our ESG strategy is having a solid while still ambitious target sets for our company, which I will develop further in the minutes to come. What I also want to underline is that coordinating the sustainability strategy, but also communicating it, it has given me a huge privilege to go both in the in-depth areas of sustainability and learning a lot on the technical side of it, but also on the how we can use our communication power to lead by example and make a great case, let's say, of the innovative strategy that we try to implement here in Romania, as a pioneer in the 29 countries that our group is comprised of. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Hi everybody, my name is Ana Maria and today I'm representing Foundation Conservation Carpathia. Just in a nutshell about us, we are the biggest conservation NGO in Romania and for more than 15 years we are saving and protecting the forest and the alpine meadows of the Romanian Carpathians. The foundation was founded in 2009 by Christopher and Barbara Promberia. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it today. And we have the sole mission to create the Yellowstone of Europe, which would be the national park Romania, Făgăraș Mountains, which will act as a sufficient and complete ecosystem where both animals and people benefit at the same time while we are mitigating the climate change, the biggest topic, isn't it? We are also the biggest landowners in Romania. We own for full protection 27,000 hectares of forest and alpine meadows in the Făgăraș Mountains and other two mountains are nearby. And we also have leased, which makes us a little bit different and unique for Europe, we have leased 5 hunting concessions that encompasses around 75,000 hectares of land for the protections of animals, and that means no hunting, and also for mitigating the conflict between wildlife and people that live in the area of the Făgăraș Mountains. There's much more to say, but that's it in a nutshell. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for the discipline and keeping the time. And I have to admit that I'm really proud to be moderating this panel because I think it's one of those very rare moments when we sit together at the same table, representatives from all the parties in a society. We have the authorities, we have the business, we have the NGO, and I think it's, from my side, I think it's the only way we can really move forward. So let's get into the topics of the panel. So Mrs. Bocșe, how can Romania's government leverage its market size to build green urban economies? And what do you think are the type of policies that are essential to supporting sustainable growth?
Okay, how much time do I have?
Maybe 5 minutes or?
5 minutes, okay, I'll keep it under 5 minutes. So indeed, when we look at climate change and sustainability and addressing climate change and environmental degradation, we are particularly focused on the urban space because statistics and prognosis are showing us that we are to expect nationally and internationally increased urbanization. And we also see that the impact of climate change in urban areas is particularly harsh. If we look, for instance, at the impact of heat waves on public health and on the comfort of our citizens in urban spaces that are more prone actually to feel the impact of disturbances in global temperature. Now, when it comes to sustainable growth in general, at the level of the presidential administration, our position for a few years, a position that is reflected also in some of our programmatic documents that we have launched and we have sent to the government of Romania. When it comes to sustainable growth, we believe that it's very important to, first of all, to be very much involved in the research and development of new technologies, and these could be technologies that are also applied to the Segererătură, for instance. We also believe that it's very important to be involved in the manufacturing of certain green technologies that we can use in our energy system, in our circular economy system, and also to deploy these technologies in Romania. in practice, there has been a lot of focus on deployment. If we look at the solar PV parks that were developed in Romania, if we look at, Returo that is using a lot of technology in Romania, but it's actually that technology is a manufacturing and deployment, we believe it's very important to place a special focus on education and skills, right? Because we need current generations and future generations to be able to operate in the green and digital transition environment. Now, these are, some general principles for sustainable growth that are also reflected very directly now by the new EU strategic agenda that was actually adopted the European Council earlier this year, and also in the Draghi report that probably you have read, right? And that places a lot of focus on competitiveness and decarbonization and pushes forward some arguments related to green growth that we did have in the academic environment for a while right now, but I'm particularly happy that arguments related to green growth are translated also at the institutional level through documents such as the Draghi report, which has made an impact also at the European Union level. Now, very, pragmatically, if I am to give you some examples of situations where we have seen some measures to improve the environmental quality and also generate jobs, of course, we can look at the Returo CGR, who is actually helping us to make better use of waste, and that is actually pushing and supporting circular economy. It's basically, CGR is a type of circular economy in practice. It's not just talking about circular economy. It's a good example also to teach children about circular economy. And it's also generating jobs because Returo is an important employer in this area of circular economy, and not only strictly speaking about the jobs that are associated with the Returo company, but also the jobs that are created in the industry, right? In the industry that is manufacturing the different types of technologies and gadgets that are used in sorting and in processing the waste. And then, of course, we have a few examples in Bucharest, if we talk about the urban space, where we have seen projects of rejuvenation around rivers, for instance, around Dâmbovița, that have created spaces for leisure and have helped very much with, connecting industries like restaurants near the Dâmbovița River, and basically creating a space also for the community to spend good quality time, especially with children, generated jobs in this hospitality sector, and at the same time, this project, of course, helped with the renaturation or rejuvenation of the Dâmbovița River. I will also mention the sector of transport, which I think is very important to decarbonize our cities, right? So interventions in the area of transport and heating and cooling are very important to reduce the carbon footprint of our cities. And if we are talking about transport in cities, of course, investments in tram lines and tram facilities, as well as in facilities for cycling in cities, I think they're very important. But in order to generate growth, we need to make sure that we retain our capacity to be involved actually also in the manufacturing of trams, or at least components for these systems, as well as of bicycles and components for these systems, because simply importing certain green goods and services is not going to generate growth nationally wide. So these are a few thoughts, and I'm happy to answer your questions or come back to certain ideas later on. Thank you.
Thank you. We will come back to some of the ideas. So we talked a lot about Returo and everything it's been doing in the last 10 months. So Mrs. Webb, Returo plays a pivotal role in circular economy practices. How would you explain its success so early on already? And could these models scale to benefit urban economies and reduce waste effectively on the long term? What do you think?
Yes, the implementation of the deposit return system, or the deposit return system, is the most impactful circular economy project in Romania so far. So it's been fantastic. The results of that, or how did it come to be so successful? There are two fundamental points for that. One is the framework of the legislation that it's built on, and this is a very solid foundation, which has been adapted because it was theory to begin with, and throughout the year it's been adapted to real life. So that's the first thing, to have a solid foundation of legislation, which we've had. And the other most important thing was all of the parties that were involved working together and focused on one goal and supporting. And this has been fantastic. And when I talk about the parties, I talk about the producers, like Coca-Cola, working with us, supporting, so all our producers, the retailers, the authorities, everybody working together, and the Romanian consumer working together to support, to make this a reality. And it hasn't been easy. There's been lots of challenges, like anything of this scale, but everybody supported, pulled in suppliers to actually deliver. And the most important thing was to make a difference in Romania in recycling and to get this project moving and implemented. And that's been the key of success. When we look at, I talked about the volume, like 144,000 tons already collected and sold to recyclers. That's being made back into granules and pellets, back into new packaging. But in addition to that, we have the cultural change. To achieve that, we had to put in the infrastructure to make it easy for the consumer. So you can make a change once you make it easy for people to do it. So we had to put in the infrastructure, and that infrastructure is nationwide throughout Romania, and that was the thing that made it easy for the consumer to fully participate. When we see the participation of the consumer, we measure that by the collection rates. And over the last number of months since we started, the collection rates have been growing at an exponential rate. The month of September, we collected 81% of the containers that were put on the market. So 8 out of every bottle of glass, plastic and aluminium that was put on the market in September was collected and back into the recyclers. The month before, it was 78%, and you can see the trend has been exponential, which has been really fantastic. And that's the Romanian consumer. We see, you mentioned education and schools. We've had schools, they're coming to visit the factories, and very, very enthusiastic, which has been fantastic, and full support there as well. So these are the key things that are driving the success.
I have to add one small question for you, because I'm really curious. You talked about challenges. Which was the largest one? I don't know, for you. Which one you felt the most, you know?
It's a very good question. The underlying challenge, because there's many challenges, but the underlying challenge, firstly, was the short time period that we had to implement. Okay. Normally, a minimum for a small country is 18 months, okay? And normally it takes three years for it to be smooth. Here in Romania, the system is highly complex, and we had literally less than a year. When I say the complexity, when you look at the size of the country, okay, we've got 19 million citizens, 80,000 retailers to collect from, to have their data, to be able to pay them back the deposit. It's huge, and we had to build, and today we have 9 counting and sorting centers nationwide. To reduce the transport costs, you have to have them nationwide, and today we have 800 people employed in Returo. So you can imagine bringing that to life in 10 months isn't easy. And also, besides that level of complexity, you press the button and everybody goes live at the same time. So you don't know where the first bottle is going to be returned, or where the first collection request is coming from. It can come from anywhere in the country. So at the very start, it's the same, this challenges, operational challenges that we've had, and we still have some today because we're still developing, have been about collection. And what we've seen is, as the system has progressed, the first thing was collection. We got the collection sorted. The next thing was at the retail vending machines in retail having queues. So the supply chain, you could see the bottleneck moving as the system was developing over the months. So every day we face new challenges, but there were opportunities to make it better. So it's been a process of continuous improvement. And what's been great when I talk about the cooperation is all of these challenges, everybody went in and supported us. And this helps you to keep going. So we still have lots of challenges and they will continue, but they're operational because it's new. We had a theory and now we're seeing market reality and we're adapting day by day. So these are the main challenges.
And success story is what motivates us to go further.
This is the key. I mean, success breeds success. And once we started to be successful at the start, then the support, it built a momentum. And it really built a momentum in the country. And Romania should be very proud of what it's done with this in terms of beverage packaging and the recycling rate that's been achieved so far. Because historically, the recycling rates have been very low. On average, across all materials, 13%. So to go from 13% to now, last month, being 80% is fantastic. And the beverage industry is a real example of how to do something and do it well.
Thank you so much. And talking about success models, Mrs. Nikita, as a corporate leader, Coca-Cola contributes to building a case for sustainability. And what role businesses can have in driving sustainability topics?
Thank you. I think there are lots of things that business can do, and they do, mostly focusing on their own operations. But what I believe that it's the role of a leader in the business is to lead by example also and be involved not only into fixing your own house and improving your own operations to be more energy efficient, environmental friendly, and taking care of your individual relation with the nature and the communities that you are part of, but it's the participation in transformational and strategic projects. And Retura is the perfect example for me. It's a true private-public partnership that we've seen since idea to implementation. Personally, I'm really proud that we reached this moment because we started, I'm also president of the Soft Drinks Association, and we as industry of beverage, soft drinks beverages, we were and we are one of the shareholders of Returo. We are deeply involved in this project since the beginning, early on, and I always say that seeing it coming from theory to practice and going live is one of the biggest achievements that our industry participated to. So this is one of the example and true example what a business can do, much more than only achieving your individual targets. But coming back to this, I'm also proud to represent a company, part of a group which is recognized as a beverage leader in sustainability, in Dow Jones Sustainability Index, and in many other ESG benchmarks and forums and index. But this didn't come by the power of the brand. It came by the power of the actions that we took a long time ago and we are pursuing irrespective of what happens or the challenges that we foresee. And the example that I want to talk, also here in Romania, we are recognized by an external auditor, the Azores, as the most sustainable or responsible company in the market for the last 7 years. This again comes after scrutinizing all our activities internally and externally in order to reach not only our own targets and the legal targets but go beyond this. What we've done in pandemics is for sure not stopping this investment in sustainability. And investment in sustainability, you know, it's not small. Because we were discussing earlier and you asked me how a business can become also sustainable, you know. Sustainability and profitability need to go hand in hand. And they are not antagonists in any way, because only by becoming sustainable, a business can truly be resilient and prepared for the future. And what I said in the pandemics, we didn't stop investment, but moreover, we accelerated in towards sustainability and sustainable development. And one of the recent investment that we inaugurated, not by accident, last year when the DRS came to life, was RPT in-house facility in our production plant in Ploiești. In brief, what we are doing there is that we bring hot wash flakes, collected PET bottles, we transform, recycle it using an innovative technology and producing in-house the preforms and the recycled PET bottles for all our portfolio. Managing to do that investment, we manage also to transition to 100% RPET portfolio, so all our PET bottles are fully recycled now, and this helps us in reducing significantly the carbon footprint. Resin of RPET has 80% lower carbon emissions footprint than a virgin PET. And by doing so and transitioning the full portfolio to RPET, not only that we reduce the carbon emissions, but we also reduce the quantity of virgin plastic put on the market, because we all know that we play a role in addressing this worldwide problem of packaging, especially in plastic. And packaging is a third of our Scope 3 emission footprint. So for us, it's a priority. This is a real example. There are many other initiatives that we have at business level, like Kill Clip, replacing plastic foil for the multi-packs of cans with the recycled cardboard, and so on and so forth. But I wanted to say that not seeing sustainability as a mandatory investment, but seeing it as an opportunity for developing your business and preparing it for the future is the right way of looking at things. And setting ambitious targets like zero net by 2040 in our case, way above legislative targets, is also something that makes you fight for the best and not give up, irrespective of the challenges that you may have.
Thank you. Actually, that was also one of my follow-up questions, like how do you build a mindset that does not look at sustainability as a cost, but an opportunity for the future?
So yeah. Somehow I covered
yes.
it in
yes,
my answers.
So let's move now to communities. Mrs. Adonoae, what strategies can ensure the conservation-led sustainability also delivers economic value for communities?
Yeah, so I'm going to tell you a little bit the story of our foundations. Our philosophy is that we cannot talk about conservation in isolation. We need to have a holistic approach when it comes to conservation, which we think that if done properly, it goes hand in hand with economical development. If in the beginning, when we started the foundation, Christopher and Barbara focused heavily on nature protection and restoration, they realized after a few years that actually you cannot create a national park in Făgăraș Mountains without the support of the communities, of the people, because we are just not talking enough about it. So now in the last year, our focus shifts very much from, of course, conservation is at the core. We continue buying as much as possible when it's available. But the focus now was on engaging communities and actually supporting small-scale local businesses. Based on some of the examples that we saw outside our country, like the Bavarian National Park or even Costa Rica, that it's the entire country is a park, we saw that actually if we, how can I say that, if we support the development of nature-based enterprises program, actually develop very much or center around the new park of the Făgăraș Mountains, that will become the basis of economical sustainable development and actually will become the hub for the communities to grow and prosper. Now I would like to briefly talk you through what we do so you understand what we mean about holistic conservation. So the first strategical pillar of the foundation is the conservation. I briefly touch upon about the fact that we try to preserve the forests through buying them. We buy them, we preserve them, we don't do logging, of course in the limits of the law. What we do, as briefly mentioned again, we have 5 hunting concessions where we try to protect all the wild animals. But because we have a responsibility also for the people from the community, we developed a very strong program about preventing the conflict and mitigating the conflict between wildlife and animals and people, sorry. So basically what I do, we have very high prepared and fast intervention teams. If something happens, there's an attack, they will be there. And also we're gonna support with in-kind donation of livestock. If something happens, an animal dies from somebody's house. What we also do, how many minutes do I have?
Maybe one more.
One more, oh no, okay. So what we do also when it comes to, we develop this conservation enterprise program, when we realize that if actually the communities want to benefit from the richness of the Făgăraș Mountains, we need to shift our mindset from an extractive economy to a nature-based one. So basically, we developed a food hub called Roadele Munților, where we're together with our local partners, local producers, we have 35 now in the program, we're gonna grow slowly. We help them through our platform to sell their products, we help them to become legal, we help them to obtain all the necessary steps in order to develop their business. We also developed the Carpathia Fund, which is a financial initiative or financial instrument through which we give scholarships, microloans, or non-refundable funds to businesses that actually promote nature. And again, we focus very much around only the Făgăraș Mountains, where there are like 27 communes. We have the education part very much emphasized through different programs that we develop, where we run at our education center, Rikita. We had over 2,000 children last year that joined our free camps, where we kind of promote and educate how to behave in nature. And also, because we have the events parts, we run festivals that are very much sustainable, because we want to show to the people from the communes how can they benefit through the ecotourism, through organizing sustainable activities that they can actually improve their lifestyle. And one that it's, so I'm going to be a little bit shorter, we recently developed the Carpathia forest carbon credits. We are in the final stage of Vera accreditation. We are quite, I think, the only ones in Europe. And why we did that is because we want to show to the forest owners that are in our project areas that actually they can, by protecting the forest, they can have additional income streams. So I think that is very important. I guess one of the speakers that I want to say previous our panels, she was mentioning something that we need to find new technologies to capture and sequestrate the carbon. Actually, we have the forests. They are responsible for the capturing and sequestration of 25% of the CO2 emission globally. Imagine that. So we have a very vital and strong partner around us. And if we don't protect the forest, I don't think we're going to be very successful.
Thank you. So because we are under time pressure, I would like to take some, maybe maximum 2 questions from public. If you have, please come to the mic in front now. And then I will also kindly ask you to give one final idea, maybe 15 seconds each, like one sentence to something that you would like the public to go home with. So do we have somebody here? Because I don't see. No? Oh, so please come to the mic if you have a question. Yes, also please come, because if you also have a question, please come to the mic in front now, because we take the question and we answer them. And
hello everyone, Ștefan Cibian from the Făgăraș Research Institute. Thank you so much for the presentations. And I think it's amazing that we're doing a lot in this direction. I want to bring a less optimistic question to the table. I think the most recent projections are that we won't meet even the 3% target by the end of the century, which probably means that there will be quite a lot of negative consequences for the world and also for our communities. So basically, I think what this means from a local perspective is that we will not really have a sustainable future. So my question is, do we have any projections, any strategies? How are we preparing for an unsustainable future? So talking about unsustainability in a sense. Thank you.
Okay, and the second question, please.
Victor Chonga, a question for Returo. First of all, congratulations for all the shareholders and what you did. The question is the following. You have a certain capacity of collecting the bottles, the plastic and so on. Is there enough capacity to process it close to your storage facilities? Because the business model you have is this is the input, but you have to have an output in order to operate at least at break-even. Thank you.
Thank you. So for the first question.
I'm happy to jump at the first question. So indeed, I imagine you are referencing the latest report that was published by the United Nations, showing us that although our target is to basically limit the global increase in temperature at 1.5 degrees Celsius, we are on a trajectory that might lead us actually to 3%. So first of all, I would like to mention that when it comes to emissions per capita, Romania has some of the lowest emissions per capita. But of course, it's not, and we have, as it was mentioned here also before, ambitious targets and the willingness actually to reach carbon neutrality earlier than 2050. But beyond that, we do need to engage in a dialogue with other countries around the world as part of our status as EU members. And we do that, and actually President Iohannis and the presidential administration has placed a lot of focus on international engagement when it comes to climate, when it comes to environmental affairs, through our participation in the COPs. Because if we don't engage in global processes and incentivize other countries, also, if we don't build partnerships, if we don't work together, it's going to be impossible to limit climate change. Because greenhouse gas emissions generated in a particular country generate negative effects globally. Then, related to what you mentioned, indeed, even if we work in a trajectory where the global increase in the temperature is 1.52 degrees Celsius, we still need to take measures. And we already are doing that. And in climate change, we call that adaptation. Romania has adopted this year a national strategy on adaptation to climate change with a series of measures that target from transport to healthcare to agriculture. How do we adapt? So if we talk about transport, we are talking about new materials that we use to build transport infrastructure. If we are talking about agriculture, we talk about different ways, new ways of working the land and different types of crops that we will be growing. So there is thinking going into adaptation already. But what needs to be mentioned, and this is something that is agreed at the international level, there are limits to adaptation. So adaptation costs us way less at 1.5 degrees Celsius than it's going to cost us at 3 degrees Celsius, right? So that's why scientists are telling us that we need to try very hard to keep the global temperature under control, to at least under 2 degrees Celsius increase in the global temperature by the end of this century, because there are implications for the cost and the ease with which we can do adaptation. And I will mention, of course, we do have the UN report, but the UN report was published right now also to give a bit of additional motivation to negotiators that will be meeting in mid-November in Baku. So we need to look also at the timing of the report and the reason why it was published. And of course, negotiators will meet in Baku and will try to make sure that we don't reach the 3 degrees Celsius. So I don't want us to leave this place with the impression that all is lost and we shouldn't keep on fighting. We are fighting. People on this stage are actually fighting to make sure that we don't reach 3 degrees Celsius. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say something also? I'm sorry.
Yes.
I just want to say, completely to what you just said, I think that's true, but also I think, yeah, I'm coming from an NGO. I love to protect the forest. protecting by what we have in Romania, I think it's quite amazing. We don't understand the richness of the forest. We have one of the largest virgin forests in Europe and the biggest ones. So one in mitigating the climate change is to protect these ones, yeah, for the future generation. The second one, I think you are from different institutions, companies, etc. I think we shouldn't forget the individual component and the responsibility that comes with that. If we continue with our consumer behaviors by consuming immensely, this is not going to change. You cannot blame only the state or the companies and everything. It's also the individual components that kind of contributes massively to this. Thank you.
I think that's a larger subject that we should address in a different panel now. Please, Ms. Webb.
So to answer your question in terms of capacity, there's 7 billion containers between glass, plastic and aluminium put on the market every year. And today, with the 9 centres that we have strategically placed, we do have enough capacity to process those. What we are looking at is where we have cross-docks. This is the key to the deposit return system. It has to be the most efficient, most effective, lowest cost, which is next year's job. So this is, do we have another centre or do we have more cross-docks? And this is the process that we're in now, because we haven't had a full year operating yet. But we've had June, July and August, which are the peak months. So this is the process. But it's a continuous improvement. But we have enough capacity today.
Thank you. So,
this is another question. And
okay.
I can go to my idea and answer it with my idea, no?
Yes.
What?
Yes, I think we understood the question if we have the capability to use everything we are recycling, right? That was your question. Process, yes.
The recyclers.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So I think Mrs. Webb, we'll use her final 15 seconds.
Okay,
Yes.
so the final 15 seconds on the idea is, no, we do not have enough capacity to process all of the glass that we collect and all of the aluminium. And this is a huge opportunity for Romania to look at the economic circularity of this. So this is one of my concepts that I would put forward to have a look for the future.
Thank you so much.
I will be very brief. I think that we need to move from talking to action, and we need to change. We need behavioral change, and we need all of us individuals, because I liked a lot this idea, to choose to be responsible and sustainable, choose sustainable brands, because you and we have the power to streamline and to push for this change to happen. And we still need to be resilient and optimistic. And we can make it.
Ms. Antonio?
Sorry, what was it?
Your final idea, 15 seconds for one idea for the audience to go home.
Help us create the national park for Garage Mountains if you really want to mitigate the climate change. Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Box.
So I like the idea of being optimistic. And what I will say is that 4 years ago, when the Romanian presidential administration set this department on climate and sustainability, in the society there was less interest for climate and sustainability. And now we have events and we have initiatives that are implemented. So I think, as far as Romania is concerned, there are some steps that were taken in the last years. And I'm going to take other 10 seconds to kind of contradict a myth that I heard in the society, that we cannot reconcile environmental action and growth. We can. And we do have examples in our society, in the packaging industry, in the circular economy industry, in the low-carbon energy industry, that are showing us that we can reconcile economic growth and economic arguments with environmental action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. What's for sure is that we don't have enough time to discuss everything we can about sustainability. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you to the panelists. And Mirela, the stage is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, such a pleasure to see you all in the room on the second day of our Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum. I'm pleased to announce that our programming continues as we were slightly delayed by our start earlier this morning. So before we move into the lunch break, which is rightly set as per our program that you may consult on our website, I'm pleased to announce we still have some conversations, brief panel sessions, and afterwards a conversation, but all of that will be very nicely introduced with a delightful keynote speech for which we are grateful for. And on this note, I'm pleased to invite on stage Mr. Filip Ivanovic, the Deputy Prime Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Montenegro, to start the conversation on Balkans and EU enlargement. Deputy Prime Minister, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation to be here and attend this conference, and again, for the invitation to give a keynote speech on such an important topic, which is the EU enlargement in the context especially of countries of Western Balkans. I would like to start with a remark by saying that Montenegro has been negotiating with the European Union for the past 12 years. So next year we will enter the 13th year since we've been negotiating, and I must say that we felt two phenomena, one on the side of the European Union and one on the side of the candidate countries. On the side of the European Union, we felt the so-called enlargement fatigue. We realized that after the last enlargement, there wasn't, let's say, enough enthusiasm about accepting new member states. But this was also reflected on the side of some candidate countries with the so-called waiting room fatigue. We were for quite some time in the waiting room, waiting to enter the main room, so to say. However, everything has changed 2.5 years ago with the Russian aggression against Ukraine, and if there is anything good that came out of this tragedy was precisely a new way of thinking in Brussels and in EU member states. The process became, so to say, more political and a little bit less technical. The European Union realized something that my government, since its formation a year ago, has been continuously repeating, that the safety and security of Europe lies in the unity of Europe. And if you want to achieve the unity of the continent, then the best way to do it is through the membership into the European Union. So we regained the enthusiasm about enlargement in Brussels and EU capitals, but there was also a renewed enthusiasm in candidate countries, especially, and I'm proud to say it, in Montenegro. So in the past year, we have achieved quite a lot, and our achievements that were a result of the synergy between the government and the parliament of Montenegro was crowned, so to say, with an intergovernmental conference that happened in Brussels at the end of June, where we got the so-called positive IBAR. IBAR is the Interim Benchmarks Assessment Report for the negotiation chapters 23 and 24, which refer to the rule of law and fight against organized crime and corruption. This was indeed a historic milestone. So it was a historic milestone for Montenegro, because after several years we made a substantial progress in EU integration, but it was also a historic milestone for the European Union itself. Why? Because Montenegro is the first country ever among the candidate states that received the positive interim benchmark assessment report for chapters 23 and 24, which was a necessary step according to the new accession methodology. So this means that Montenegro can become a role model for other candidate countries that wish to achieve the same milestone, but it can also serve as an example for the European Commission on how to work with candidate countries and help them achieve this important milestone. The government of Montenegro realized, of course, that this was not the end of the road, but it was just, albeit historic, but still just a milestone. And we immediately started moving forward and working hard on securing that we close the rest of the negotiation chapters. And according to the plan and according to our hard work, and of course with the support of our friends from the European Union, we will have, by the end of this year, a new intergovernmental conference where we will close up to 4 negotiation chapters. In the meantime, we were working very closely with the European Commission, with the European Union delegation in Podgorica, and you will hear, I'm sure, some more from the former head of the EU delegation in Podgorica, Ms. Joanna Cristina Popa. So we were working together and we made a plan. This plan is ambitious, but according to us and according to the European Commission, is quite realistic. The plan is to finish the process and to close all the negotiation chapters by the end of 2026, so within the next 2 years. This means that the plan that this government, of which I am a member, has, which is to become the first new member of the European Union, is feasible and realistic. And it also means that we will be able to fulfill a catchphrase that we came up with 1 year ago, that at this moment is not anymore a catchphrase, but as I said, a realistically doable plan, which is 28 by 28. 28 members of the European Union by 2028. In this regard, of course, and I keep repeating this, we thank to our British friends that they left the European Union. So now there is one spot left that we can take, and there's no need to change any legal framework or other mechanisms for Montenegro to become the 28th member of the EU. So this is something, of course, that relates to the whole process that we went through in the previous year, and refers also to the process that is still ongoing and will be done in the next 2 years. But there are also some other important aspects of the whole enlargement story, of course, not just for the countries of the Western Balkans, but also for the countries of Eastern neighborhood. And I wish to repeat here that Montenegro is strongly pro-enlargement, and we do not believe that some countries should become members of the EU and some should not. We believe that every country that wants to become member of the European Union should become member of the European Union, of course, according to merit and according to standards and criteria fulfilled. And in this regard, while supporting all other countries, we are very proud to be the front runner and to be the promising first next member of the European Union. The other side of the coin, so to say, does not deal with the process. It deals with the values, and it deals with the benefits that European Union brings to people of future member states. In Montenegro, there is, according to all the polls, more than 80% of people who are pro-European Union. If the referendum happens, these numbers are even higher, and the polls say that more than 85% of the people would vote in favor of the European Union at a referendum. So it means that quite a big majority in Montenegro wishes Montenegro to become member of the European Union. And those are, these 80%, they refer to all ethnic groups, to all religious groups, to different, to both genders, to different stages of education, different professions, and so on and so on. So it begs the question of what it means for all of these people to become part of the European Union. So if you do the stratified research about this, you would probably find out that for students it means greater mobility, greater opportunities to study or to spend some time at the universities in the European Union. For researchers, of course, it means to be part of the unique and single research area of the European Union, to be able to exchange their ideas and research results with their colleagues from the European Union. For doctors, it means better healthcare, better exchange of ideas and technologies among health facilities. For farmers, it probably means, as they see it, bigger subsidies from the state for their production, bigger market where they can put their products. For pensioners, it means probably higher pensions. For young people, and not just young people, the opportunities to travel visa-free or any other kind of obstacles-free throughout the European Union, and so on and so on. So this means that membership to the European Union means so many things for so many people. And it is the responsibility of the government, but also of the European Union, to meet these needs and to meet these expectations. And the government of Montenegro understood that, and we are really working hard on achieving that for the benefit of our citizens. On the other hand, it also means benefits for the European Union, for EU member states. So on the one hand, it's not just security, which I mentioned at the beginning. If you want a secure Europe, then you need to have a united Europe, and the best way to do it is through the European Union. But it also means reaffirming the credibility of the European Union, its institutions, but also its essence, so to say. And I keep repeating the story about how the European Union came to be. Two countries just a few years after the bloodiest conflict in history, and after centuries of being enemies, could sit together and could decide to cooperate within the Union of Coal and Steel. And this is how the European Union was born. So it means that conflicts, misunderstandings, ups and downs in bilateral relations can be remedied by cooperation, and can be remedied by cooperation into the European Union. So why I'm saying this? I'm saying this because the enlargement of the European Union, or the idea of European Union covering the whole of the European continent, is the essence of the European Union and is the best policy of the European Union ever. So if this policy is not pursued, and if this policy is not realized in short period of time, then the very credibility of European Union, its core and its institutions can and will be questioned. A third concept that I would like to introduce is enthusiasm. I mentioned it in the first part of this keynote. Enthusiasm in the European Union and enthusiasm in candidate countries. A few years ago, one very high official of the European Union said no enlargement until 2025. And that was a statement that killed the enthusiasm in EU, but also in candidate countries. So everybody in candidate countries could say, okay, nothing is going to happen, let's throw our papers through the windows and go on holidays. And many were discouraged by such statements. However, several years ago, and I'm referring to the present time, there is a reinvigorated enthusiasm on the European Union. We see it in the European Commission, in the previous one, or the one still working, but we also see it in the forthcoming European Commission, and the very fact that there will be a commissioner dedicated exclusively to enlargement is something that we see as very encouraging, and we see it that the European Union and the European Commission means business. There is also something that we have been talking about for months, and that is about to give concrete results, which is the new growth plan for Western Balkans. There will be some 6 billion euros to be shared by Western Balkan countries over the next few years. All the reform agendas of the countries, except, unfortunately, one, were submitted to the European Commission and adopted. So Montenegro is going to have the opportunity to get a little less than 400 million euros over the next few years to invest in infrastructure, in green economy, in human resources, and so on and so on. And we are very eager to use these funds to make the lives of our people better, to make connections between the countries of the Western Balkans among themselves as well as to the European Union better, and to try to make our people feel more and more what it means to be part of the European Union. So there is, as I said, enthusiasm that we are feeling in the European Commission, and there is definitely enthusiasm reflected in Montenegro, not just on the political level, on the level of the government and high state dignitaries, but also on the expert and working level, and we see it every day. We meet people who are civil servants, who are the core of our working teams that work on the European Union accession, and we see that they really believe in the possibility of Montenegro becoming the first next member of the European Union. And I would like to end with a caveat. After these 2.5 years of a renewed proverbial momentum in the EU enlargement, after the milestones that we have as Montenegro achieved this year and that we are hoping to achieve over the next few months, after the whole putting into motion the whole machine and apparatus of public institutions in Montenegro, but also the Commission and its institutions and so on, if the enlargement does not happen, or if it at some moment becomes blocked or paused, that is going to be the end of it. Never again will there be any faith in any kind of promises from the European Union if this plan is not realized over the next few years. And this is something that we in Montenegro and in candidate countries understand. This is something that the European Union should understand, and I know that many, and the vast majority of EU member states, including Romania, where we are today, understands it. But also we as candidate countries need to keep repeating that. And all actors, political and social, not just politicians, not just the governments, not just EU officials, but also researchers, NGOs, think tanks, and so on, need to understand that. And I really do hope that at every level, in every area of our societies, we will have this both enthusiasm but also warning echoed by everyone to everyone. If you leave a space like Western Balkans, which is in the Mediterranean, in Central Europe, in the heart of Europe, if you leave it outside of the European Union for some relatively longer time, then of course some others will want to be there. And if they will want to be there, and if you don't offer something tangible and palpable, then European Union might lose its influence. And it would be a shame for the European Union to lose influence in Europe. So with this I would like to conclude, and I look forward to hearing other panelists what they think about the new perspectives of EU enlargement. And once again, I thank you for your attention and thank you for your kind invitation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Deputy Prime Minister Ivanovic. It was such a pleasure to hear your distinguished presentation. And with that being said, I'm also looking forward to the panel conversation on EU enlargement and Balkans. And I'd like to invite on stage the moderator of this session, Ms. Odeta Barbolushi, a resident professor at the College of Europe in Tirana, also a knowledge partner of the event. Thank you.
I don't need the microphone. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your introduction, and thank you to Aspen Institute, Romania and German Marshall Fund for indeed dedicating a panel to the Western Balkans and for inviting College of Europe to be a knowledge partner in this conference. Indeed, the Western Balkans, as the Deputy Prime Minister presented, is going through a momentum of enhanced attention, of stronger attention on the part of the EU, and we have renewed attention on the enlargement policy, as we have seen indeed with Montenegro making strides and getting closer to that finish line, accelerating work on EU accession, but also other steps like the opening of negotiations with North Macedonia and Albania in 2022, just a few months, in fact, after the start of the war in Ukraine, the granting of candidate status to Bosnia and so on. Today we'll discuss indeed what this momentum will produce. Will it produce enlargement? What its impact will be? And how does this process impact socioeconomic dynamics in the Western Balkans? And I'm very honored to invite to discuss with me today Mrs. Ioana Cristina Popa from the EU Enlargement Hub and former head of EU delegation in Montenegro, Professor Tiago Antunes, Senior Fellow at the School of Transnational Governance at the European Institute in Florence, a Fellow Professor at the College of Europe, and Professor Yannis Armakolas, Head of Southeast European Program at the Hellenic Foundation for European and Foreign Affairs. Welcome. And I would like to thank heartily the Deputy Prime Minister Ivanovic for staying with us in this panel. And indeed, I would like to start with you, Mr. Deputy Prime Minister. After your encouraging speech and positive speech on this accelerated process on EU integration and this new momentum, or proverbial momentum, as we've heard since 2022, indeed, how do you see as the main, perhaps, hurdles, challenges in this process? You mentioned 2028 as the date that you are aiming at. Indeed, we were with the first cohort of students of the College of Europe, the newly established campus of Tirana in Montenegro last month. And we heard a lot about 2028 from different interlocutors. Of course, from the government, from the president, from different officials of public administration, including the chief negotiator, as well as from civil society. But also we heard of different positions with regard to this finish line, whether it's realistic, what the country still needs to do internally, and what can still be as obstacles with regard to domestic factors, but also the role of other external factors. What would you say on that?
Well, we realized, of course, that as I said, the milestone that we achieved was just a milestone at the end of June this year. And there will be quite a lot of work to be done in the future. And trust me, the IGC in June was on the 26th of June. Already on the 27th of June, we made a plan what to do until the end of this year so that we can meet the criteria in order to close 4 chapters that we planned, that we agreed with the Commission in December. Already now, we are talking, as I said, and talked with the European Commission and made a very detailed plan on when and how each of the chapters is going to be closed so that we can meet the end of 2026 as the final deadline for closing the chapters. Then, of course, there will be some time needed for the EU member states to accept this, to ratify, and so on. So this is why we are talking about 28 as the final year when we want to become members of EU. Challenges can be several, and it's difficult to enumerate them all. One of them is, of course, the political will, both in Montenegro and in EU capitals. I think that we shouldn't worry about the political will in Montenegro because So far, everybody has proved that they are very much committed and dedicated to the European integration. And if I tell you that many of the things that needed to be done in the Parliament were passed very smoothly and very quickly without any votes against in the Parliament, it means that all the political parties in the Parliament are very much dedicated to the EU. The government is doing its own part, and of course we will also count on the political will of EU member states, because as you know, every single EU member state needs to approve our progress and in the end our membership. Of course, there is the issue of administrative capacities, because there is quite a lot of work that needs to be done by our administration, but also in this we have quite a lot of help of the EU Commission, but also of member states, and they have promised various expert help and assistance, including long-term experts, and we are working on it as we speak. So the Ministry of European Affairs of Montenegro is coordinating this process, and we are looking forward to receiving experts from different EU member states that are going to help us with various aspects of closing chapters, not just this year, but also in the next couple of years. As far as the other things are concerned, as I said, we need to move fast and we need to be very decisive, both in Montenegro and in the EU, and if we don't work fast, we will open space to various influences, and this is something that we do not want. We want Montenegro first, of course, and then also other countries of Western Balkans in the EU as soon as possible, and I hope we can all understand that and work very hard on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister. Ambassador Popa, I would ask you from the other side of, I would say, from the European side, the EU side. Is 2028 or rather 2030 realistic for the EU? How does it look, this renewed enthusiasm that we also see in the region, and also which is accompanied with accelerated process of preparedness, of preparation indeed? And I have in mind here, of course, I refer to what the Deputy Prime Minister was saying in the context of Montenegro, but also in the context of Albania, which just opened the first cluster of fundamentals last week indeed. Will this be realistic? Will this momentum really produce enlargement in this case? And how does this wave of enlargement differ from previous ones?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, let me try to put things a little bit in context. When we talk about the Western Balkans, we're talking about 6 partners, 6 individual partners with differences, commonalities, but also with challenges. Some overlap, some don't. It is very important to reach an adequate balance when we talk about the regional approach and when we talk individually about each candidate country in relationship to the EU. Because if we look at the region as a whole, there are security challenges. Out of the 6 countries, 3 are fully aligned to the common foreign and security policy of the EU. 3 are NATO members. They all have a different stage in their accession process. So reaching this balance between what you do regionally as the EU and what you do individually in your bilateral relation with each country is quite a challenge. Now, I do have to echo on what the Deputy Prime Minister said, that this momentum that has risen after the Russian aggression in Ukraine has brought the Western Balkans back to center stage, has brought the enlargement process back to center stage. And it depends also on the candidate countries to harness this energy of this momentum in order to move the process forward, because I know I've said this a lot in the past 4 years, and I don't want to annoy my Montenegrin friends anymore, but it's a two-way street, the EU enlargement, where there's a balance between obligations and benefits, and the candidate countries have to do their work and have to do well on their commitments. The EU, I think, has brought about huge proof of their commitment, and I think in this regard the growth plan speaks a lot, and probably this is the biggest novelty in terms of differences between this wave of enlargement and the previous wave of enlargement, where the rule of law and the economic and human development is combined. So I think that one of the lessons that the EU has learned from the fifth wave of enlargement is that it cannot wait for the rule of law to fully complete itself and then move on to economic development, but in fact do them simultaneously and in parallel, whereas one influences the other, where progress in the rule of law determines more money from the EU. In fact, these days we're talking about disbursement of the first tranches of the growth plan, and the benefits of the growth plan stimulate in turn the countries to complete the rule of law reforms. There's also the issue of public support, which varies greatly in the six partners, from very high in Montenegro and Albania to very low in other places. That is also a problem because without public support it's very difficult to complete this process. But I think that today the relationship that the Western Balkans as candidate countries have with the EU is very different, for example, than the relationship that we had. And my Bulgarian colleague, the distinguished ambassador, is here, and I think he can agree. We did not have this kind of relationship, this kind of approach, this kind of closeness with the EU that they have today. And if you look at the frequency of meetings, of interactions, of participation, you can say that in fact they are already there, of course, not with a voting right, but they are already there, which we didn't enjoy at the time in this same way. What is happening actually these days is also telling a lot about the EU engagement. Currently, President von der Leyen is conducting a regional tour in the Western Balkans. I said the first tranche of the growth plan is about to be disbursed. The annual reports are about to be published in a few days. So again, the Western Balkans are going to be very much in the front row in the next weeks, and this is something that they need to tackle into and to use this momentum to move forward and to explain to their citizens the benefits of the process. And in the end, the aim is, with all that has been said, that citizens of those candidate countries can enjoy the benefits of the EU even before the country becomes a full member. And that is also a novelty in the sense that with the opening of new clusters and closing chapters and the money coming in gradually, in addition to the traditional IPA funds, citizens can feel the benefits of the EU funds on a daily basis, and their lives can improve. And like this, of course, also the public support can go up. So by the time the country is ready to join the EU, it will be already partially and gradually integrated in the single market, and it had already completed the rule of law reforms.
Thank you very much. Indeed, what you just described with regard to a different type of friendship, of relationship between the EU and the countries of the Western Balkans, can be described as rather a different paradigm in terms of enhanced relationship, gradual integration in programs, in different policy areas, and so on. And that very much also resonates with the debate taking place in the EU. About institutional change, about changes in the single market, about preparedness to take in new members. And of course here in the previous sessions, the Draghi report was mentioned. Before that, in April this year, we had a later report also on the single market. And I would like to ask you, Professor Antunes, how do you see this debate of having any impact on the EU accession processes of countries of the Western Balkans? Do we still need to wait for changes in the EU for enlargement to happen, or can this still be a parallel process?
Thank you. Well, first of all, let me start by saying you're probably wondering what a guy from Portugal at the far western end of Europe does in a panel about enlargement to the Western Balkans, but I would argue that it makes sense, because on the one hand, enlargement is in the interest of the whole European Union. So it's not just a regional concern. It should not be seen, I argue, as a Central or European Union Central or European Europe priority, but as a EU priority. And on the other hand, the impacts of enlargement, which will be massive, will be felt throughout Europe. All member states will feel the impacts. And this goes exactly to the question that you were talking about how we need to prepare for these impacts in the EU. So the other side of it's clear now that there's a new momentum for enlargement, a new momentum in the Balkans, and that is very positive because indeed these countries have been waiting for a long time. They have been promised this European perspective over 20 years now, and finally, over the past 2 years and a half, things have started to progress at a different pace, and this is very positive. But the other side of the coin is the preparation that also the European Union needs to make in order to be ready to accept new members. And this is by now clear that it is a dual process, enlargement and reforms, and internal reforms, and that the EU also needs to prepare the so-called absorption capacity. And we need to do this. And it's important to talk about this, and I keep pushing for this, because the worst thing that could happen would be for the countries, the candidate countries, to be ready, and the EU then having to say, well, yeah, but you still have to wait a little bit more because we are not ready. We haven't done our part. So there is a lot of we are very, in the EU, very strict and very rigorous and demanding on the candidate countries on the reforms that they need to do and in order to comply with the Copenhagen criteria, and that is very rightly so. But we also need to do our part. So it's not just the candidate countries that have a heavy homework to go through, but we also have homework to complete, and we should be should address this and not try to postpone it or pretend like it's not there. Of course, it's clear by now what reforms we're talking about, or in what areas the EU needs to reform in order to accept new member states. And it's clear also that it's a dual process that needs to run in parallel, enlargement and reforms. There's a roadmap for that, and it's clearly identified that there are 4 areas. Institutional aspects and decision-making procedures need to be reformed. Major policies like the common agriculture policy or the cohesion policy will be majorly impacted by enlargement. Also, the budget, the European budget, and obviously the next MFF, the next multi-annual financial framework, needs to account for enlargement and the costs that it will. I have absolutely no doubt that overall enlargement will be cost beneficial, but there will be upfront costs that will have to be dealt with, and also rule of law and the improvement of the rule of law toolbox in order to avoid rule of law backsliding. So these 4 work strands have been identified, and these are difficult issues. Very tough reforms on which we need to agree at 27, and it won't be easy. But we need to face it, and we need to be bold. And I was very, yesterday, or in the beginning of this Bucharest Forum, it was very inspiring to listen to quotes of the Ventotene Manifesto and Altiero Spinelli's ideas about a strong, united Europe, and the idea of this, the image of this Bucharest Forum as a lighthouse in unstable and uncertain times. And in this reform process, which will not be easy to agree on at 27 on difficult issues like moving from unanimity to qualified majority voting, or adopting new own resources of the European Union to finance the budget, or reforming the common agricultural policy, etc., etc. These are issues that over the years have been always very contentious and very difficult to agree on, but we need to do it. We need to be bold because we need to be ready for accession when the candidate countries are also ready. And it's very impressive to see, for instance, the work that Montenegro has done over the past months, and the progress in reforms, and also in Albania. And I hope that it will be possible to have this 28 by 28. But then it's not just Montenegro. I mean, we have 10 countries which have requested accession. 9 of them have candidate status. So if we complete enlargement, regardless of whether it is in one round or several rounds, but when we complete these enlargements to the Balkans and to the East, Europe will be very different. And so we will need different rules, a different institutional setup, different policies. This reform process, we need to look at it with ambitions and guided by the values of the European Union, what it stands for, what it has stood for over the past decades, what it has accomplished, and be bold in believing that it will be difficult, but we will get there. We will reform. We will be ready. but we need to also take this on board, not just tell the candidate countries you have this and this and that to do, but also look to ourselves and try to foster a consensus on what needs to change in the EU for us to be able to get new members on board.
Thank you, Professor Antunes, for outlining what the EU needs to do as well, not just the Western Balkans. But then when we refer to the EU, there aren't unified positions when it comes to enlargement policy. And I would like to draw attention to the EU member states' preparedness for enlargement and their position when it comes to the Western Balkans in particular. Professor Markoulas, you have worked for a long time on relations between different EU member states and on what has now come to be referred to as bilateralization of EU accession. And maybe the starkest example of that is North Macedonia, that indeed its EU accession path has been in fact delayed and halted in different moments by political issues or issues of political nature and bilateral nature. Do you see this as an obstacle that may come back, despite the overcoming of this at the current moment as we speak for the candidate countries? Do you see that indeed as a hurdle that is imminent? North Macedonia was again uncoupled by Albania, and there is hope they will be able to open the first cluster of fundamentals this year, but we see that political issues and issues of bilateral nature still persist. How do you see the future out of that?
Thank you, Odeta. Very important issue, very important point, and I think it's crucial to raise it here. May I just have a comment to what Tiago said earlier? We both come from Southern European countries. We come from the same wave of enlargement back in the 1980s. But I will, if you allow me, take the perspective a bit of the Western Balkans and go back to what the Deputy Prime Minister said earlier. Let's not forget that the Western Balkans are not in a laboratory where the EU can increase and decrease the pressure for reforms, increase and decrease the speed of how we do things, and then the Western Balkans will remain as they are because it's a laboratory. It's not like that. The Western Balkans, what we see today, is an outcome of more than 10 years of delayed, I would say, failed policies of the EU that has frustrated the pro-reform and pro-EU forces in the Balkans. And this, our member states need to understand. So it will not fly, like Deputy Prime Minister said earlier, it will not fly that we tell them, you do the reforms, and also we, at our pace, we do our own internal reforms. And we know the EU always postpones the difficult decisions, always leaves things for later, always does not want to address the tough choices that need to do. So this, we need to do the internal reform of the EU, but let's not take ages to do that. Tiago, more than a year and a half ago, we started discussion in the EU about necessary institutional reforms. Nothing has been done so far, right? So this we need to take into account. The Western Balkans will not wait. The Eastern Europeans will not wait for us to resolve all our problems. And honestly, do we need to reform the treaties to get Montenegro, Albania in the European Union? Yes. Maybe to get 9 new member states, 10 new member states? Yes. But in the meantime, for the next few years, maybe Montenegro and Albania can join without massive changes in the EU. I will stop it here. Bilateralization of the problems. A key problem in the European Union. A lot of discussion about whether introduction of QMV will, the qualified majority voting, will reduce the scope of member states using undue pressure on candidate states. And we have to understand that the EU itself is producing reinforcing unequal, asymmetrical power relations between member states and candidate states. We have to understand this. When a candidate state wants to join the European Union, it is under pressure by member states on a number of areas, not necessarily related to the Copenhagen conditionalities. We have to understand this. And these issues will continue to be present. They will not go away, among other issues, among other reasons, because the EU is entering now with this new wave of enlargement, hopefully in the next few years, in the territory of massive status bilateral dispute sovereignty problems, which unfortunately the EU and the US did not resolve back in the 1990s or the decade after that, when they had bigger leverage. So we left the period when the US and the EU had massive leverage in the region. We didn't resolve the problems between Kosovo and Serbia, for example, name dispute, issues between North Macedonia and Bulgaria, or Ukraine or Moldova. And now we are left to resolve these issues in a very different geopolitical environment. So these issues will not go away. The member states will not forego their influence by agreeing to give up consensus decisions, accepting qualified majority voting. What can we do? I think the Commission should start devising tools and policies that will deal with the bilateral disputes. We need to find tools, diplomatic tools, economic tools by the EU that will help the process of resolving disputes between member states and candidates, between candidate states themselves. We cannot hope that the EU will ever, 27 member states will ever agree that they forego their influence in order to introduce qualified majority voting. But the bilateral disputes will remain, and unless we see very active, very assertive and creative new policies on the part of the EU by the Commission, and of course with the agreement of the Council, we will not see a settlement of these disputes and a settlement of these problems. Therefore, we will not see also enlargement.
Thank you for this very realistic assessment. I'm told we need to open the floor for perhaps only 2 questions. I have something under 4 minutes, and I would ask those who wish to ask questions to be very succinct and very direct. Would you like to come here? That's what the rule is, I'm told.
Thank you for openness, first of all, of the discussion. My name is Victor Chonga. The question is as follows. What do you think will be the impact of finishing the war in Ukraine upon the extension of EU? Because also, before a possible future Ukraine integration in EU, it will be the fact that EU will have to support the reconstruction of Ukraine, which will mean a stress on the budget.
And is there a general question for the panel or for any particular speaker, perhaps?
I think the panelists know better who can answer to the question. It's not my. I'm not so well introduced in their knowledge. I just saw them today.
Thank you. Would any of the speakers perhaps like to comment on that, and maybe how that also has an impact on EU accession in the Western Balkans? So the fact that now we have 9 candidate countries, we have a broader, I think it was mentioned here, bigger basket.
I would only say that it's obvious that the EU will need to play a big role in the reconstruction of Ukraine when that moment comes. And I think that's clear to all member states. And that will have a financial impact, and we will have to deal with that somehow. And besides that, we will have to address also in the coming budget, multi-annual budget, the impact of enlargement. So of having new member states and what that means in terms of financial flows, and also the issue of reconstruction, which is a separate thing, I would say, on top of enlargement, and the EU will need to find ways to deal with that, that's for sure.
And just one more word to add, the process of EU integration is merit-based. This is still very important. This hasn't changed in the sense that it's quantified by the progress each country makes according to the acquis.
My name is Radko Vajkov. I'm ambassador of Bulgaria to Romania. I have first one very short comment and then a question. The comment is to you, sir, the last speaker. I don't agree for such approach, speaking about the problems with the candidates, to have in one and same level the problems between Pristina and Belgrade and Bulgaria and Republic of North Macedonia. I want to be very clear. It is not a problem between Bulgaria and Republic of North Macedonia. There are relations between European Union and Republic of North Macedonia. We have, with consensus decision from June 2022, and yesterday the President of European Commission, Madame von der Leyen, once again underlined in Skopje that the Commission is expecting this decision from June 2022 to be fulfilled. That means, I will not mention the concrete aspects of this decision, but please be correct in this. It's not normal to be on one and same level Serbia and Kosovo, or the problems with Ukraine and Moldova, and to speak about the Republic of North Macedonia. Bulgaria is the biggest supporter of Republic of North Macedonia, and we are part of the common efforts in European Union to start as soon as possible the negotiations with Republic of North Macedonia. And I would say once again, I will repeat that we are so satisfied with the beginning of the negotiations with Albania. This is one very, very important step and very important sign to the other countries. I use the opportunity that here is the Deputy Prime Minister of Montenegro. Congratulations for all your efforts. We are working in not very easy external atmosphere, I would say. That's why all efforts you are doing are very positive. My last question is to Oana Cristina Popa. I was thinking all the time here, what you, dear Oana Cristina, and me, as ambassadors of Romania and Bulgaria in Serbia, what of such similar forums, of course it's not this level in Belgrade, but 6 or 7 years ago, speaking about the enlargement progress in Western Balkan countries, what was changed in these 6-7 countries? All the time when you spoke, I was thinking about the same atmosphere 5, 6, 7 years ago. After that, you had the chance and the privilege to be ambassador of European Union in Montenegro, and already you have another view. But speaking in general and your approach to make difference between countries, I appreciate it very high. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Would you like to?
Yes, thank you very much, Radko. So first of all, Ukraine changed everything. It created this special momentum in enlargement, and that is something we have to acknowledge. And that has also changed the attitudes of public opinions on the ground, where little by little the strength is growing. So that is definitely good. What has also changed is, and that is something that would fall probably on your initial question on the challenges, is that the region is very much exposed to a number of hybrid threats. This is not typical to the Western Balkans today, but because the institutional strength of the countries in the Western Balkans is lower than in the EU, FIMI is something that is definitely a huge issue, and that is why the Western Balkans are in the front line of financial support from the EU when it comes to foreign interference and malign influence, a rise of ethno-nationalism here and there, populism. Again, these are not specific issues necessarily to the Western Balkans, but because of the general situation on the ground where things are still not fully settled everywhere, the impact is stronger. And then, of course, economic challenges. And again, I would like to close, that's where the growth plans contribution is so important, because that's where the gap can be bridged in terms of economic development, foreign direct investments, and in general business growth, because this is what will lead in the next coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna. I think Yanis wanted to add something. We have maybe 30 seconds. Just a very quick comment. Yeah.
Ambassador, no one wants to say that the complexity of the problem between Kosovo and Serbia is the same like any other bilateral dispute in the region, or a dispute between the EU and the candidate state. Definitely not. It's a cluster of bilateral status sovereignty problems that we find all over Central and Eastern Europe and Southeastern Europe, where you have the candidate states. Having said that, the way you phrased your question speaks louder than words about the way that member states can influence the process. So it was something that was, before the decision of the European Council, was a dispute between Bulgaria and North Macedonia. It was accepted through the French proposal by the European Council. It became a conditionality on the part of the EU. And there's a lot of different opinions whether this is very much related to the Copenhagen conditionality or not. So this is what I said. The member states have the power, have the leverage, because they are member states and vote through in the European Council in a consensus decision-making process to influence what is how the process evolves. This needs to be taken into account by the European Commission and the EU as a whole. Otherwise, we will see more and more and more blockages in the process. We may not see new member states after Montenegro joining the European Union if we don't resolve this bilateralization, as was mentioned by Odette earlier. Thank you.
Thank you, Yanis. And I would like to thank the distinguished speakers on this panel, in fact, for being so succinct and for their insights, sharing their insights on such a complicated topic for a very short slot of time. And I'd like to thank, first and foremost, the Deputy Prime Minister of Montenegro for sharing with us the progress of the country, of Montenegro, but also on helping us understand more what this first accession would mean for the countries in the Balkans. And personally, I think that for a very long time, it's not only the EU been failing to respond to the aspirations and the enthusiasm in the Western Balkans, but also in the Western Balkans, we have seen for a long time elites playing the card that the EU doesn't really want us. They are not really serious about accession. And I think by taking this first step, with Montenegro and hopefully with Albania, the EU can show indeed that it is serious about it, and that will have impact and will resonate for the countries and have consequences, political as well, for the countries, for the rest of the countries in the region, not least to solve those bilateral issues that were mentioned between Kosovo and Serbia and other issues of political nature. And for the EU to really play that role of what was called the lighthouse. And I'd like to finish the panel discussion today with that powerful metaphor of the EU as a lighthouse for all of us, for those in the EU and for those who aspire to become part of it. Thank you. Sorry.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Some of our guests need to thank you so much to Odetta and to our distinguished speakers. Some of them need to catch their flight actually this afternoon, so this is why we are a bit in a hurry. I'm so happy now to invite the next conversation to start on stage right before our lunch break. It's going to be a high-level conversation on NATO and European security, moderated by Radu Tudor, TV host and also a defense and political analyst. Thank you, Radu, for being with us, and the stage is yours.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we are about to start our panel, and I would like to thank Aspen, Romania, and German Marshall Fund for inviting me to moderate this panel. We have distinguished panelists and, of course, many issues to talk about NATO and European defense, both the invasion war of Russia in Ukraine, in Europe, the way that other Asian countries are supporting the invasion war of Russia, the way that we are provoked and, of course, challenged by this war in our defense. We will talk about new technologies, AI, and the way we can use both military and civilian technologies in order to strengthen our defense. It's my pleasure to invite here on the panel Ambassador Nicolas Varneri, which is the French ambassador to Romania. General Dominique Trancan, the former head of French military mission to United Nations, and General Daniel Petrescu, who is the former Chief of Defense of Romania. We will start the debate in our panel by inviting my very special guest to address with the beginning of a few words, and then we will have time to raise some questions and issues. Our time is shorter for our panel because we have to leave at 1 and 10 minutes. So with all due, it's my pleasure to invite Ambassador Nicolas Varneri to make his speech. Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. I will be very short, like we decided a few minutes ago, by putting a few ideas on the table, if I can say so. First idea, probably, Ukraine is still the main issue. It's clearly the main issue when you touch to NATO, to United European defense. The war in Ukraine changed everything. It changed, of course, the context in Ukraine. It changed the context, strategic context in all the area, in all Europe, in all the alliance. It was a real shock to our systems, our democracy, all our societies. So Ukraine is still the main issue. We did a lot of things since the beginning of this war of aggression. We must go on, of course, but it will still be the main question for some months or some years. We don't know, but it's there. Second idea, I just touched it a second ago. We must go on. We must clearly go on. We cannot give up Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting very bravely, very courageously on the ground. Ukraine is the theater of the war. Ukraine is the front line. We are in the second line. I think that General Petrescu will agree that here on the eastern flank, we are the second line, clearly. If the first line is broken, then it will be us. It will be us here in Romania and in other countries of the eastern flank. So what we do here is just aimed at resisting this aggression, resisting this challenge. We support Ukraine. We supported and we still support Ukraine politically, by example, by offering the perspective of integration in the European Union. We support it, of course, militarily speaking. I will not get in details, but many countries, including mine, of course, are really supporting through equipments, through various actions, militarily speaking, Ukraine. We help it economically speaking, both now and in the future, if I can say so, because we are already working on the future reconstruction of a country. It seems a bit strange, at least to me, but we began to work on this issue. Solidarity corridors are also a key factor to help Ukraine to resist. I mean, exporting the cereals of Ukraine is a key factor for Ukraine and for the rest of the world, which is eating these cereals. We also reduced, it's part of the game, we also reduced our energy dependence towards Russia, which is a way to try to stop Russia from getting money from us by buying the energy. And we help also Ukraine on humanitarian aid, welcoming refugees, helping them, and specifically here in Romania. What do we do as France, militarily speaking, here in Romania? Because I think it's linked, everything is linked, everything is part of a global game. Here, General Petrescu knows very well, we've been fantastically well welcomed here when we arrived. The Eagle forces, Force Aigle, the battle group, French battle group with also Belgian troops, Luxembourg troops, and now Spanish troops, under the command, of course, of a Romanian general, belonging to the chain of command of NATO. We are, as a framework nation, participating to the defense of the flank of the alliance and of Europe. It's part of the game. It's also a way to support Ukraine. It's part of a global political and strategic situation. And then to finish, because I think that we are in a hurry, to finish touching what sometimes what we often call the European pillar of NATO. I think we should not take it as a conceptual problem. We can, of course, but we should also look at very concrete issues. First, the budget. Americans, and they were right, asked us some years ago to increase our budget of defense. Participating, us, the Europeans, to a higher budget effort is a part of this pillar game. Second aspect, we forget them, which is unfair. The European military operations. We are, as European, acting militarily in Kosovo, in Bosnia, in Central Africa, in Republic Centrafricaine. So we need people, we need staff, we need means, a chain of command to do these operations. They are not strictly speaking NATO, but they are European, but of course with sometimes the same soldiers, the same guys. So it's part of this European pillar. Third aspect, the industry of armament. I will not be long, of course, but it's an issue. We have to be sovereign, we have to be stronger, we have to have an industry, a common industry, able to provide us with the equipment we need. That's what we propose here in Romania on several aspects, in Romania and in other countries, of course. And maybe very last idea, in a few days there will be elections in the United States. We know that the situation could change. We know that there could be another American policy regarding defense, regarding Europe, regarding NATO. We must be ready to be adult, to take our responsibility, to face the new situation in case it would occur. So these are the little ideas I wanted to put on the table. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador Warnery, for these ideas. Of course, a bigger budget is important, but it's more important to spend this budget. And we don't have this exercise. We are trying to persuade some NATO members to spend their budget that they are mentioning for defense. General Trancan, former French head of mission in the United Nations, your view about NATO and European defense.
Thank you very much, and I'm very happy to be back in Bucharest. And first of all, I want to salute my brother in arms. Of course, the Romanian army, but also the French army, as the ambassador said. When the war started in 2022, the French was equipping the spearhead battalion, and in a few weeks, the battalion was deployed here. Currently, we've got 1,500 soldiers deployed in Romania, and the air defense system in Constanța, which is very important. Next year, we'll have an exercise deploying a full brigade, 5,000 soldiers within 30 days. And in 2027, it will be a division with 20,000 troops, meaning that NATO is reinforcing and applying what I was applying when I was a young officer between 1990, before 1990, when I was operational officer in the 2nd French Corps for SENTAG in NATO. We are going back to that time, reinforcing NATO. And my point is that everything which is currently reinforcing NATO is, by the way, reinforcing defense of Europe by Europeans. Inside NATO, under the umbrella of the American currently, we are reinforcing all our army. And we need to do that because, as the ambassador said, we don't know what will happen in 10 days in the US. And Europe can't rely on the fact that in 10 days, 20,000 American citizens will change the course of NATO. And so that's why we have to reinforce our position, to understand each other, to be able to work together, and also to build equipment. You were talking about money. All together, all European countries have a budget of 350 billion euro. The problem is that a lot of that is spoiled because we have different type of equipment. We are buying 60% of our equipment in the US, so we need to reinforce our industry. Reinforce our industry with the new weapons, drones, cyber, many things which happened since the war started. So my point, I will finish on that. Everything what we're doing currently under the umbrella of NATO and the US umbrella will benefit to the defense of Europe and to the defense of Europe by European.
Thank you, General Trancon. We will debate later. I want to give the floor right now to General Petrescu, the former Chief of Defense of Romania. You have the most fresh experience from all of us. What means to fight the threat and what means to use technologies, military, but also civilian technologies. What about the improvement of using AI in the defense of a NATO country? So, General Petrescu, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Radu. Thank you for your introduction. And let me start by saying it's an honor and a pleasure to be here. I always come with pleasure to the meetings organized by Aspen because I find not only an interesting debate here, but also friends and people that think alike regarding our security. And I'm also honored to be close together in this panel to representatives of the French diplomacy and the French armed forces. France is a great friend of Romania, and the French efforts in Romania have been underlined, and I will emphasize again and again how appreciative we are for the French support we are receiving within NATO and within the European Union. Today it's a special day for the Romanian Armed Forces. It's the Armed Forces Day. So what better position I could have chosen to be today than to be here and explain to you a little bit how the Romanian Armed Forces strengthen themselves and what we do within NATO and within the European Union. You mentioned my experience within NATO. Serving as a Chief of Defense during 4 years, I had the chance to be in the room with all the Chiefs of Defense of the NATO nations. And I can tell you, this is the most honorable meeting, you know, most honorable gathering. If you look in the room with these Chiefs of Defense, you can see almost 1,000 years of military experience if you count all the experience from the NATO Chiefs of Defense gathering in one room and discussing the issues. I'll be brief, and I would say first that getting to join NATO and getting to join EU has been a game changer for the Romanian future and one of the best things that's happened to Romania at the beginning of this century. Second, in time, we have adapted, and now I think we are important and respected ally and partner here. We are very clear about what we base our security on, NATO, in EU, strategic partnership with the US, and I would say our own efforts in order to develop our own military capabilities. We are concerned regarding the situation and what is going on in the world. And if you ask me, I would say we need to focus as Europeans and as Romanians, we need to focus on 3 most important issues. First is the war in Ukraine, how this finishes, and how we make sure that the fight for principles and the rule-based international order prevails. This is a very important thing with consequences for the future. Because I think the way we plan now and the answers we find now, it will influence at least the next generation, and this is a fight of a generation. Second is, as European, to make sure we don't decouple too much to the events in the US. US industry, US business, US innovation is moving way faster than we move in Europe, and we need, in a way, to catch up with what is going on. There was a very interesting report, Draghi report, and we need to look more into that, in my opinion, and to see how we can improve what we do. And third, this is political, I don't want to get into that, is how we make sure that extremism doesn't take over or doesn't have a larger saying in the political life of the European countries. And because you raised the issue of industry, dual-use technologies, and so on, I think dual-use technologies have the potential to change totally the industrial landscape in the future. if we get correctly the artificial intelligence, advanced semiconductors, all the things related to quantum computing and so on. I don't say Romania or the EU to be the most important in doing that, but we need to be there and we need to move faster, because what the war in Ukraine has proved to us, it proved that war takes a long time. In order to support your troops in fighting, you need to have an industry, and you need to have access through strategic resources, and we need to look better into the strategic resources and where do we get those strategic resources. Second, we need to change our mindset, and everybody, civilian and military, should think that everything we do is related to national security. There is no clear difference right now, because if conflict happens, this is for everybody, and it involves everybody. And we need to be able to cooperate, not to be like, this is civilian research, this is military research, let's see how we can do it together. We need to improve the legislation, because legislation is the basis of everything we do. And of course, we need to do more. And you agreed, you mentioned that, and I fully agree with that. And I will leave the rest for the questions.
Thank you, General Petrescu. It's been a great pleasure to hear your thoughts on this panel. And I would like to open a subject for the panelists. What will happen when we see that an Asian country, one of the greatest dictatorships of the world, North Korea, is sending troops to Russia in order to empower the invasion against Ukraine? There is a war in Europe for 2 years. It's the biggest security challenge since the Second World War. And now we see an Asian country that is amplifying the war in Europe. Is this the premise to open a debate and a discussion about a world war, General Trancan?
First, I will say in military terms, if Russians are asking North Korea to send soldiers, it's because they've got problem of soldier. We need to understand that. That's the first bit. So everybody's saying, you know, huge Russia has a lot of soldier. It's wrong. They've got problem with soldier. That's the first bit. Second bit is that apparently they will send 10,000 soldiers. You know that currently in the battle, the Russians are losing 1,000 soldiers per day. Means that you've got 10 days with the Korean from North Korea. So, and North Korea is just a 26 million country, and the army is facing the south. So they can't provide too many soldiers. So that's, in military terms, it's not really a game changer. In political terms, we'll let the ambassador talking about that, it's a bit different. But what is funny is that this Korean soldier received a passport from a Russian Federation country from Asia. So in fact, they are hiding the fact that it's Korean. It's the South Korea who suddenly say they are moving soldier. And the American today, or yesterday, I think,
they
confirmed that. But they are hiding because they don't want to show that it's a world war, you know? So, but I see the game changer is another country involved in the war. In military terms, it will not change many things.
We must empower the European Defense Ambassador Varneri through our great alliance, NATO. But we see Iran, a Middle East country, supporting Russia on this invasion in Ukraine. We see North Korea sending troops. We see China helping economically Russia to deploy more troops and to have more ammunition in the invasion war. So when we look at the table, it is not a Russian-Ukrainian war, it's an axis of dictatorship against Ukraine, against Europe.
I agree with what you said on the fact that it's the confrontation of two systems, dictators and Democrats, let's say, to put it very very clearly. I also agree that having an Asian country, a Middle East country, another big Asian country sort of involved changes a little bit, not military speaking, like the General explained just a second ago, but politically speaking, it shows that it implies more countries than only the two first belligerents. I agree, and it's not a good thing, but it's part of the. It proves that everything is linked. Unfortunately, today, or like in all the previous wars, everything can be linked, and sometimes everything is linked. Here, on this crisis, many factors sort of aggregate around the front. I agree, I have no answer to find a solution, but we try, of course, by all our diplomatic moves, not negotiations, but moves, statements, initiatives to deter other countries to get inside, or to deter those three countries that we mentioned to do more than what they do today. Of course, just to limit the war and the implication of other actors.
Yes, thank you, Ambassador. General Petrescu, when we see many other countries supporting Russia on invading a new European country and launching the biggest threat to our continent since the end of the World War, what do you think, what is your evaluation? You said that this war will not end soon, and we see there are some other countries from other continents who wants to amplify the war in Europe.
I have to still warn you, I may be retired, but I still have the reflex of the chod not to get into contentious issues, and my answers not to spur, a lot of consequences. The General mentioned the impact of troops from other countries participating, because this is a battle of principle, in my opinion, and because we speak about rule-based international order. We cannot say, okay, this is not very significant, let it go. We need to make sure that we apply principle and we do not tolerate the rules to be broken, in my opinion. I don't know, it's difficult to predict where the conflict will end and how the conflict will end.
I based my question on your millenary experience on NATO Military Committee with 1,000-year experience from all the generals.
But mine is only 35 years.
Congratulations.
I need the whole room with the chiefs of defense. It's very difficult because the war has its own philosophy. Surprises happen. You never know when things could turn one way or another. What we can do is to push with support, be on the right side of the history, and do our duty, because this influences not only our future, it will influence the future of Europe for the decades to come.
Okay, I would like to ask my panelists, if they will be asked by a certain European leader or NATO leader, what are the three main measures you think we need to do right now in Europe in order to strengthen our military, first of all on the eastern flank, and then, of course, inside all NATO, Ambassador? Three measures you think are very useful.
Well, first, go on the military effort. That means make the exercise that mentioned the General big success. So there is a Dacian fall in a few days, very few days, Dacian spring next spring, and there will be this 2027 exercise. So it's a key factor, making this exercise successful and fully deterrent to any potential aggressor. Second, the military, the defense industry, like I mentioned, we have to reinforce it clearly, absolutely clearly. And third, maybe even if I would like to be not to be too specific on this, but be ready to take more responsibilities in case we would need to.
So, defense industry exercises and more resilience, General Tranca. What is your opinion?
Yes, and to have the, for the first point, the important thing is to have our opinion, public opinion, supporting that and providing the right budget to have this sort of equipment. You've got election in a month in this
Nobody's
country.
perfect.
Yesterday I was looking at the debate on election, and I think we all have the same problem in Europe. The people are talking about retirement, way of living, earning more money, and we are talking about war for 3 years now. Where is the budget? The budget to reinforce all that. For 30 years in Europe, we're very happy. In the previous panel, we were discussing of the fact that for a century, all the European countries are fighting each other. Since the Second World War, we stopped that, and after the break of the Berlin Wall, we increased the fact of Europe. But we are spoiled children. We are people who have a huge, can you imagine a century ago, this peaceful environment, this growing wealth in this environment, and we tend to sleep on that, not realizing that we've got to fight to keep our way of living, our way of freedom of movement inside Europe and all that. And now, for the 3 last years, we discover that we have to fight. But each time we've got an election, we go back to our evil, you know? And so the important thing is to have the budget, the right budget, and to develop on the trend we discovered 3 years ago, in fact.
General Petrescu, 3 main measures that are, let's say, needed right now.
In my opinion, we need to do 1,000 things. But if I have to mention only 3, that would be the most important. Do what we said we would do. We need to fulfill exactly what we said we would do, because our credibility will be based on that. The second thing, I very much agree with the ambassador and the general, educating the population, industry, and so on. I will go to Clausewitz and mention the Clausewitz Trinity. Government, people, armed forces. These need to work together in order to provide for security. And third, change our mentality, get out of this sleepwalking mentality that everything is going to be well, and we need to get prepared.
Thank you so much. This ends our panel. I know we are a bit delayed because of the previous panel, so please let me ask you a round of applause for these invitees and those panelists. Thank you so much.
Thank you once again for to our distinguished guests today, and thank you, dear audience, for staying with us. I'm pleased to announce that we invite you to the lunch break, and afterwards we invite you to convene once again in the main plenary room, as we are still with some insightful conversations where we will host speakers from our partners, from NATO, from the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, and from the German Marshall Fund once again. So looking forward to meeting you in the afternoon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Hope everyone enjoyed a nice time at the lunch break and made some new connections as well. I'm pleased to announce we are now moving into the next panel session, which will be focused on countering misinformation and disinformation and deterring against hybrid warfare, which will be delightfully moderated by Ms. Alina Inaie, a security and defense expert. Alina, you've got the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mirela. It's so great to be back at the Bucharest Forum yet again. And welcome everybody. I'm sorry I couldn't attend yesterday, but I'm happy that I can be here today talking with you on a very complicated and important issue, the issue of disinformation, misinformation, and all in general, hybrid warfare. To do so, I have 5 wonderful speakers whom I welcome on the stage. Please come and join me. And I will just come and join me, and then I will introduce each one of them when they take the floor. And while they find a seat for themselves, I do want to place a little bit of context in today's conversation, because we very much hope this is going to be a conversation despite the limited time that we have allotted for the session. And the context is given by elections in Moldova, the context is given by elections in Georgia, and the context is given, without politicizing anything, by the elections in Romania and then in the United States. And this is going to be probably the entry point of conversation of the speakers whom, as I said, we have here today to discuss about disinformation, misinformation, and all in general, hybrid warfare. And I will start with Tatiana Kojokari, who is from Moldova, who is running an NGO, a non-governmental organization in Moldova, extremely active. And because the elections in Moldova are yet again, the second round is coming very close, use this. So in 3 minutes, you can talk about disinformation, misinformation in Moldova, and if anything can be done against it.
Thank you so much. Welcome to this important panel. I'm honored to be here. It is my first time at Bucharest Security Forum, but I am also Aspen alumna, and today I'm going to speak a little bit based on my reflection. I'm working with public opinion a lot, and we did a lot of field work. And I want to share with you the very fresh impression of Moldovan election and lesson learned, as Alina mentioned. And unfortunately, Moldova confirms what Sheckley said. Unfortunately, in the information war, the one who speaks the truth will always lose, because the liar has many other opportunities and no boundaries. And this is a sad story for Moldova. And this is what happened in Moldova. Why? Because the malign actors are using states and nation weak points, such as poverty, weak institutions, a low level of trust in public institutions, in leaders, feeding the skepticism in regard to democratic values, in regard to European Union. And these are just several factors that are exploited to subvert democracy and keep a state captured. And every time our allies, our partners in European Union are hesitating, showing immediate support to Eastern Europe, showing firm engagement, this is something that aggressors is using, as I said, our vulnerabilities. What also the aggressor is doing is exploiting historical traumas of our nations, cultural biases, anxieties that we have, emphasizing over and over again historical legacies of a region, of a state. Also, Russia is using a lot the Cold War narrative. This rhetoric of a confrontation between great powers. Russia inoculates the idea that Moldova is a weak state. Moldova is a state that depends on other powers. And Russia is saying that actually Moldova or EU does not need Moldova. So Western states are now using Moldova in confrontational battle, in this great power competition between West and Russia. And speaking from my field work, around 40% of population now in the Republic of Moldova believe that now Ukraine is fighting with NATO. And the war is caused because NATO involvement. And this is not just the rhetoric used in Moldova. It is a rhetoric used in Georgia. So they are weaponizing the case of Ukraine, scaring our people. Well,
Tatiana, let me stop you here, because you said something which I think is extremely important, and I want to pass it over to, let me see if I can pronounce your name correctly, Magnus Hurt, who is Director General of Psychological Defense Agency, the government of Sweden, and pick up on what Tatiana has just said, which are the drivers or the triggers that Russia is using, and not only Russia, but in this case, that Russia is using to interfere with politics in Moldova. She said poverty. She said fear. She also said that Russia is using the war to scare people. How do we deal with these drivers? How do we turn this how do we turn this around so our narrative gets to be more like than the other's narrative?
Am I being? Oh, now you can hear me. Thank you for inviting me. I'm very glad to be here and be able to address these very important issues. And thank you, Tatiana, for your opening words. I feel very strongly for the Moldovan case here, and we are present in Moldova as part of the European Union mission to support the striving forces for democracy, for upholding democracy and your fight for freedom and against the Russian influence, which is very obvious in Moldova, of course. I'm head of the Swedish Psychological Defense Agency. We started our work January 1st, 2022, but we have roots in different agencies before that. Psychological defense is an old concept from the Cold War, really, to be able to defend yourself against psychological warfare. If you have psychological warfare, you need psychological defense. I think that's kind of obvious. And as Tatiana said, adversaries are using our vulnerabilities against us, and our vulnerabilities are different in different countries. And you said historical grievances, there could be unsettled border issues, there could be ethnic divisions, there could be segments of a population that is not, does not feel included in the country. Even Sweden we have vulnerabilities, of course. We have seen that when it comes to the attacks on our social services, which were being spread conspiracy theories about them kidnapping Muslim children and turning them into Christians and giving them for adoption to same-sex homosexual parents, etc. And some segments of our population actually believed this. And we've also had the Quran burning stirred up quite a lot of trouble. That kind of died out when we finally were accepted into NATO by all the other NATO nations. So we have a variety of issues to handle together in Europe and also outside Europe. I mean, this is an affair for the whole Western world, I think, to defend our democracies and join our forces within the European Union, within NATO, and within other structures that we have together to defend our democracies. But that's something we really need to do, I think. We need to support each other.
We need to support each other. That's a very interesting phrase. I think we're gonna come back to it because it also relates to what Tatiana was saying, the feeling that we don't quite support Moldova, or we don't support Moldova, the perception that we don't support Moldova enough. I do want probably to stay a little bit on the issue of the narratives and how to improve our narrative so it becomes better liked than the other's narrative. And I would turn to you, and let me see if I can pronounce your name right this time, Julie Majerjak.
Yes.
Who is with Reporters Without Borders, the Brussels office. How can we win the narrative war?
So Reporters Without Borders is one of the leading NGO dedicated to press freedom and the right to information. Malicious foreign interferences has become a big issue for us because, of course, it destabilizes information space and the right to information, to reliable information. And again, I think the problem today is the scale of disinformation, which has reached an unprecedented level because of social networks and the facility it is to disseminate disinformation, and also now with generative AI, the fact that it's going to be, and it is already, pretty easy to produce not only disinformation but fake content, which look very real. And for example, a month ago, we have discovered a video of a BBC journalist covering or presenting a study done by Reporters Without Borders, a study which showed that 1,000 cases of Ukrainian soldiers had sympathy with Nazism. And of course, it was a fake BBC journalist, and RSF has never done any study on this. So everything was faked, but it has been watched by more than 400,000 viewers. And the Kremlin, the Russian authorities have shared this video on X, on Telegram, on their website. Even the Foreign Minister Affairs have taken this video and talked about it. So we were used for the Russian war propaganda. And I think the question is how we combat disinformation, but how we combat disinformation and foreign and malicious foreign interference in a democratic way. Because democracies are more vulnerable and inherently more vulnerable than authoritarian regime because we value freedoms, we value freedom of expression, we value pluralism, etc. And we have to combat disinformation, but we also have to be to keep our values. So we have draft some recommendations for the EU institution, and if you want, I can elaborate on it. A
little later, because again, I want to pass the ball over to Katja Plate, who is the head of Konrad Adenauer Stiftung here in Bucharest. Yes, we have to fight against disinformation, misinformation, but we have to stay true to our democratic values and principles. How do we do that?
Yeah, of course, because democracy is what Russia is really and truly attacking and what they want to destroy. So
Germany is currently very heavily attacked by Russian influence operations. Unfortunately, the German public lacks for a great deal of awareness. So currently, a lot of Germans see pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. And very often they perceive these pieces as isolated cases. But the general wider public in Germany still misses the overall pictures that would come up if you put all the little pieces together. Very unluckily, on top of that, is that the German government is especially reluctant, I would say, in acting against Russian disinformation and propaganda, and mainly, I would say, due to historical reasons. Of course, we can understand that especially a country like Germany values the personal rights to a great extent. And I think the German government often fears of being accused of limiting free expression, freedom of opinion, when defending against disinformation and propaganda. And so not only the German government lacks of a lot of institutions and bodies to correctly understand the threats of disinformation, but they also are not funding the civil society accordingly or not employing them accordingly in order to make up for this lack. Because I can understand when the state in Germany says, okay, we do not want to do it due to our history, but then we need other institutions. And this is, but on the other hand, from this corner can come a game changer, because in Germany we do have a very strong and active civil society, which is also very well funded. But it's currently not focused on disinformation and fighting against propaganda and defending democracy. And I think this is where we can from where we can manifest a big potential for game changing. This is especially the terms of understanding disinformation and threats better is where civil society can deliver, because we see also how the civil society in Ukraine is helping to understand very, very quickly what is going on in the field of disinformation, also by doing in parallel some works, because more is more when it comes to defending against disinformation. Also, the second point where civil society can help is strengthen the societal awareness. We have civic education in Germany to a high extent, and I think we need to massively ramp up media education in Germany, not only in the schools, but for all age group and all groups of society. Very often we are focused with our disinformation discourses on the highly educated levels of society, but we need to bring that down, and civic education approaches and actors can be very useful there. And lastly, international cooperation, because the civil society has a very broad network, not only over Europe, but across the world, and we need to use it to exchange information and to exchange method, to have a toolkit at hand, and to defend together against disinformation, and especially defend democracy.
Thank you. While you were talking, an opinion poll came to mind, an opinion poll which was European-wide, which showed that the young generation, young people, are extremely vulnerable, maybe more vulnerable than the older generation, to disinformation and to the narrative, anti-Western, anti-transatlantic narrative. So when you talk about civic education and when you talk about, you know, critical thinking, probably, I think the young generation is the most important piece of the puzzle, which brings me to the question that I have for you, Digna. Digna Lubina is with the NATO Public Diplomacy Division, if I'm not mistaken, I'm right. Which brings me to the question, is there any role for NATO into this fight, into the fight against disinformation and misinformation and hybrid war? And what is that role?
Sure. Thank you so much, Alina. Well, I'm mindful that I only have 3 minutes because the topic of NATO and disinformation is something that honestly I could go on and on about, not just for 3 minutes, but for way longer. So We recognize that disinformation is a national security threat. It's a defense issue, a resilience issue, it's a societal issue, and requires a whole of society approach. And we, NATO, are a primary target for disinformation. If I were to give you just the leading narratives that we are hearing on us, on our role in the war in Ukraine, etc., it would easily take me a good hour, and I would probably not be done. So we are at the forefront in fighting against disinformation and countering it, but also helping boost the resilience of our societies in doing so. And I'm very happy to say that this is exactly what NATO is doing and actually has been doing already since 2014. When one of the first steps that NATO took back then was to create a portal called Setting the Record Straight on NATO website, which exposed and still does expose to this day the main myths about NATO. So if you haven't seen it already, I'm obviously inviting you to do so. But let me just maybe briefly walk you through a more structured approach with regard to what NATO does on this front. So first of all, countering disinformation is something that we are embracing politically. If you were to look through the latest NATO summit communiques, you would find references to this recognized threat in several of them. We are undertaking an approach which is characterized by two main directions, which is understand and engage. I represent the understand function, which, as the description suggests, basically goes towards trying to understand what is it that we are dealing with. So we have amped up our capabilities in monitoring and analyzing disinformation. We have also amped up our abilities to cooperate with allies, with partners, to do it internally through dedicated platforms, but also to do so externally. And then we also come to engage, which is another very, very important aspect of this. Because great, we understand the threat is real, it's there, it's scary, it's so big. So what next? What do we do with that? So as we aspire to understand it, we also try to get to the so what and what next in our processes. And I'm really happy to say that there's several things that NATO is doing, that NATO Public Diplomacy Division is doing in particular. So we have, first and foremost, we have boosted our social media presence and our engagement with journalists. We are very active across a variety of social media platforms, including in Russian language. So we have several social media accounts which actually produce content dedicatedly in Russian. We also have local tailored campaigns in allied countries and in partner countries, where we engage with NGOs, with think tanks, academia, and so on. Then media, key part of this. We are proud to say that we are one of the organizations that has a press tour program where we invite journalists from allied and partner countries to cover key NATO exercises, key NATO events, etc. And a very important part is also journalists from Russia and Belarus, which are independent journalists residing in exile. And then finally, of course, this is not a job for just one entity, just for one organization. So we are also working together with a number of institutional partners, the EAS, G7, UN, OECD, OSCE, and more. So basically, this all goes back to creating a multi-pronged approach, because it's not just about recognizing the threat, it's not just about understanding its nuance, but it's also creating a powerful story and then using a multitude of platforms to channel our message.
Thank you, and thank you all speakers for being on time with your remarks, which leaves us about 19 minutes for questions and answers. So please, anybody and everybody who has a question or a comment that they want to make, do come up front to the microphone and ask a question to the speakers. And while you are preparing your questions and comments, I do have a very quick question to all of you, and see how we can answer very shortly and very quickly. You all are doing activities. You all are doing what you can do best to minimize the impact of misinformation and disinformation. And my question is, are you successful? Do you know if you're successful or not? And how do you know if you're successful or not? I will start with and then go in reverse order somehow. Yeah, please.
Thank you so much. It's a very valid question because indeed we can be doing lots of things, but where do they lead us to? Well, what indeed is the impact? So, trying to measure the impact and also the success of what we are doing is an absolutely intrinsic part of what we do. I could go through a list of very, very practical.
So, are you successful or not?
Well, we could always be more successful.
Okay, fair enough.
So, yeah.
Of course we are successful. But the question is very serious because I think it's very difficult to determine whether your activities actually work. What are the consequences, the effects, the impact? But also it's very difficult to determine the effects of Russian propaganda. It's very difficult to say whether Russia effectively impacted in an election, for instance, or was the election result actually the result of a genuine shift in opinions within the population. But we need to still be doing things. Analysis is not enough. We need to change things. So we need to work on very broadly, I think. And Katja, you mentioned civil society, which I think it's very important to work with civil society, which is something that we take very seriously. Swedish democracy was actually built very much on civil society and NGOs working together, learning how democracy works. And that is something where we try to...
So let me follow up on the question when you say, because you started saying that you are successful. How do you know?
As I said, it's very difficult to determine, but I'm certain that Sweden is so much better off now than we were 10 years ago.
Because of your activity?
We only started 3 years ago. So,
right, okay.
But when you look at it, what the state of awareness was 10 years ago, I'm very sure that we are far much better now because you can just read the news. And this is a topic that is top of mind all the time. It's being debated, it's been discussed, it's been taught in schools. So we are learning both what the threat actors are doing and also how the modern information landscape is working, how algorithms actually function. So we as a society are successful, I think.
Frankly, I don't know how I can say yes or no. It would be arrogant to say yes, and it would be depressing to say no. So we are determined, that's for sure. And I think one thing which haven't been said is how important it is to better regulate platforms and how the algorithm work. And also, one antidote to disinformation is reliable information, which means professional journalism, which need to be supported, including journalists in exile, because they are the one who knows a lot and who can tell us a lot about.
So you basically you basically hope that you're successful.
We are doing our best.
You're doing your best, Katja.
Okay, so for Germany, we definitely know that what Russia doing is work. We can see that, we can measure it currently, unfortunately. That means, contrary, what we are doing is not good enough. Therefore, I have checked the study, because actually as Adenauer Foundation, we are interested in what works, exactly what you ask us. And I found evidence that debunking and pre-bunking actually works. This is something where we need to get stronger in Germany, particularly. Closing open doors works. That means looking for platforms, channels, news outlets from Russia who still permanently put disinformation into Germany, identifying them, closing them down. This is something that definitely works. And regulating platforms, what my colleague just said. This is also something where we know it works. We have studies which have clearly shown that there were people who agreed to not be on the social media for 3 months, and you could clearly see the shift in their attitudes and opinions, so you can see this is something regulating would work.
Tatiana.
Well, in Moldova's case, the answer is very visible. Yeah, right. We have less than 1% that show how successful we are. And I do believe that just the work of civil society is not enough. I'm not saying that the European Union and our allies are not supporting us. They do. But we need long-term projects. We need different projects. We need also projects, let's say, for national building. I know that this does not sound right, but this is what you need, because you need to heal the nation. You have to make these people resilient, right? And what Russia is doing now is killing our hope, not just ours, Ukrainian, Georgian. And it was very, very brave and nice yesterday hearing from our friends from Ukraine, telling us to put ourselves together and move forward is something that we really appreciate, that these brave people who are fighting a war, and like in Ukraine, Russia is destroying their hope with bombs. They are telling to Moldova that we have to put ourselves together and move forward. And this is something that we all need to understand, the risk that we are all exposed, and to understand that just the projects on debunking and fighting disinformation is not enough. We need more.
So basically, in the case of Moldova, the jury is still out. We still need to wait and see if we are successful or not. And let's hope we can see it next Sunday. Yes, please. I cannot see the microphone, but go ahead, ask your question. And please introduce yourself.
My name is Andriy Shevchenko. I'm from Ukraine. And when we talk about this damage from disinformation, most of that comes from very specific big tech companies. We are talking about Meta, first of all, also YouTube, Twitter or X. So in the case of Ukraine, that's something which literally kills us. So my question is, do you have any specific ideas how we can regulate those platforms which make huge money and yet do not spend enough resources on regulating or getting or sorting out misinformation? So I'm looking for specific ideas how to regulate this.
Great. Let me take another question and then come back to the panel, because you only have 10 more minutes. Please, please. And if there's another question, please do come up front so you can ask at the microphone.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the great panel. Vlad Ciobanu is my name. I'm a public policy consultant. My question is, where is the fine limit of where you no longer represent a democracy when trying to get people to support a democracy? The World Value Survey indicates that a very large extent of the youth in Western societies is in favor of dictatorships, strongman leadership, things like this. If, through organic means, a majority of people get to have this conviction, what then becomes the mission for people in positions such as yours? And I ask this being a fervent lover of democracy and somebody who would like democracy to succeed. Thank you.
Great question. Thank you. Is there another question before I turn to the panelists, because they will also have to do their closing remarks while answering the questions? No? Okay, so then let's change the order yet again. Tatiana, how to regulate platforms, if you want to answer this question, and how far can we go in defending democracy without actually jeopardizing democracy?
Well, I'll try to be short. On the platforms, asking our people in Moldova how they make the difference between a fake news and real information. They are saying that they are looking on the number of sharing, how often they are saying this info on social media, and on the comments. So probably we have to change the algorithm of social media, because if you are viewing many times an info on social media, this doesn't mean that it is the correct and right information. And about democracy, I believe that we have to build our legitimacy and to consolidate our institutions, because even if I go to the field and I'm speaking to the ones who are skeptics, they are not going to believe and listen to me, because they already have this cognitive bias, confirmation bias. So we have to consolidate our institutions and become legitimate for our audience if we want to promote democracy and make democracy strong. Thank you.
Yes, so social media has algorithms who were designed in order to maximize economic profit. Fair enough. They are it was an economic idea. However, we see that foreign actors are using the same algorithms in order to promote, or the result is that people get, let's say, a mental landscape into their feeds, which are totally not representing or not even close to the real opinion market which we have in our societies. And this is a tremendous problem, and it's widely analyzed, it's very well known. So actually we have some actors. One is the German Bertelsmann Foundation, and they did a study on ethical algorithms. How would an algorithm have to look like in order to create a feed which is relatively close, you never match it 100% anyways, but relatively close to the opinion landscape in a given society. These are very interesting experiments, which I think we should elaborate on, see the pros and cons, discuss it, but this is something I find interesting, one. Secondly, I think we should use artificial intelligence widely in order to find out more about disinformation and harmful narratives in social media. Currently, we have artificial intelligence tools, but mostly text-based, so they are used, for example, on X, but not on video. So this is something for the researchers out there. Please come up with AI tools which can work with video-based materials. And if we can use artificial intelligence on screening the social medias, then what has been proven also efficient is flagging some content as disinformation. And if you flag, you could also block the share button. Because, I mean, we are there in difficult territory where we need to see we do not want to limit the freedom of expression. But flagging might be helpful in order for people to recognize risk and stop the share button. Because that can stop also bot-generated share mechanisms.
Thank you.
So that was
Thank
just
you.
for your answer.
Julie.
Yes, I mean, I agree. The problem is how the algorithm functions on social media. And one of RSF recommendation is to oblige platform to give more visibility to reliable journalistic sources of information. And for that, to use so not to give the power to the platform to choose these sources, but to use a machine-readable standard, which is made by a third entity, like I mean, we at RSF we have launched a standard which is called the Journalism Trust Initiative, and which has been elaborated with the profession. So that could really be a shift in how people receive disinformation or information.
Thank you. Magnus.
Well, going back to the issue of democracy, the global decline of democracy on all continents is something that really worries me. And this is something that we need to reverse, this development. Otherwise, we will be in serious problems. And we need always to stay true to the democratic values that we need to safeguard. We should never leave them. That's absolutely crucial. We should work with legislation, with as much transparency as we can, but we should never be naive of what the adversaries are doing, what authoritarian regimes are doing towards us. But democracies will prevail if we stay true to those values and if we cooperate and learn from each other and support each other. And I think we could have counter operations towards adversaries together within the European Union. We could make attributions. We could work within NATO to make attributions to disclose what the authoritarian regimes are doing towards our democracies. And But we must always stay true to our democratic principles.
Just building on what you just said, Magnus, about the values of democratic societies, I feel like it's a story of what are we actually standing for and not against. Because countering disinformation, sure, that's absolutely essential. But what is it that we as societies, what is it that we as organizations represent? And it's a massive success story, and it's a very, very powerful one. And actually, there's another part to it. Every single one of the individuals on this panel, in this room, and beyond, can contribute to telling that. You can all be ambassadors of what actually living in a democratic society represents. And going back to the platforms, well, that's not really NATO's core business, but just to say, you know, a simple thing like community notes, we have seen their efficiency on a number of occasions, and it's so impressive. A fake post goes on, and just moments later, you have a ton of community notes coming up saying, no, this is a fake. And this is something that every single individual can do. And how do we get there as organizations? Is by giving you the tools, by helping you be informed, be it through your NGOs, through your academia, through press, through no matter what, different types of organizations. That's how we can get there.
Great, thank you. I really enjoyed listening to your answers, I have to say, because you did not put everything in the government's plate. You did not say the government has to do this, the government has to do that, the government has to regulate the government, whatever. And you turned towards civil society and towards citizens to really help each individual as possible in limiting, in mitigating misinformation, disinformation, and to a less extent, hybrid warfare. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for your answers. Thank you for your brevity. We managed on time somehow. And thank you for your questions. And please, let's wish the best of luck to Moldova's elections 10 days from now, and to Georgia's elections 2 days from now, and hope that we'll get closer to the European Union and to the European values, rather, with these elections. Thank you for being here, and join me in thanking the panelists.
Is my panel starting now? Hello, okay, great.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished guests, thank you so much for staying with us this afternoon. I'm pleased to announce we still have 2 very engaging conversations, one high-level conversation and then an afternoon panel session ending the day. For the next conversation, I'm pleased to announce we will focus on transatlantic relations, and it's going to be a high-level conversation with Congresswoman Jane Harman, connected live with us from DC, moderated by Kim Dozier, Global Affairs Analyst at CNN. Thank you, Kim, for being with us in Bucharest, and you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Let that exciting music play. Congressman Harman, great to see you in DC, bright and early for you, so thank you so much for joining us here in Bucharest. Just for the audience, Congresswoman Harman, I'm being a little too egalitarian there, is an Aspen Institute trustee. She's also an Aspen Strategy Group member, and when I first met her, she was the ranking member on the House Intelligence Committee in those crucial years after 9/11, when they had to figure out what went wrong with intelligence. And she left after 9 terms in Congress to become the first woman president ever of the Wilson Center, and she is now President Emerita of the Wilson Center. And with that, Jane, everyone here has been talking about elections, mostly the US presidential election, as you can imagine. But before we dig into that, I wanted to ask you, as someone who's been watching the space in transatlantic relations, when the Trump administration handed over to the Biden administration, there were a lot of bruised feelings in NATO, in European capitals, over some of Trump's public remarks, changes in policy on the fly, et cetera. Do you think the Biden administration mended some of those bruises?
Well, let me say first, Kim, how impressive your service as a journalist has been. I do recall some very difficult moments that you had in war zones, and people should remember what the cost of a free press is. I also want to say that I'm very proud of the Aspen Institute and its long history, and also of GMF, and it's a good thing that you're having the forum there. I'm sorry I can't be there. Did Biden fix things? My answer to that is many things, but unfortunately, the world has changed so much since Joe Biden, you and I were young, that there are more things to fix. I mean, let's focus on the fact that as we speak, North Korean troops are in Ukraine, something I could not have imagined a few years ago. And we have an unaccountable businessman, Elon Musk, who runs a huge private social media business, having secret meetings with Vladimir Putin. We also have a candidate for president in the United States who says he can end the Ukraine war immediately, which would obviously be on Russia's terms. So that's very unsettling. But Biden has done many things so far, and he has a few months to go, that should be reassuring to Europe. He has helped make NATO the strongest defense alliance in the world. I would hope soon NATO would have some new members, certainly one of which is Ukraine. Watching closely the elections in Moldova and Georgia, it would be wonderful if they can join NATO at some point. But NATO is the strongest it's ever been, and the U.S. Role in that is the strongest it's ever been. So I would say that's on the good side. There have been some economic reforms in our country that have been resented in Europe, claiming protectionism on the U.S. part. There's also European protectionism. And I would say, finally, that not Biden's fault, the rise of populism in the United States and in Europe, and the rise, certainly in the United States, of isolationism has made it harder to think forward about how the relationship will go.
So that brings us neatly to the election. And I've spoken to a number of European diplomats, et cetera, as I'm sure you have, who are concerned that they might be facing Trump too. Can you help explain to this audience that the question I keep getting, how can it be so close? The New York Times headline this morning is that Harris and Trump are neck and neck in the polls.
Well, as someone who ran for office many, many times, polls aren't always right, and things change at the last minute. There are still, I think, 12 days to go, which you might think about as 12 weeks to go. Things can happen, as Hillary Clinton has warned. She had an October surprise. I guess it was the head of the FBI all of a sudden raised an issue about her, which skewed the vote against her. So something like that could happen. Let's understand. I don't know. I think it's fluid. Many people, more than ever in history, have already voted, and it's not clear whom they voted for. There are gaps in preference that are new. I mean, younger people who used to, first of all, not vote in mostly under 20% turnout in the U.S., hopefully better in Europe, are voting, and the various predictions for men versus women are skewed. So it ain't over till it's over. That's to quote a major baseball player called Yogi Berra.
And do you think we'll know at the end of election day who actually won, or are we in?
No.
Are we in for Bush-Gore?
We might. Well, let's remember Bush-Gore. For those who don't know what that was the late counting of votes in Florida, and finally our Supreme Court decided on that count. And what happened was Gore, who lost very narrowly, immediately applauded the winner and embraced the peaceful transfer of power. I think that is a big question mark in the United States. And I don't think the election will be over on election day. Some states have late counting of votes. I had my own experience in California where the result in one of my races wasn't known for 2 weeks, and it was excruciating. But that was just a race for Congress. This is a race for president of the free world. And I think there will be legal challenges up, down, and sideways, especially by the Trump side, win or lose. And he said he may not accept the peaceful transfer of power. We've already seen that movie, since he doesn't recognize that Joe Biden is our president. He moved out of the White House, Trump, but he still says the last election was stolen. So I'm very concerned, not just about the technical aspects of that, but about the image of that and the United States leadership in the world, which I think remains absolutely crucial, including in Europe. I am a strong transatlanticist, and let me just say that Europe and Europe's institutions, NATO and the EU, have really stepped up, and you're playing a gigantic role in trying to help your neighbor Ukraine survive an illegal and really ruthless onslaught by a neighbor who promised in 1994 never to do this.
That's something that I've heard from current and former Romanian officials. You know, when Putin makes a threat, believe him, we know it well. And that's one of the reasons that they understand what Ukraine is facing. So on the topic of Ukraine, some of the Ukrainian attendees at this conference have said, yes, there is war fatigue back in Kyiv, across the country, but that doesn't mean anyone is ready to stop fighting. Do you think there is war fatigue in the capitals of Europe and, most importantly, the US?
Somewhat. I mean, this is a very long and very brutal war, and let's salute the strongest weapon the Ukrainians have, which is the Ukrainian heart. I've been there twice this year. I was there about a month ago or so for a roundtable hosted by the Munich Security Conference, a place I have great admiration for and have been to 25 times. I serve on their board. But I was there for their roundtable plus the YES conference. And I'm sure many in this audience were there. And Zelensky spoke. I was fortunate to be in a small meeting with him. And so what if we were fatigued? It'll be much more fatiguing to have the Russian boot on top of countries of Europe. I think that's too bad. I mean, let me say a couple things about Ukraine in addition to how strong they're fighting. I was there in April. That was my first visit this year at the invitation of the Minister of Strategic Industry to see the industrial base of Ukraine. Why was I there? Because I have chaired something called the Commission on National Defense Strategy in the United States, which just issued a unanimous bipartisan report saying that the world is as or more dangerous than any time since 1945, and we are not prepared. But my point about Ukraine is as prepared as it can be under all the circumstances. The industrial base making drones and tanks and really sophisticated anti-jamming equipment is extraordinary. And I can't wait for Ukraine to be part of NATO and teach the rest of NATO how to do this stuff. But you asked about settling the war. That's up to Ukraine. That's not up to you and me and the people in this audience, except those who are Ukrainian and may have government roles. And I think settling it now would be a huge mistake because that would allow for approval of all of the Russian aggression. I think at some point, if the Ukraine government decides to settle and decides that some Russian gains are okay in exchange for some kind of a border force plus admission to NATO, I think that's a decision Ukraine can make. It's not up to Donald Trump, and it's certainly not up to me.
What do you think a Vice President Harris policy would look like should she win the presidency toward Ukraine?
Well, I've seen her the last 3 years in Munich, and she has been very clear about the need to continue support for Ukraine. And by the way, not only salute her leadership, but I want to salute the leadership of Europe too. I noticed this $50 billion package that's being put together with the interest on the seized assets. And that's a huge tribute to leadership of many in your audience. So Ukraine needs money. It needs money to continue to buy and make weapons. Ukraine needs support everywhere. No one should be out there, I think, trying to settle this war on Putin's terms. And we should all be condemning what is going on with North Korea and with Iran, which is sending drones into Russia, and oh, by the way, China, which has been purchasing Russian oil, which has propped up the Russian economy after really strong sanctions were imposed on it by the West.
Just a question on Gaza. U.S. leadership on Ukraine really seemed to help solidify the U.S. role in Europe and helped repair some of the Trump damage. But then Gaza happened, and I have heard from various European countries who are confused or upset about U.S. continuing support to Israel despite its crackdowns in Gaza and its assault now in Lebanon. How do you explain that to an audience watching this and trying to figure it out? Because there's a real contrast there.
People in the United States have issues with this too. It's not just here. I have said that one can be strongly pro-Israel, which I am, but that does not mean that I have to approve every policy that the government of Israel takes. I have been disappointed that the response by Israel to the vicious, heinous, horrible attacks of October 7 of last year has been what it is. I think Israel was right to go after Hamas leadership. I think, frankly, Israel is right to go after Hezbollah leadership too, and it's been very successful. But there seems to be no day after strategy, which has to include the return of the hostages, primo, number one, including some U.S. hostages. And sadly, about half of them remain, and the speculation is only a third of those are alive. I mean, it's a dreadful situation. Return of the hostages and the immediate provision of humanitarian aid to an area that is devastated. There are safe ways to do this. Benny Gantz, who was in the War Cabinet, has said that there is no need to have this Philadelphia corridor, which seems to be a demand of Bibi Netanyahu. And desperate people need this aid. Israel can do both. It can insist on a future government of Gaza without Hamas. I think that's a legitimate request, since Hamas is a terror organization. That's what the United States recognizes too. And the Palestinian Authority, again, possibly rebooted with a more inclusive face and possibly less corruption would be good. To run that area. But I think Israel will never be secure. Let me just say this finally, without a Palestinian state, a two-state solution, where its neighbors respect its borders and it respects its neighbors, living in peace. And I can imagine a huge trading region in the Middle East, leveraging Israel's incredible technology, its startup nation, and the ability of the Sunni Arab countries around it, first to push against Iran, which is still threatening the region, but maybe hopefully in some future lifetime, probably not mine, to include Iran, I think a place that has every form of talent and natural resource.
Well, as we sit here and wait still for Israel's response to Iran, that is a very positive way to look at it. Let's hope. I covered the pre-Oslo peace talks, so I'm right there with you. I'm waiting to see the end of that end in a Palestinian state. In our last 30 seconds or so, there is concern that, if U.S. support for Ukraine drops out, Where will the funding go? Is it time for Europe to step up so that it doesn't need the US to lead, whether it's a NATO initiative or a European initiative?
Well, I think it's time for Europe to step up, and I think Europe is stepping up. I salute Europe, both the EU and the European members of NATO, for stepping up and paying more of their share of the defense budget, et cetera. But I also think there's a need for the US to continue to lead. And we played the dominant role in structuring the peace after World War II. That peace held for a long time. That peace is now in tatters. The liberal world order is not existing anymore. And as someone has said, we now have the a la carte world order, including this big meeting of the BRICS with Putin and Xi going on as we speak. So what happens now? I think the US has to help forge new, strong alliances, not just defense alliances, but trade alliances, to create buffers with those who want to destroy us. And at the moment, we can name names. And hopefully over time, we can build a better world order, one that includes the countries of the global South, Africa, the continent of Africa, the continent of Latin America, which are such major contributors, not just as supplicants, but as partners. And so why am I such an optimist? It beats me, but I otherwise would never have served in Congress for 9 terms and still be at it. But I want my grandchildren, and I have 9 of them, one just born 2 months ago, to live in a better world than the one I sadly will leave them. And I want to create optimism down the chain and hope that better leaders with huge vision will fix many of the giant problems we still have to address.
Well, let's see what the answers, let's see what the elections in November bring, and if we get any answers to those challenges. On that note, Congresswoman Harman, thank you so much for joining us here in Bucharest, and good morning in Washington.
Thank you, and good morning and afternoon to all there. Wish I were there.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Congresswoman Harman. Thank you so much, dear Kim. It's a pleasure now to announce we are getting ready for the next panel session, final panel conversation of this year's edition at the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum. And it's a delight to invite on stage Roxana Dorobanțu, our dear Aspen Fellow, professor at the University of Economic Studies in Bucharest. Thank you, Roxana, for being with us.
Thank you so much, Mirela, and good afternoon, everyone. If yesterday I was saying that it is extremely complicated to have a panel that's in the middle of the afternoon, it's even more complicated to have the final panel of an extremely insightful and interesting Bucharest Forum. Without further ado, we have a very, very exciting for me conversation coming on economic security and the supply chain conundrum. And joining me in this conversation, we have online Alexander Kubrakov, former Deputy Prime Minister for Reconstruction, former Minister for Communities, Territories and Infrastructure Development of Ukraine. We have Mr. Andrei Shevchenko, Head of Mission to Ukraine, Ukrainian World Congress, former Deputy Ministry of Defense. We have Yordan Bozhilov, President of the Sofia Security Forum from Bulgaria. And last but definitely not least, Mr. Claudiu Staicu, Director General for Large Infrastructure Operational Program with the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure in Romania. We have quite a topic to wrap up the Bucharest Forum on, and it brings the 2 key elements that we have discussed throughout the forum. Economy, but also security, which goes beyond just defense. However, Mr. Kubrakov, I would give the floor to you to give us an insight from a country that 5 years ago would have been at this fora discussing about innovation and the growing Aspen Kiev, and now has to bring to the table a conversation about war, but hopefully also what comes next when we have peace.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Again, yes, you're absolutely right. I mean, economy and war and our sustainable economy during the war is critical for surviving of our country, because again, our army and our key expenses on defense is financed mostly from taxes which is collected in Ukraine. So maintaining our economy is critical, and during 2020-2022, we faced with huge challenges related to logistics. Again, in that moment, we realized that when from the balconies in Odessa, our citizens, they saw Russian military ships. Still in April, that moment, yes, we were not able to export our key products, our key export products, mostly agricultural products, iron or steel, other goods, and it means that yes, that our economy was like in some sectors was almost stopped and frozen. In parallel, we started working with our colleagues from Romania, actually firstly Moldova, on expanding our export capabilities to export, I mean, on Danube. And thanks again to this cooperation, we increased in more than 20 times exports through this channel. Again, it wasn't able to substitute on 100% what we needed to export through our Odessa deep sea ports, but it gave us enough time, first of all, to maintain key industries, to allow our farmers to export at least like 40-50% from what we needed, to receive money and to seed for the next season. So we survived again with all these measures, and again, I'm grateful for this like very practical cooperation. We had this format when EU, US side, Moldova, Romania, Ukraine, we had these regular meetings. They were running very often by James O'Brien from State Department. Always colleagues from EU Commission were presented, and again, thanks to all of them, we solved many technical questions. Mostly, like they're not related only to capex or to some investment projects, but again, like we opened 2 border cross checkpoints, which were started. Construction of them were started before Euro 2012, and finally we were opened with Romania these border cross checkpoints, and all these measures again we increased. In February 2022, exports through Danube was about 200,000 tons per month. It's almost nothing, let's say, if we compare with figures which we needed. But in some months we reached almost 4.2 million tons of exports through only Danube. So again, we increased, as I said, more than 20 times, thanks to the partners, thanks to our colleagues. We did a lot also with our private sector during the war. More than 20 terminals were constructed in Ismail, in Reni. So business, Ukrainian and foreign companies, they invested in this. And again, we solved this question. Regarding logistics and how it's connected with military, for us, key challenge was at the beginning of the war when before the war, first supplies were organized directly to Boryspil and other airports by partners. When after 24th of February, airspace was closed and the main hub became Rzeszów in Poland. And for us, it was challenge again to organize immediately logistics from Rzeszów to Ukraine and coordinate this with our military logistics forces and our army. But I think we did it successfully. Again, it's interesting, like hybrid model when we involved a lot of private companies, private operators. Ukrainian Railways company did this, and I think that was one of the key successful factor why we survived again at the beginning of the war, because again it was organized smoothly, and again thanks to partners, thanks to neighboring countries. I understand that if we were in regular procedures, it wasn't possible to implement all those projects and activities. Decisions were made like during hours, or sometimes even during minutes on the level of ministers. And again, at that moment, I think it was like a real example how we can achieve joint success. So coming next, what will be after? I mean, I think, yes, we are starting this project even during the war. I hope first EU standard gauge railway lines will be constructed very soon, and construction will be started at the beginning of next year. And first, Ukrainian railway system will be connected with EU. First projects, it's already feasibility studies finished, financed and secured. I hope again such projects will be started. But after the war, definitely Ukraine will be part of EU transportation system, and recent TNT routes already included key routes in Ukraine as a part of Ukraine. It's critical for our neighboring countries, but again, at least on the map, these routes right now appeared, and it means that later on, I think in cooperation with EU, all these projects will be implemented, and that's important not only for economy, that's important also for security in this region. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And first of all, congratulations for being able to think long-term in a situation that's very short-term oriented, in which you have to think of solutions for the moment, but also to think of solutions that would be valid and resilient for the next 10 years or 15 years. Building on that, and we will come back to the conversation in a second, I would turn to Andrei and ask whether keeping this balance between short-term response, keeping the supply chain open for the needs, immediate needs when the invasion happened, left a lot of room to think about what happens next. What's the long-term plan for the supply chain, building on what Alexander mentioned earlier?
Not at all. I think actually this whole situation encourages us to think long-term. And just picking up on this extraordinary example of the grain corridors that we achieved to put together with Romania and with Bulgaria, I think we should really study this case. There are a lot of excellent lessons. I actually remember sitting next to Alexander at the first Ukraine-NATO Council meeting in the new format after the Vilnius NATO summit. And we were desperately looking for a solution to this problem created by the Russians. And I remember this weird rhyme in my head, grain and pain. And usually we try to present Ukraine as the country, as the nation of grains and brains. And I like that rhyme so much better. But, well, we did it. What we built together in 2023 showed how we can address together gigantic challenges of a global nature. And that worked because of our courage and determination, so we definitely should build on that case. But 3 quick thoughts to kick off the conversation. First, we really need to embrace innovation and flexibility, especially coming from the private sector. We in Ukraine were amazed with the creativity, perseverance, and this daring spirit of adventure coming from the private sector. And quite often, they were way ahead of the government in finding new routes, in smuggling critically important things through borders and all the bottlenecks, in diversifying trading partners, and in bargaining the best deals. So that spirit of entrepreneurship greatly contributed into the overall national resilience. And what governments can do is share the information, advise on the opportunities, warn of the risks, protect the critical infrastructure. Private sector and the civil society can do so much more. Second thought, one of the ways to strengthen our supply chains is to destroy or restrain the supply chains of our enemies. That is true for the defense industry, defense supply chains, but it's also true for civilian products. Because if you have a choice of actually giving your container fleet to one legitimate player and another one player who is sanctioned, then it's a choice that that we can create for many players. So we should not leave that choice actually to allow some players find wrong answers to that dilemma. One last thought will be on the defense industry. I do not want to hijack this panel with the defense agenda, but I feel in this context we should keep that in mind. It was a chilling shock to see how collectively unprepared our economies proved to be when this big war broke into our European home. We had to build logistical chains and hubs from scratch. When NATO military aid started coming up, supply of spare parts and maintenance became a nightmare. We have managed to fix it, and there are several important findings. The gunpowder shortage taught us that it's important not just with whom you want to trade, but with whom you rather not, especially when it comes to security matters and critical infrastructure. Finally, we now know that quantity still matters. I remember talking to my counterparts in the European Defense Agency. They told me the biggest lesson in the last couple of years was that quantity matters. Europe was so much focused on the quality, procuring sophisticated, fancy, and very expensive weapons and expensive stuff, only to learn that our collective artillery supplies were in a critical shortage across the continent. So I think there are plenty of things to build on, and going back to your question, yes, this is a time for innovation, for big strategic, long-term thinking.
I would turn to Jordan and ask him, of course, the shock of February 2022 was tremendous at the human and economic level for all of our countries. However, we did have a disruption prior to that, only 2 years prior to that. So it was not 50 years ago. We didn't have that historical myopia. Why were we so unprepared, to take what Andrei was mentioning, for that lesson? Because we saw it during the pandemic, that quantity matters, the quantity of face masks, the quantity of pharmaceuticals in the countries, and so on. So we should have learned in 2 years. What stopped us from learning?
I think that the major change is about the paradigm, the way we perceive security and economy, way of life, transportation, supply of goods, etc., etc., etc. Now there is no such division. Now we understand that stable economy, stable economic environment necessitates credible defense. And credible defense means reliable economical defense and industrial base. So this is significant change of way of thinking in Europe. Now we understand that we have to be better, much better prepared. There were many events which actually caused disruption in supply chain. It's not just the war on Ukraine, but many other events before. And European Union started really thinking how to improve the situation in Europe. And I would highly recommend a report which was published just 3 weeks ago by European Investment Bank and DG GROW, which is called Navigating Supply Chain Disruption, New Insights into Resilience and Transformation of Your Firms. So we have to think much more about supply chain security as a national security issue. A couple of issues regarding Black Sea, because I think it's important as the region is important for us. The Russian war on Ukraine, it's the defining feature of the region, and it's not just a war against Ukraine. This war affects us all, and on which basis it ends, how it ends, will define the relations with Russia, will define relations in the region, will define even development of international relations. What is important to know? This war caused many secondary security problems which affect us, our economies and transportation. We have an issue with free-floating sea mines. We have Russian blocking ports, Russia's detention of ships at ports at sea. Last year, Russia blocked for 8 years activities in exclusive economic zone of Bulgaria. Russia is jamming GPS signals in the Black Sea. Russia perpetuates cyber attacks and so on and so forth. Everything I mentioned creates insecurity, which of course have negative impact on economic activities. And my first point here is that without solving security problems, we'll have risk for economies and trade activities in the region. But paradoxically, this war creates also new opportunities for the Black Sea in terms of economic development and supply chains. And I will mention 2 points here. First, the region attracted attention of European countries and companies as an alternative source of materials and energy. Let me just mention that there are discoveries of gas and also there are a lot of opportunities for production of clean energy in the region. And the second, a region can be an important element of the global connectivity. And 2 points here as well. First, countries in the last year improved drastically connectivity in the region. Actually, we can transfer gas from each source, from any source, to any direction, south, north, east, west, because countries invested heavily in connectivity between their gas pipeline systems, but also energy grids. And the second point in the connectivity, a region is located, of course, between Asia and Europe, and this creates opportunity to build new corridors, especially giving sanctions against Russia. And I mean here mainly the development, potential development of the middle corridor as an alternative to the northern corridor, which passes through Russia. This middle corridor is supported also by European Union, by United States, and we have really we have to think really seriously about potential development in this corridor. Of course, geopolitical considerations are important, but not enough. According to according to the World Bank, there should be between 9 to 21 billion US dollars to improve the railway system, to improve connectivity, to establish unified procedures, customs, trade, etc., etc., etc. But this is an opportunity. Of course, again, we have to think what shall be done, and I will leave my proposals for the next round.
Thank you so much for shifting the focus to the Black Sea. Before giving the floor to Claudiu Staicu with the Ministry of Transportation, I would go back to Alexander, because I know that you need to log off soon, and thank you so much for taking the time to join us today. So the final question that I would have for you is, you've listed a bunch of projects, necessary projects that would lead into the future. But if you were to think about industries or business-led initiatives or policies that the government should put in place for a time of peace 10 years from now, hopefully for a time of peace 1 year from now, but let's look foresight into the future. What would you propose for this area in order to increase the resilience of the supply chain in all of our countries?
Thank you again for this opportunity for your question. I think, yes, you're absolutely right. The wars continue and nobody knows exactly when this finish and how this finish. I mean, we are all optimists, but we have to do what we can to do right now in our positions. And right now I'm in civil society, but again, I hope that all projects which we started, all projects which we initiated, they will be finished. And regarding the sector which you mentioned, again, during the war, we started a concession project in Chernomorsk port, for example, in cooperation with EBRD, IFC. And again, I was surprised that during initial stages, all key major players, they confirmed their participation in this concession tender. I hope that it will be announced, it will be started very soon, because everything, all feasibility studies on preparation, they are finished. And One more example regarding private sector. We know that like Ukraine has historically quite large operator on Danube Shipment Company before the 24th of February and 21st when I was started my career in the ministry. This company was bankrupt. I mean, the company has had millions of euros of debts all over the world. But during the war, this company, again, we changed the management, we improved operations. It's profitable, they paid all debts. And we signed a deal with IFC. Again, I hope that new team in the ministry will finish this project. And IFC became shareholder of this company. There was huge investment plan, how the fleet of company will be upgraded, will be developed, and many other projects. I can name you. I already mentioned more than 20 new terminals were constructed on the Danube from both like Ukrainian and international companies. Yes, some of them, their projects were supported by our US colleagues, by USAID, by EU. In parallel, containers, terminals on the railway, our railway transportation system also were like widely developed in many Ukrainian regions because during like first 2 months of the war, when we realized that like situation becoming critical, we simplified a lot of procedures. I can name you one example, like in Ismail, the largest terminal, like all documents from the government side was approved during 1 day. All documents required from the local state authorities and decision of city council next day. So when the terminal was started operation, I can name this company, it's Nibelon Terminal, in a couple of months. And I mean, there are a lot of such examples. And all this happening in cooperation with private sector, with IFIs, and with our partners.
One of the conclusions of a previous panel was that when there is a will, there is a way. And apparently we don't need all that complicated bureaucracy, that we can be decisive and choose to make some changes. Sure, we would have preferred not to do them in this context. However, the fact that we were in the position to do them and we are putting them on solid ground is a good thing. Thank you so much, Alexander, for joining us. I will come back to Claudiu with a follow-up on this element. The first 2 months of the war in Ukraine also asked for bringing back on the panel some large infrastructure in Romania that was maybe not used, to be extremely diplomatic for it, particularly in railways. And my question for you would be, in terms of projects, we look to future projects, but more often than not, we don't look at projects that bring redundancy in the system, which are needed in cases of extreme disruptions, either due to pandemic or to war or any other type of disruption. So how does Romania fit into this puzzle?
Thank you, Roxana. Let me start by saying how familiar this setup looks to me. And it's quite relevant for the discussion that we're having today, because it's actually the setup that we've been working in the past 2 or 3 years. So all this cooperation that you see here, together with our colleagues from Ukraine, from Bulgaria, and the neighboring countries, it's actually the new reality in which we designed the policies and the investments which were much needed. I'll start a bit from the back, because I took some notes trying to identify some key words that are quite relevant also for the discussion today. So just bear with me for a second, just to let you see what I put on the paper. So I've got increased cooperation and partnerships at the regional level. I have border crossing points and common projects. I have solidarity lanes, data sharing, innovation and digitalization of operation and processes, and need for future investment. Well, as you said, I think transport and transport infrastructure has been at the focus of the logistic chains lately, and I think it's just one of the events that I've been invited to explain how transport and the transport investments are planned and are foreseen to actually help in this regard. Unfortunately, the discussion is not as you rightfully mentioned. we had crises before, we had disruptions in the logistic chains, and most of the time the solution is still the same. We need more investments, we need projects, but what actually happened is the change in the approach in which we think of these investments. One important thing changed. The North-South axis became quite relevant. We were actually forced to think only in terms of connections towards west to east. Well, since 2 years ago, this is not actually the case anymore. The newly created Baltic, Black Sea, Aegean corridor, and I was looking at the intervention that the Minister of Foreign Affairs from Greece was having regarding the new connection and how Greece is interested in this connection. It's actually what has changed. So much of the investments that we also planned at national level looked at this newly created axis, and it's quite relevant also from the perspective of the military mobility, which is another level that was added to the importance of the transport network. So we're not only looking at transporting goods and passengers, we're also looking at, unfortunately, looking at transporting military equipments, which has become, again, unfortunately, quite relevant for our security nowadays. So starting from this, a lot of investments were reconsidered. It's not like they were not there before. They were there before, but we started looking at them from a different angle. Constanța Port was, you can't say that Constanța Port was not a priority before. It was a priority, but we started looking at the investments in the Constanța priority, looking at the immediate needs. So what we were missing actually in Constanța, we were not missing additional capacity in terms of infrastructure, but we were missing actually additional capacity in terms of port operators, for example. So a lot of the funding was diverted towards these investments. Another thing that was missing for the Constanța port was the digitalization of processes and the operations. One thing that clearly was improved in the last year was this thing. Again, you can't say that Danube was not important at the regional level. It's the biggest green highway that Europe has, and the focus in the last year was to enhance the potential that Danube has. I'm happy to see that together with colleagues from Bulgaria and the representatives of the European Commission, finally we're approaching investments on the Danube in a more systematic way. The biggest dredging investment dredging on the Danube, it's about to start, and I'm pretty sure the added value of such a project, which was approved this year by the European Commission, which fully understands the potential of the Danube, I think will be a game changer. So this is just a short part of the investments that we foreseen, because, as I said, the plan was there. The plan was there. We just needed to shift some of the resources towards some critical infrastructure, and I'm happy that Alexander mentioned quite correctly the border crossing points that have been neglected for so long, that in the past 2 years have seen quite some important investments where now we facilitate the traffic of flows and passengers with a tremendous added value for everyone. Romania was actually the member state who took over the biggest quantity of grains exported from Ukraine, and the pressure on Constanța port was to deal with these processes. But at the end of the day, I think things turned out. This is not necessarily the end of the story, and I need to come back to one clear conclusion. We need investments because the already famous Mario Draghi's report identifies one thing which is quite obvious. We need more investments, but what is lacking, it's the way to get those investments. Maybe the private sector, it's always a direction in which you could look for this, but how can you do that? How can you come up with some investments that have the turnover that is appealing for the private sector? And how can you, at national level, adapt your legislation and your processes in order to tap on the available resources? And I'm not talking about the financial resources available in the private sector, but I'm also talking about the expertise available at the level of the private sector, which could be a tremendous benefit for the public sector.
Thank you so much for bringing to the table a conversation about the need to better structure investments, because I would say to Andrei, we kept on discussing about flows of goods, facilitating flows of goods, may they be for civilian or for defense reasons. But another element in the supply chain is storage. And in terms of grains, one conversation that was present throughout 2022 was, sure, we can facilitate the flow of grains from Ukraine, but you need storage for the new crop. We need to have storage facilities in order to facilitate that flow, and so on and so forth. Innovation in terms of storage usually goes towards making that storage more efficient and optimizing it. But it's not about building capacity and growing capacity in storage. Is that a topic that you have found necessary, that appeared on the agenda? Is it a topic that's still a soft spot? Or else, is it a topic for the future?
Just two thoughts. First, on the storage capacity, I think there is a very practical challenge on how we can manage that on the Ukrainian side, because in the last 3 years, we managed to create very important hubs in the neighboring countries. That includes both for defense and for civilian purposes. That, of course, includes Romania, but also Slovakia, Poland. If you think about this major positive impact it has had on Suceava or on Rzeszów, sometimes you can open this flight radar map of Europe and you would see Rzeszów being one of the brightest spots on the map. But on the Ukrainian side, it's quite different. So I think there is a natural field for good brainstorming, and we should address this jointly together. And just one comment on the changes when it comes to grains and crops. In Ukraine, the war has changed the assortment of the agricultural products that we produce because of the new logistical challenges. Because if it's a big challenge for you to store your harvest and to do properly all the logistics, then you might think twice about what kind of crops you're going to produce in the future. So we already see this effect, for good or for bad, but it's going to be a different agriculture in Ukraine and I think across the region.
Thank you so much, and I'll turn to Jordan for a follow-up on that.
Yeah, very briefly. I mean, we've been talking this 2 days about new technologies. And what is important, and it's a new tendency, to look at the optimization of supply chains using these new technologies, including AI. Of course, this requires a lot of efforts. This requires digital connectivity, development of new skills, etc., etc., etc. But also, if we take these new developments and put together with diversification of supply chains, stopping over-reliance on one source, or bringing sources closer to us. We had an excellent conversation about onshore, friendshore, etc., etc. This is something which we have to explore. And I will refer again to this report published by the European Investment Bank and European Commission. It stresses on the fact that there is a need of new way of cooperation between companies and the state, and I think we shall develop more this nexus.
Building on that, what this disruption in the past 5 years or so has taught us is that we cannot function as separate entities. We have to think as a group of countries in which one is affected more definitely, but investments have to be cross-border, because usually the tendency is to think about what our own country needs and how we connect over the border with Bulgaria, or with Ukraine, or with Hungary, if we were to build on that, or with Serbia. and definitely with Moldova. But if we were to think about this new development, of thinking like an ecosystem of countries that go through a disruption that affects all their flows, what do you think would be a smart policy from the governments of all these countries? Jordan.
Okay, let me go back to my first idea that the region has huge potential. So I believe that it's time for European Commission, for other European countries to consider Black Sea region and countries in the region as a key component of the European economic ecosystem. This is first issue. The second issue, having in mind the complexity of security challenges, economic development and tendency, etc., etc., etc. What is important? Holistic approach, and we insist on adopting holistic or concepts by European Union, by NATO, covering Black Sea. Because countries, okay, we can do together a lot. For example, Bulgaria, Turkey, and Romania are cleaning sea mines, which is a huge impediment to the navigation, but it's not enough. We have to have more engagement on the part of NATO, on EU, and other countries which have an interest, because the potential of Black Sea region has to be developed, and it's time, I think.
Claudio?
Well, I think the framework is there. I think we have the right mechanism, at least at the EU level, we have the right instruments. We just need to focus a bit more on the implementation of these instruments. And in the past 2 years, I've seen some really interesting things happening. I'm not just saying about the involvement of the Ukraine and Moldova in all the financial instruments and programs that are financing infrastructure and different areas of intervention, but I'm looking at the right mindset for this. It's about an exchange of knowledge that all these partners, all these stakeholders, they need to put together in order to go towards that common goal. And that common goal usually is a common project. And this notion of common project has gained more and more importance at EU level. We have special dedicated instruments financing common projects that bring us actually together, make us think regional, make us think European and international. And for my surprise, they work. They work. It's just us thinking in this way.
1 minute for each of you, the same question that I addressed Alexander. 10 years from now, peace. I still hang on to that thought, that we will have a peaceful, you might think it's naive, but 10 years from now it's peace. What common project should we have in order to build the resilience of the supply chain? Short idea, and we're going to go Jordan, Claudiu, and Andrei last.
What is important to keep in mind? And of course, we all hope that the war in Ukraine will end on the basis which Ukraine will put on the negotiating table. But we have to keep in mind that there will be challenges. First, there will be challenges in many spheres. They will come very rapidly, so we have to be prepared. This is the most important for me. And the second, I do hope that we'll see Black Sea region again in the focus of European policies. Bulgaria and Romania proposed a paper, and Council of European Union approved the text this June, I think, that tasking European Commission to adopt a comprehensive approach. This should be the key for me.
Preparedness and holistic approach.
Absolutely.
Claudiu.
This is quite interesting, actually. If I think about a common project, that I think it will need to be creating more synergies at the regional level. But more important than this, it's together advocating for more funding for these common projects. I think this should be reflected in the speech of each of us, because we still need investments. This is at the core of the development that we need, and I think if we focus on this, we can actually come up with the resources necessary in order to go forward.
Thank you. Andre?
And I would continue moving into that direction. I think we need to invest into two things. First, it's transportation infrastructure, something very material and very much necessary. North-south corridor is something which flies in the air, more border crossing points. We need that to win the war, and we need that to reconstruct Ukraine and to build prosperity in the region. Second thing is human capital. For Ukraine, depopulation will be a huge challenge after the victory. I think it's a challenge for the whole region. So we should invest into human capital, into the people, and into soft skills, into their capability to work together and find creative solutions. To address the first and the second, collective thinking, collective brainstorming, collective workshopping, collective planning, and collective action. We actually can be good in that, as this panel, as our experience in the last 3 years tells us.
And if you'd allow me to build on that as a final word of our panel, and in the spirit of the Aspen Institute, meaningful conversations. And the Bucharest Forum is such a meaningful conversation. Please join me in thanking our panelists for today for such an exciting conversation. And that being said, I'll give the floor to the final speech, the closing speech of the Bucharest Forum 2024. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear Roxana, and thank you so much to our distinguished audiences, both in person and online at this edition of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum, watching us remotely on all the live streaming pages of both the Aspen Institute Romania and the German Marshall Fund of the US. And speaking of the German Marshall Fund, I'm now delighted to invite on stage Clara Volintiru, the Regional Director of the German Marshall Fund, to address the key takeaways of this year's edition. Thank you, Clara, for your leadership, and please join us on stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Still with us here on location and online. I think it was very hard for most of us to stay away from the very exciting conversations that we've had this year again. And I'm sure many, many more will follow in the coming years. As Roxana, my dear friend and colleague, earlier mentioned, that this is a space for important conversations, for important dialogue. I think it's also a space for us to challenge ourselves and us to look at each other and see what we've gained over the past days. This is an extraordinarily enriching experience that all of us have had each year with Bucharest Forum, with the wonderful team of the Aspen Institute and the wonderful team and my dear colleagues from the German Marshall Fund. And we feel very privileged to be able to deliver on such important topics, such valuable content. Now, I think when I first saw the theme of the Bucharest Forum this year, looking at the digital and green transitions, twin transitions, I had a brief moment where I thought, weren't we discussing this since the pandemics? Is this a progress, or is this staying in the same space, in the same stage with these very important challenges? And the fact that we are actually addressing them this year again, and every year actually, in different forms and shapes, has confirmed to me that it is actually progress. Because the way a tall building is built is one layer on top of the other. And if we want to build true skyscrapers in the field of the green transition and the digital transition, I think we owe it to ourselves and to our societies to build this type of structure, to build towering structures that deliver on the promises they've made, very ambitious promises. And indeed, the conversations over the past few days delivered. They touched new frontiers with regards to achieving the twin transition. They touched upon new synergies, and they offered solutions to the very important challenges that this road ahead to progress and new solutions in the field of technology still face from very traditional security threats like war and having major threats on each individual in our region and across the world. So, from business perspectives on new technologies, I've been very passionately following the discussions on AI, which are no longer tentative. People in different fields are talking about it, using it from personal experience, implementing it, advancing it. So we're not in that stage where we hope to achieve something. In the years that have passed since we've put forward in the collective transatlantic space the twin transitions, we've actually been ready to meet the challenges, and we've accomplished many beautiful things that were mentioned over the past 2 days. But we've also covered the public sector measures, how governments and local communities have stood up to these challenges. And I want to emphasize this telescopic approach of the conversations we've had, because we were looking at the same time at the local communities, just as we were looking at the geopolitical competition that takes place between the big powers of the world. So I think this is very much part of the Bucharest Forum's tradition to be able to provide such a telescopic perspective. We've also been looking at enablers, and I think that was my privilege to moderate one of the panels, and my dear friend Radu also was looking at the other side of the enablers. So I was looking at the financing instruments yesterday in the panel that I've had the privilege to moderate, while many other panels were looking at the regulatory tools and how are they developing to meet the current challenges and opportunities in markets and regional spaces. And I refer to regional spaces because we've also touched upon the beautiful and inspiring ideas of enlargement and integration. We've looked at the regions as a whole, at the regions as synergies and interconnectivity that they can achieve, whether it is in the Eastern partnership of the European Union or in the Western Balkans. But we've also looked at threats that challenge these beautiful visions of integration within the European Union, within the transatlantic space and beyond. And the threats belong not just to the physical war that was unfortunately very prominently referred to, because it is probably the biggest challenge that Europe is facing today. And we are very grateful to our Ukrainian friends who are here with us, who shared with us their extraordinarily brave experience in the face of this shared challenge, because I truly believe this is a problem for all of us, not just for Ukraine. So beyond this very visible shared threat, of course, we all ignore sometimes the underlying threats of malign interference, of disinformation, and our friends from the Republic of Moldova have, again, very bravely faced these lesser challenges, one might say, but that turn out to be structurally dividing within our societies. So maybe just to wrap up, what are we at the end of the day standing for? Well, obviously the Aspen Institute, you know very well, stands for the good society, and that's something that I've always treasured. We all want to be part of a good society, and for many more decades to come, I hope the Aspen Institute Romania will be part of that conversation and will continue to shape the good society in Romania and beyond. But we're also here through the lens of the German Marshall Fund. And German Marshall Fund is an organization established and committed to promoting transatlantic cooperation and to establish continuously, every day, through the work of every one of us in the German Marshall Fund, that the shared values in the transatlantic space survive. And then, again, everyone here present can also share in this hope that European Union, Europe, and all of our societies will continue to hold dear to the values that I've briefly referred to in the introduction. And I still believe they represent each and every one of us: peace, security, democracy, and prosperity. And I hope we meet all together again next year to discuss what we've achieved in promoting these shared values and how best we can contribute to them in the many years ahead when Bucharest Forum will be a forum of shared values. Thank you all so much for being here with us, and I hope we meet again next year.